you, President Lewis.
Nice to see you. Nice to see you, President Smith. We met briefly. I I don't know, the last meeting, the meeting before that, maybe
Oh,
both.
yeah. Well, thanks for all you do. I mean, you guys have been doing amazing work. I know Secretary Johnson did that report for you all, and then you did that really comprehensive report on the ramifications of the Supreme Court's affirmative action decision. So thanks. That
Yeah,
was a wonderful
actually,
report.
we're in the process of submitting that to be adopted by the ABA House, and
Oh, great.
it's really it's really an incredible report.
Yeah, it was really, really, really thoughtful and
Yeah,
very informed. We've actually, I don't know if you know this, but we have created a clearinghouse page on the ABA website and we put that report on there.
yeah, good, good.
Because,
Yeah,
yeah,
we've really gotten a lot of feedback from around the country on that report. So it's been it's the model of what a report should be.
it is.
Really.
Okay, Kara, how are we doing in terms of getting people in?
We got
We're
31.
good. Yeah, we can see people coming in through the participants list. And we are also live now on YouTube.
Okay, well, it's 9 o'clock. Shall we get going and
Sure.
Officially start?
Yeah, let me hit record and then you can start, Charlie.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Charlie Moxley. I teach nuclear weapons law at Fordham Law School, and I'm one of the organizers of this conference. And on behalf of our faculty and the organizers, I'm delighted to be able to welcome everybody. Fordham's Dean Emeritus John Feerick is going to make opening remarks, but he's delayed. He'll come in a little bit later. He's got another meeting going on simultaneously. This, as you know, is on nuclear weapons and international law, the renewed imperative in light of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. This follows, as I think everyone appreciates, a 2020 conference that we presented on the same subject of nuclear weapons, on legal issues concerning the lawfulness of the threat to use nuclear weapons and the use of nuclear weapons. And the proceedings of that conference, thankfully, were published by the Fordham International Law Journal. Sad to say, this issue is still with us, and even more so with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, and particularly Putin's threats and other threats from Russia about potential use of nuclear weapons, which raised everybody's concern, obviously, which was already very, very, very high, as we'll hear. The issue of nuclear weapons obviously raises humanitarian, moral, philosophical, technological issues, and many other, but particularly legal issues. And the focus of this conference is on the legal piece. And it would not be hyperbole to say that the ability or not of law to be a useful vehicle to address nuclear weapons policy and threat of a potential use and threat of use, whether international law is up to the task of addressing concerns about nuclear weapons, is ultimately, if not the biggest, probably the biggest legal issue we could have, right? Can law be useful here? A couple very brief opening points for anyone who has any doubt about the question. There is no question that there is law that applies to the lawfulness or not of nuclear weapons use and threat of use, right? Everybody across the spectrum of legal views on the question is in agreement that there is law. There's a robust body of international law that addresses the lawfulness of nuclear weapons threat and use. And it will be interesting for everyone to hear that the defenders of the potential use of nuclear weapons and of the policy of the U.S. and other nuclear weapons countries and critics all agree on, in large measure, what the applicable rules are. I mean, we know what they are. They were addressed by the International Court of Justice in an advisory opinion in the mid-90s, and the rules are recognized in U.S. military manuals and authoritative statements by the U.S. and other governments and other militaries, and they've been written about by a broad range of people. So there is that law, and it's here, and it's not controversial. Okay, but here's the rub. There are issues where proponents and critics of nuclear weapons policy disagree on how this body of law should be applied to potential nuclear weapons threat and use. That's a big focus of what we'll be talking about today. Given that we have these rules and we know what they are, how should they appropriately be applied? How are they required to be applied? Even beyond that, it has to be acknowledged that there are areas where international law is not clear, is debatable, and you can argue, one side or the other of a spectrum of views on the thing, where we need more clarity and more clarification. That's part of the thinking that went behind the list of issues that we have circulated. I think Cara Forgea from the State Bar sent them to everybody who signed up for the program. There's a list of issues that we've drafted and that have been worked on as a part of our prep for the conference, where we try to identify issues as to administration or as to how this body of law should be applied, and issues where we need further elaboration and discussion. So let me say that from the perspective of the organizers of this program, this conference, that's the value, the extraordinary value of the discussion we're going to have today, because we have brought together an extraordinary group of people who have focused on these issues from the perspective of government policy and military policy, and people who are critical of it, and think tanks and NGOs and a wide range of commentators on the area. We've brought together people who focused on the legal piece. And it's worth saying, that if any of you go and Google nuclear weapons issues, you'll get literally thousands, really millions of hits on policy. But the focus on the legal piece has been much less than the focus on the policy. And the people on the faculty today, I think it's not unfair to say, represent, a fairly substantial portion of people who have written and spoken and been interested in this area. And we do have people across the broad spectrum of views. So I think we'll have an opportunity for us all to learn, right? We're all going to learn from one another our current thinking on where things stand, and we'll focus on, can law work here? We'll focus on it on two levels. One, the various rules of and principles of international law that are applicable, and how should they be applied. But we certainly all recognize that there's a crisis here. There's a humanitarian crisis. There's a rule of law crisis. And so we'll address that broader issue as well, that we have to see in front of us. Does international law matter? Does it have a significant role here? Are violators going to be brought to the bar? Have to answer for the violations. Is there a continuing potential of law to be helpful in addressing these issues? Let me thank our our sponsor and co-sponsors for this program. It's wonderful. And we have the list here. We have the New York State Bar Association, the international section, as the sponsor. And you can see the list. We have the Fordham Law School Center on National Security, the U.S. Air Force Academy, Law, Technology, and Warfare Research Cell, the American Bar Association International Law Section, the Georgetown Law Journal, Law School Journal of International Law, which is going to publish, by the way, the proceedings of this conference, the Catholic Peace Building Network, the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy, the Global Security Institute. I called them all out and named them all because these groups represent a wide range of individuals who are interested in this issue, and we are so thankful for the support and the ability to deal with all this. Let me very briefly introduce the introducers who are going to make some comments. We're first going to hear from Richard C. Lewis, Dick Lewis, who's the president of the New York State Bar Association, for whom we're so grateful for him and his predecessors, and Ed Lency, whom you'll meet in a little bit, for NYSSBA's support. We're equally privileged, again, as with the 220 conference that was a predecessor to this, to have Mary Smith, who is the president of the American Bar Association, and whose support symbolizes, I think, the support of lawyers across our country in rule of law issues concerning use of force, weapons of mass destruction. We are particularly grateful, and I'm particularly grateful along with the other organizers of this, for Professor Jeffrey Billard from the U.S. Air Force Academy. Jeff has been involved in the planning. He's been instrumental in bringing in many of our speakers. Jeff is the Deputy Director of the Cell on Law, Technology, and Warfare Research at the Air Force Academy. He's a retired lieutenant colonel. He was a JAG officer, which means a legal officer, and he's taught in this area. And something I noted when I first met him is he's a survivalist. He's one of these guys who can go out there, in the wilderness without any supplies, and so he's an extraordinary background to bring to this conference. We're also very privileged to have Jonathan Granoff, who is the president of the Global Security Institute. He's a senior advisor, permanent observer to the UN. In connection with the International Anti-Corruption Academy, and he's a senior advisor to the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summits of Nobel Peace Laureates, and a major leader in this area. John Burroughs, who is the senior analyst of the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy, is extraordinarily well known at the UN. Anybody who's been involved in international affairs involving nuclear weapons and other important areas at the UN knows John, has heard him speak, and has heard Jonathan Granoff there, and is familiar with them. Do we have anybody here? And I'm going to ask in a little bit if we have someone from the Georgetown Journal of International Law that we can acknowledge. So let's get started. Dick, do you want to lead it off? And
sure, I'd be more than happy to. And I appreciate your leading it off, Professor Moxley. I know that Dean Furyk will be along fairly soon, and I had the great honor of being at Fordham last week and being on a panel with him with regard to gubernatorial succession. It's an honor to be anywhere with Dean Furyk. So good morning, everyone. Our meeting today is to discuss probably one of, if not the most important international issue that we could face, and that's nuclear weapons and the role of international law. Issues surrounding the risks of nuclear weapons were probably not on the top of our minds until the invasion of Ukraine by Russia. And now our concern is exacerbated by the incursion into Israel and our concerns with regard to Iran. And it will be interesting to hear from those in the military who will comment about the law and also about what do we do with the lawbreakers. Our role as lawyers and how we can use our knowledge for peace and deterrence on the international stage is in the forefront of this particular meeting. And we need to know how to use law to address the risks of nuclear weapons in the same way that we've attempted to do it with risks involving chemical weapons and landmines. I might add that we have not been totally successful in any of those, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't keep trying. So those are a couple of many questions that I'm sure will be discussed today. We have, as Professor Moxley indicated, an exceptional group of speakers, including representatives from the armed forces. And I really look forward to an honest dialogue between military leaders and those who may be critical of U.S. policy and to foster understanding. And I'm interested to hear what's being said there. I want to thank Professor Jeffrey Biller, Deputy Director of the Law and Technology and Research Cell of the U.S. Air Force Academy, for attending and bringing faculty from the Academy to this event. I don't want to play favorites, but we have for one branch of the military, we're also honored to have speakers from the U.S. Navy, the Marine Corps, and the Army. And I thank all of you for coming here and sharing your perspective. I'm very anxious to hear it, and we thank you for your service to this country. I want to thank Professor Moxley and the members of the New York State Bar Association International section for all of the hard work on this conference. The New York State Bar Association is extremely proud to be involved in this conference, and with this, like most of our programs, tries to hone in on important and controversial issues. Our co-sponsors, Georgetown Law School Journal of International Law, the Catholic Peacebuilding Network, the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Weapons Policy, and the Global Security Initiative, all bring their own fresh perspectives to the issues we're going to discuss today. And I appreciate the participation of all. And of course, last but in no way least, I'd like to thank the American Bar Association and its president, Mary L. Smith, who will now say a few words. Thank you, Mary.
Oh, thank you, President Lewis. Good morning, everyone. I'm honored to be here today. I want to thank the New York State Bar Association, President Lewis, and of course, Professor Moxley for his tireless work in organizing this important webinar. I'm honored to provide welcoming remarks to this vital program, Nuclear Weapons and International Law, the renewed imperative in light of the Ukraine war. When this program convened in 2020, our global landscape was vastly different. Today, Ukraine is embroiled in conflict with Russia, a scenario compelling the U.S. and the international community to intervene. And we now have a war in the Middle East with the threat that the conflict could broaden. Just a few weeks ago, Jamie Dimon was asked what he thought was the greatest threat to the global economy. And he said, "I would just put on your table, the most serious thing facing mankind is nuclear proliferation. If we're not sitting here 100 years from now, it will be nuclear proliferation. It's not our climate." International bodies and proliferation experts warn that the danger of nuclear weapons use is higher than it's been in decades, amid wars involving nuclear powers like Russia and the weakening of adherence to international nuclear treaties. In March of this year, the United Nations stated, "The risk of a nuclear weapon being used is currently higher than at any time since the depths of the Cold War." The UN further said that the Russia-Ukraine war represents, quote, the most acute example of that risk, and that the absence of dialogue and the erosion of the disarmament and arms control architecture, combined with dangerous rhetoric and veiled threats, are key drivers of this potentially existential risk. The assault on democracy in Ukraine symbolizes a ubiquitous threat to democratic values everywhere. The harrowing specter of nuclear warfare highlights the critical need for the international community to reinforce its commitment to international law, peace, disarmament, and non-proliferation. The ABA has worked tirelessly on all fronts. I've created a democracy task force that reflects our enduring commitment to uphold democratic principles. And we have a longstanding record at the ABA in advocating for international peace and security through international regimes such as the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty, the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons, and the START II Treaty, which aim to significantly reduce the overall number of long-range nuclear weapons processed by the United States and the Russian Federation. Our commitment is underlined by our recent adoption of a resolution 405, which condemned the Russian Federation's unlawful invasion of Ukraine, which further extends our 2013 resolution advocating for the UN General Assembly to authorize war crime tribunals to hold accountable those responsible for crimes of aggression against Ukraine. Today, we gather to address the escalating urgency surrounding international law and nuclear weapons, emphasizing our collective pursuit of global stability and legal order. The potential use of nuclear weapons has catastrophic repercussions and necessitates united actions across diverse professions, political inclinations, gender, race, and nationalities. We'll hear today that current tensions between the United States and Russia, the predominant holders of nuclear arsenals, threaten the prospect of nuclear winter and approximately 5 billion casualties, symbolizing the end of the world as we conceive it. Thankfully, a substantial body of international law governing the use of force exists, providing legal avenues to address potential nuclear conflicts. It is imperative that we remain focused, articulate, and proactive in applying this law in a globally impactful manner. This conference offers an ideal platform for analyzing these issues to foster dialogue with experts across government, the military, NGOs, and academic sectors, and underscores the paramount role of law and legal institutions in maintaining international order, a shared concern between the ABA and the New York State Bar Association. The ABA, as the world's largest organization of legal professionals, is steadfast in leveraging legal frameworks to regulate, limit, and eradicate nuclear weapons, standing unified with other eminent organizations such as our co-sponsors today in supporting international peace and security through the rule of law. This conference symbolizes a significant effort to navigate these challenges and foster a future defined by international law sanctity. I'm delighted to extend a warm welcome to all the participants and thank you on behalf of the American Bar Association. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Professor Biller?
Yeah, thank you, Charlie. And let me start by thanking you. As somebody who has seen and said on many of the Zoom calls, phone calls, seen all the emails, I promise everybody that Professor Moxley has put an enormous amount of energy into the planning of the symposium. And I think it is reflected in the fantastic panelists and organizations that are involved. So I want to say thank you to him and thank you to everybody who has participated and involved. It's been very heartening to see the passion and all the effort that so many people put into this extraordinarily important area of international law. But I also agree with Professor Moxley that it is an area that is somewhat understudied, given the importance of it. Most of the effort, I think, so far looks at kind of per se issues of international law and the use of nuclear weapons and arms control, but particularly the law that would govern the actual use within a conflict, I think, is an area that's extraordinarily understudied, and his efforts in this area are greatly appreciated. But I think part of the reason, clearly, that these areas are perhaps somewhat unstudied is the nature of nuclear weapons as a weapon of deterrence. And I think we have to start with the recognition that it has largely achieved that effect. I think there's no doubt that widespread international armed conflict among great powers has been significantly reduced as a result of the deterrent effect of nuclear weapons. And that's something that should be at least recognized at the outset. However, if I may be so bold as to quote Grotius, we must also be aware of what happens and what we foresee may happen beyond our purpose, unless the good which our action has in view is much greater than the evil which is feared, or greater than the fear of the evil. Certainly, these, as has been mentioned already, there's been an increased concern about the potential use, which is something I know everybody wants to work towards preventing. And although there are many different factors that would go into the potential use and governing the use of nuclear weapons, politics, ethics, morality, many other areas, I certainly believe that the law has something to say on that, and that we need to continue to explore that. And I really appreciate Professor Moxley's efforts to be open about the dialogue and discussion, right? To not just sit around and agree with each other on the outcome. I think there's a lot of difficult issues that do need to be worked through. And if we don't do the hard work of working through those issues and being honest about the issues, I don't think we'll continue to move the ball forward. And he's been very open about wanting to do that, and I very much appreciate it. So again, I look forward to all the fantastic panelists and discussions that we will have today. And I hope that this can be a launching point for continued discussions following the symposium. Hopefully we can continue to have events such as this, where we can bring experts in to explore the many different aspects of this particular problem set and continue to resolve some of those issues, and hopefully work towards a future where it continues to be a weapon of deterrence and not a weapon of use. So thank you again for everybody, and I'll turn it back over to you, Professor Moxley.
Thank you, Jonathan.
There we are.
Did we lose Jonathan?
No, I'm right here.
Oh, okay, go ahead. Sorry, I didn't. Yeah, there you are. Yes.
Yeah. First, I want to express my profound gratitude to Charlie's lead in this, to his scholarship in his book on the subject, and to his passion and respect for everybody's point of view, and his adherence to a moral compass and a sense of the importance of protecting life. It's that basic. But very few people step up with the passion that he does. My first question is, are nuclear weapons more dangerous than any hazard that they seek to address? In other words, are they themselves more of a problem than any problem they seek to address? That's the core issue of their very existence in the first place. The paradox, of course, is the more they're perfected, it appears the less security we obtain, because any perfection by any participant in the nuclear venture will stimulate others to do the same. There's also the moral incoherence of 9 countries saying that these weapons are good for us and not good for anybody else. Imagine if the Biological Weapons Convention said no country can use smallpox or polio as a weapon, but we will allow 9 countries to use the plague as a weapon to maintain strategic stability and international security. The incoherence of that morally, legally, rationally is quite clear. Albert Einstein said, bullets kill men, atomic bombs kill cities, a tank is a defense against a weapon but it's not, but there is no defense against the weapon that can destroy civilization. Our defense is law and order. It's interesting that Albert Einstein turned to our profession ultimately as the solution to the risk of nuclear weapons. Now, imagine if you were going to get on an airplane and the airplane put up a sign that said, there's a 1 in 100 chance that this plane is going to crash. I personally wouldn't get on that plane. So the statistical risk issue of the ongoing threat to use nuclear weapons as a means of pursuing security under the guise of strategic stability has to be statistically analyzed. And I'm really glad that at this conference, we will hear some experts in that particular skill. And as lawyers, we know that there is a standard of taking unnecessary risks in tort law, that there's levels of responsibility of conduct. And if that level of responsibility is neglected, there's accountability. General Lee Butler, who was head of targeting readiness and in fact was one of the creators of the SIAD, Single Integrated Operating Plan, said in relevant part to this, despite all the evidence, we've yet to fully grasp the monstrous effect of these weapons, that the consequences of their use defy reason, transcending time and space, poisoning the earth, deforming its inhabitants. Nuclear weapons are inherently dangerous, hugely expensive, militarily inefficient. General Butler said, accepting nuclear weapons as the ultimate arbiter of conflict condemns the world to live under a dark cloud of perpetual anxiety. Worse, it codifies mankind's most murderous instincts as an acceptable resort when other options for resolving conflict fail. I have spent years studying nuclear weapons effects, have investigated a distressing array of accidents and incidents involving strategic weapons and forces. I came away from that experience deeply troubled by what I see as the burden of building and maintaining nuclear arsenals, the grotesquely destructive war plans, the daily operational risks, and the constant prospect of a crisis that would hold the fate of entire societies at risk. So it's the general background of the risk, and we know there have been dozens of instances in which we have come far too close to destroying civilization because of computer error or human error. General Butler talked about in the same context of that speech how a B-52 bomber crashed in North Carolina, and there was a nuclear bomb on it that 6 of the 7 safety devices failed, and it was just good luck that it didn't explode. November 1979, Senator Chuck Percy was at a facility, and an officer wanted to show how responsible we were, and he put a training tape in the wrong computer. So the whole system, our whole system of monitoring looked as if we were under a full-scale attack by the Soviet Union. January 1995, a weather satellite is launched off the coast of Norway, and 28 nations are notified that this weather satellite's going to go look at the northern lights and evaluate them. But it looked to the Russians, because it didn't get past up the command and control, as if it could be a high altitude missile deployment that would create an electromagnetic pulse and fry the command and control over Moscow. And Boris Yeltsin had but a few minutes to decide, and he decided that that because of his relationship to Bill Clinton, it was safe and didn't preemptively respond. 1983, Stanislav Petrov was watching the monitors in Moscow, and it looked like a full-scale American launch. He didn't pass it up the command and control because he knew they would have inadequate time to evaluate it and would likely launch, as he said, 11,000 nuclear warheads at the United States. And he violated his protocols. It turned out there was a unique cloud formation. Bill Perry, who was former Secretary of Defense, told me about a computer chip that malfunctioned, and it looked like we were under similar attack. 2009, the UK nuclear submarine Vanguard and the French nuclear vessel Le Triomphant collided in the Atlantic. During the Bush administration, there was an afternoon when 6 nuclear weapons were flying around the United States unaccounted for. They'd been improperly loaded onto a plane. Point is that we make mistakes, and the ongoing risk has not, in my opinion, been adequately evaluated from a rigorous legal analysis. And we have a great body of law of what is a reasonable risk. Last but not least, I believe that the biggest problem that we have is pacta sunt servanda. Our diplomats in good faith negotiate in the context of the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, a set of threat-reducing, security-enhancing measures as fulfillment of moving toward a nuclear weapons-free world and as strengthening the non-proliferation regime. Included in that is a commitment to a fissile material cutoff treaty, entry into force of the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, strengthening safeguards, monitoring, a whole menu of things that the promises have been made and they have not been kept. And that puts the entire legal regime at hazard. And that, to me, is the biggest issue for lawyers, because if our skills of law and reason and diplomacy fail, bullets become verbs. And in the nuclear age, that's not acceptable. And again, thank you, Charlie.
Thank you. Thank you, Jonathan. I see that Ambassador Christina Hayevshin, the Deputy Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the UN, is here, and Ed Lency is here. So I'm thinking maybe we'll proceed, because I know the Deputy Ambassador has to get back to the UN. There's a lot going on today. So we'll hear you, and then we'll hear John Burroughs, your introductory remarks. I hope that's okay with you. Let me introduce Ed Lency, whom we all know, and Dick Lewis referred to. Ed was the head of the international section. He was the chair, and he was strongly a part of and supported our 2020 program and this program, and we're very grateful. Ed will tell you about the Ukraine Task Force, which he conceptualized and initiated. He'll tell you about that, and then we'll introduce the Deputy Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the UN. Ed is also a practicing lawyer in New York, as is Dick Lewis, and so many of us involved in this are working lawyers and do this as part of what we also do. So Ed, thank you, and please introduce yourself further and introduce the ambassador.
Well, thank you, Charlie. Thank you very much for that introduction. Greetings to all of you. I'm Ed Lency, as Charlie mentioned, and I am a former chair of the international section of the New York State Bar Association. And I was the founder and for 6 months led the international section's Ukraine Task Force, which from the very first day of the invasion, we jumped in and we went to the aid of Ukraine with our legal resources. We were in almost daily contact with the Ukraine Bar Association. Anna Ogrenchuk, the then president of the Bar Association, and Inna Liniova. And we brought together representatives of the American Bar Association, the New York State, the New York City Bar Association, the DC Bar, various foreign bar associations and human rights organizations in the U.S. and abroad. We worked in areas such as immigration, the investigation of war crimes, and other important aspects of addressing the legal problems arising from the invasion of Ukraine. And the very well-regarded Ukraine Immigration Task Force, I'm proud to say, was an outgrowth of our New York State Bar Association Ukraine Task Force. When I spoke at our last conference, I highlighted the problem of rogue states such as North Korea. This time around, we face something different. A large, heavily nuclear-armed, autocratic power that this year has repeatedly threatened to use its nuclear weapons. Just a few days ago, in fact, Russia reported boastfully the successful test launch of an intercontinental ballistic missile designed to carry warheads from a new nuclear submarine. This isn't a Tom Clancy novel. This is for real. Our world has gone beyond, far beyond, the problem of rogue states. Our world has once again reached the brink where a large militaristic nuclear power with a large nuclear arsenal is threatening to use those nuclear weapons. It is now my privilege and my honor to introduce the Honorable Kristina Payovishin, Deputy Permanent Representative of Ukraine to the United Nations. Madam Ambassador, Slava Ukrainia.
Heroyam Slava, glory to Ukraine. Thank you very much, and good morning, everyone. Thank you for the invitation, and I'm very pleased to share with you views and perspectives of Ukraine on behalf of the Permanent Mission of Ukraine to the UN. Allow me to start with stressing that our country attaches great importance to the issues of nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation, and has always did that. We share the view that the use of nuclear weapons is the most serious threat ever faced by humankind. The preamble of the Treaty on the Non-Proliferation of Nuclear Weapons opens by considering the devastation that would be visited upon all mankind by a nuclear war and the consequent need to make every effort to avert the danger of such a war and to take measures to safeguard the security of peoples. As a country that voluntarily abandoned the world's third largest arsenal and joined the NPT as a non-nuclear weapon state, Ukraine strongly supports all three pillars of the treaty and will continue to provide comprehensive, balanced, and substantive full implementation of the 2010 Review Conference Action Plan. We stress the need to implement all obligations under the NPT and commitments made during previous review conferences, including the need for concrete progress towards the full implementation of Article 6, with the ultimate goal of achieving the total elimination of nuclear weapons. In our view, the achievement of the significant progress should include the beginning of the negotiations on fissile material cut-off treaty, establishing nuclear weapon-free zones, as well as entry into force the nuclear test ban treaty. Today, we are at a critical juncture where the world is facing the unprecedented challenges and where the integrity and foundation of all existing international arms control and non-proliferation regimes are under threat. In 2014, Russia, a nuclear weapon state, occupied part of our territory and started its armed aggression against Ukrainian people. And already in 2022, Russia continued launching full-scale war against our country. Since then, Moscow has been engaged in dangerous rhetoric about possible use of nuclear weapons against Ukraine and Western countries, thus making the threat of the use of these deadly weapons today higher than at any time since the heights of Cold War. The decision of the Russian Federation to suspend its participation in the New START Treaty was the demonstration of Russia's choice not to comply with legally binding obligations under the treaty. Most recently, the world has witnessed yet another provocative step in line with its nuclear blackmail, the adoption of the law on the withdrawal of ratification of the CTBT. Distinguished participants, we stress the importance of reliable and long-term legally binding negative security guarantees for the non-nuclear weapon states, up to military support in case of a threat to territorial integrity, improving mutual trust and confidence building measures, strengthening the overall non-proliferation regime. We believe that it is crucial for all states, responsible states, not to fall for any country's nuclear blackmail and to consolidate our actions to ensure reliable deterrence and prevent further erosion of the nuclear disarmament and non-proliferation architecture. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Ambassador. Thank you very much for those remarks. John Burroughs.
Thank you, Charlie. Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy is a New York City-based organization that since 1981 has stood for the application of international law to nuclear weapons and for the abolition of nuclear weapons in accordance with international law. I was glad to have played a minor role assisting Charlie in organizing this conference. And like others, I want to acknowledge how much work he put into this conference. So gratitude there. I will have a chance to speak during the program today, so I'm not going to make any further remarks at this morning. Thank you, Charlie.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. We are now going to move directly into the first panel of the day. And I can mention to all our participants that this conference, organized by a bunch of lawyers, has perhaps not surprisingly been organized in the way that lawyers think. And the way we think is that whatever kind of legal issue we're dealing with, whether it's international law or commercial law, securities law, antitrust law, the whole framework of whatever we're dealing with as practicing lawyers in any sphere, our work is always made up of the facts and the law, right? You need to know the facts and you need to know the law, and really they're interrelated, because as you learn more about the facts, you learn what legal principles might be relevant. And as you learn more about the law, you get a refined view of, well, what additional facts you need to understand. So in reality, in the day-to-day work of any lawyer, I think, to my understanding, virtually everything we do and anything we do, it's this interplay of the facts and the law. And so that is how we have organized this conference. So we start off with the facts. A major reason for doing that is that, as we'll hear, the rules and principles of law that we'll hear about all day, in large measure, by everybody's understanding, I think, turn on the effects, insofar as the law applies to the use of a weapon or a military operation. They turn on the anticipated effects of the use of a weapon or military operation. In principle, we're doing the evaluation in advance. And the U.S., I think we'll hear from our military colleagues today, is very committed in principle to law of war, and I think the U.S. has lawyers, JAG officers, who are advising in a very routine basis on target selection, weapon selection, and things of that nature. So the specifics have to be looked at. In terms of the consequences of the action. And so, very important to the legal analysis is the consequences. So that's the focus of this first panel. We're going to look at nuclear weapons. We're going to look at the facts as to their effects. We're going to look at the policies that concern the potential threat and use of nuclear weapons. And we're going to look at the range of effects that different levels of nuclear weapons can have. So we're going to see that, and we're going to have estimates and so forth of what the effects would be. So that's the burden of this first panel, and we spent a lot of time preparing it. The basic approach is that our speakers, whom we'll meet in just a second, are going to tell us about these consequences. And Jeff and I have worked with the speakers, and we'll ask follow-up questions to try to elicit the factual piece that will be important for the rest of the day. Because with this panel, we look at the facts and policies, and then in the ensuing 3 panels, we look at the law concerning the use and threats of use of these weapons and how to apply, that law to the facts. So we're going to get the facts now. We're going to get the facts about the weapons, and then we're going to get the geopolitical and policy considerations that will go in to the legal analysis. So let me introduce our speakers, and throughout the day, we'll give short introductions because you have, and Kara Forgea from the State Bar has circulated to everybody the full bios. But the first speaker we'll hear is Alan Robach, who's a distinguished professor, Department of Environmental Studies at Rutgers. And for those of us on the legal piece, we've known Alan's name for a long, long time. The work he's done is pivotal to our understanding the facts that go into our, trying to figure out how to apply the law. And Alan, I mean, it's extraordinary. If you look at his bio, he's been associated with the work he's done on the effects of nuclear weapons with not 1, but 2 Nobel Peace Prizes, where the work that he often done with colleagues of teams of scientists from around the world. And you have in your materials a recent article that Alan was one of numerous preparers of, which is an extraordinary estimate of the kind of consequences that Mary Smith, the ABA president, mentioned, that the at risk in a major war could be as much as 5 billion. Yes, 5 billion deaths. It's just mind. We can't imagine it. Next, we'll hear from James Skorus, who's a senior scholar at Hopkins. And when I was working on my book and trying to understand all this stuff and to how to figure out how to apply risk analysis, how to do the examination from the legal perspective before a nuclear weapon is used, I first, looked at the work of Alan Robach and his colleagues on the effects. And then a thing that jumped out extraordinarily to me, and we've included in the readings, are a bunch of studies and articles written by James Skorus with others, and as with Alan, often in teams of people, looking at looking at the effects, but particularly focusing on the uncertainties and the unknowns about nuclear weapons uses. And I think as Jeff and I go through the day and talk with the legal panels, it'll be a big part of our focus. Okay, what should the lawyers do? What should the United States and other nuclear weapons countries do? What should we, as people interested in the legal pace, be advising in the case of people like Jeff who are within the system and working on the law, as people like John Burroughs and Jonathan Granoff and others and I do, what should we be advising people as to the significance of the unknowns? But for putting together the factual piece, James Skorus is it's mind-boggling what we don't know and can't model about the extent of the effects and the uncertainties. Thirdly, for this panel, we're particularly privileged, with thanks again to Professor Biller from the Air Force Academy, for having brought in Dr. Shane Smith, who is the director of the Institute for National Security Studies and associate professor, Department of Political Science at the Air Force Academy. Dr. Smith has had extraordinary responsibility, in real time for the kind of issues we're going to talk about today. He served in the office of the Secretary of Defense as a legal advisor for U.S. Security nuclear policy in East Asia and a senior advisor at the Defense Threat Reduction Agency. So we have real-time experience here on the geopolitical and on the policy and the risk. So I'm going to stop talking. Alan?
Thank you very much for inviting me, and I'd like to share my screen and give a talk about global famine after nuclear war. So you're right, I have a big team I'm working with. These are the old guys. These are the young people working with me. And we've published many journal articles on our work. But here's the story. Here's our beautiful planet. And after a nuclear war, it might look like this, with clouds of smoke covering the northern hemisphere and blowing down to the southern hemisphere. The smoke would come from fires started by nuclear weapons targeted on cities and industrial areas. If there's enough smoke, we would get nuclear winter. The climatic of it would get cold, dry, and dark at the surface. The temperatures in the summer would get below freezing, and this would be, of course, a big impact on our food supply. This idea started when Paul Crutzen and John Birx published a paper 40 years ago saying there would be fires after a nuclear war. And then this is a history of the total number of deployed nuclear warheads. There's 9 countries, as Jonathan Granoff mentioned. These are the top 2, Russia and the US. And there was a nuclear arms race. The number of weapons kept going up, and then it went down. And why? Well, Crutzen and Birx published their paper in 1982. Then a Russian group and an American group each calculated what the climatic effects would be. And they got the same answer, that there would be nuclear winter. And then I published a paper, another American group published a paper, and the nuclear arms race ended. The Soviet Union didn't end for 5 more years. I think we had a role to play. And as a scientist, I use models and data, but historians just ask the people that made the decisions. And by the way, the number, even though it's been going down, it's not 0. So Ronald Reagan said, a great many reputable scientists are telling us that such a war could end up in no victory for anyone because we wipe out Earth as we know it. If you think back to natural calamities, volcanoes, we saw the temperature so change there was snow in July in many temperate countries. It was a year in which there was no summer. And Gorbachev said models made by Russian and American scientists showed that a nuclear war would result in a nuclear winter that would be extremely destructive to all life on Earth. The knowledge was a great stimulus to us. So scientists on both sides, American and Russian ones, were giving the same message, and that was very important for Reagan and Gorbachev to end the nuclear arms race. In World War II, we all know about Hiroshima and Nagasaki, but that was the end of a summertime bombing campaign organized by General Curtis LeMay starting on March 10th in Tokyo. And they set incendiary bombs over many cities in Japan to burn them, and they killed 800,000 civilians. The last 2 were Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you want to talk about law of war and war crimes, this was it. And the only difference was these last 2 cities only needed 1 bomb. In Hiroshima, a 15 kiloton bomb killed about 150,000 people. This is the bomb. This is the airplane that did it, the Enola Gay. I took this picture at the Smithsonian. This is the little boy bomb a mock-up of it. And on the left is the mushroom cloud after dropping the bomb on Hiroshima. On the right is what we call a pyrocumulonimbus. This is a thunderstorm 3 hours after the bomb was dropped, generated by the fire, and it pumps smoke up into the stratosphere. And this is the smoke going up into the upper atmosphere is what would cause climate change. This is what one of the survivors of Hiroshima remembers, is the fires, and this is what Hiroshima looked like afterwards. Everything was burned. 3 days later, the Fat Man bomb, the plutonium bomb, was dropped on Nagasaki, and this is what Nagasaki looked like afterwards. Now, so how do we tell what happens? Well, we can't really burn cities, but there have been examples. In 1906, there was an earthquake in San Francisco and caused a fire there. And Jack London wrote about it. For 3 days and nights, this lurid tower swayed in the sky, reddening the sun, darkening the day, and filling the land with smoke. I watched the vast conflagration from out on the bay. It was dead calm, not a flicker of wind stirred. Yet from every side, wind was pouring in upon the doomed city, east, west, north, and south. Strong winds were blowing upon the doomed city. The heated air rising made enormous suck. Thus did the fire of itself build its own colossal chimney through the atmosphere. This is a clear description of a firestorm pumping smoke up. This is what San Francisco looked like afterwards. So right now there's about 12,500 nuclear weapons on the planet, divided among 9 countries, as Jonathan Granoff mentioned. And the US and Russia have most of them. Some of them, these white ones, are not deployed. They're on shelves. But if it's a little hard to see, let me blow this up. US and Russia each have over 5,000. All the other countries have about a few hundred. Why did they only have a few hundred? How many do you need to deter nuclear an attack if you think deterrence is a valid argument? So this is a picture taken from space station of a border between 2 countries. And this is India and Pakistan. And these white areas are huge cities, some of which you may have never even heard about. And India and Pakistan now have nuclear weapons. And so about 16 years ago, we decided to see, what if India and Pakistan had a nuclear war? Imagine a skirmish in Kashmir escalating. And so each country had about 100 Hiroshima-sized weapons. And so we imagined them using half of them. And the direct effects would be horrific. 27 million people would die. But it would produce more than 5 million tons of smoke. And so we decided to use a climate model to calculate what would happen. And so here's a graph. On the right is the distribution of the smoke, and the left is a graph of where the smoke would be. We live down here in the troposphere where there's rain to wash particles out, but the smoke would be heated by the sun, lofted into the stratosphere up above that, and last for years and be blown around the world. And so I calculated what would be the effects on the climate. And the blue line is the observed global warming that I spent a lot of time working on. The red is instant climate change, not gradual climate change. And the cooling would be the global unprecedented and recorded human history. It wouldn't be temperatures below freezing, but it would be a huge impact. And then we decided, well, how can we actually calculate the effects on agriculture? And then there were questions about whether nuclear winter was really real. So we used our climate model to look at 150 million tons of smoke, which would be generated by a US-Russia war even today. And this is a movie, it's much thicker smoke. And a year later, this is the change in temperature in degrees Celsius in Northern Hemisphere summer. Temperatures would fall very quickly. And so we said, well, would it really be nuclear winter? So we took a place in the Ukraine. This was done 15 years ago. And this is a graph. The black line is the minimum surface temperature. And in the summer, it would get up to 20 Celsius, 70 degrees Fahrenheit, get below freezing in the winter. But if you put smoke in, temperatures would plummet below freezing and stay below freezing for at least 2 years. And so clearly this is nuclear winter. Recently, we've used a modern climate model, a different one that gets exactly the same results. And now Pakistan and India may have several hundred more nuclear weapons. They're having sort of a mini arms race, and they've tested ones that are more powerful than the Hiroshima bomb. And so we looked at a scenario of India using 100 weapons and Pakistan using 150 weapons, and the fatalities would be much worse, and it would produce 15 to 37 million tons of smoke. And so this is a table of how many people could die from the direct horrific effects, blast, fire, radioactivity. And, millions of people. We all understand this. But now we decide to say, how would this affect the food supply? So this is a change of surface temperature for these different scenarios of India, Pakistan, US, Russia. It would last for about 5 years, this cooling. And when there was an ice age 20,000 years ago, there were mile-thick ice sheets over North America. Global temperatures were 5 degrees Celsius colder than normal. So this would be ice age temperatures for a few years. How would this affect agriculture? Well, it would be dark, it would be cold, and there'd be less rainfall. All of these things would reduce the amount of food that we could grow. And there's lots of other things we haven't had time to look at yet. the ability to adapt, no fertilizer, no water supplies. So this paper that Charlie mentioned, we published last year in Nature Food, we took each of these scenarios, and we looked at every country, and we said, what foods do they grow? What do they eat? How much do they export? How much do they import? We assumed that there would be no more exporting, no trade. People would hoard their food. That's one scenario. And we used a crop model that was part of our climate model to calculate the major grains: corn, rice, soybeans, wheat, and grasses, which some animals eat. And we looked at scenarios whether we would feed the cattle and sheep or we would eat their food. It didn't make much difference. And this is the changes of temperatures over croplands, much more than the global average because the ocean doesn't cool as much. This is a change in food supply. So we looked at crops and we looked at fish. And for India, Pakistan, we get 20, 30, 40% reduction in food. For the US, Russia, up to 90% reduction. That's globally average. But then we looked at different countries. So for the India-Pakistan case, the red and brown, most people would starve to death because they wouldn't be able to grow any food. We assume that people would eat up all the food that's stored, maybe a 60-day supply, and then the next year you'd have to grow your own food. But many places at the lower latitudes wouldn't have as big an impact. But the nuclear nations, Russia, US, China, Europe would have impacts. And then if there's a US and Russia had a nuclear war, most people in the world would starve to death. They wouldn't be able to grow food. A few countries like Australia, Argentina, which don't have that many people and are big exporters, would be okay. But if you thought refugees is a problem now, you'd have flotillas of hungry people arriving at their shores. So if I then calculate how many people would die from starvation, it's more than 10 times the number of people from the direct horrific effects. A war between India and Pakistan could kill 1 to 2 billion people around the world. A US-Russia-NATO war could kill most of the world's population. The law of war says you're not allowed to use nuclear weapons if it has effects on innocent victims. And the military claims that, well, we don't know what these numbers are, so we're just going to ignore them. But we're providing them a calculator so they can put their secret targets in and calculate how many people would die to maybe reduce the chance of them using their nuclear weapons. Now, we didn't include yet the effects of ultraviolet radiation, ozone changes, more complex economic responses. We're working on that. Now, do you believe me? What I've told you is models. How do we test them? Well, I showed you about firestorms, it gets cold in the winter, it gets cold at night. So we know if you block out the sun, it gets cold. I'm just going to show you two analogs. One is forest fires. We've had forest fires in Canada and Australia in 2017. This one pumped smoke into the upper stratosphere, and then it rose from 12 to 23 kilometers. So we used our model to calculate how much the smoke would rise, and it exactly matched the observations. And so this is a much less smoke than you get from nuclear war. And then in Australia, there was a cloud that rose 20 kilometers, more 15 miles, and lasted for many months. This is the volcano that Ronald Reagan mentioned, the Tambora volcano, which caused a year without a summer. I'll just give you one piece of data. This is a book by Gillen Wood and a book by Stamwell. This is the temperature in New Haven in the June. And so after the volcano, it got very cold in New Haven for a couple of years. And Wood said for 3 years following Tambora's explosion, to be alive almost anywhere in the world meant to be hungry. So the conclusions are the current nuclear arsenal can produce nuclear winter, which could kill most of humanity. In a US-Russia war, more people could die in India or China than in the US and Russia, even if no bombs are dropped there. This led the rest of the world to support a treaty to prohibit nuclear weapons. Half the countries of the world have signed that treaty. And the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which organized it, got the Nobel Peace Prize in 2017 for its work to draw attention to the catastrophic humanitarian consequences, which are our work and the direct effects, and for getting a treaty passed. When Beatrice Finn accepted the Nobel Peace Prize, in 2017, she said, the story of nuclear weapons will have an ending. It's up to us what that ending will be. Will it be the end of nuclear weapons, or will it be the end of us? One of these things will happen. The only rational course of action is to cease living under the conditions where our mutual destruction is only one impulsive tantrum away. Remember, this was back when Kim and Trump were arguing about whose button was bigger. And I don't agree with Professor Biller's claim that deterrence has worked. I mean, we don't know what would have happened if there hadn't been deterrence. All we need is one mistake, like Jonathan Granoff went through. For deterrence to work, it has to be perfect and there can be no mistakes. And I don't think that's a viable system to continue to living under. So I'll just end with Carl Sagan, who is one of the people that did some of the first work on nuclear winter. They said, Carl, don't you want to get rid of nuclear weapons? Don't you want to keep them for deterrence? He said, for myself, I would far rather have a world in which the climatic catastrophe cannot happen, independent of the vicissitudes of leaders, institute, and machines. It seems to me elementary planetary hygiene as well as elementary patriotism. I agree. Elementary planetary hygiene means we should get rid of the nuclear weapons. So I hope we learn from this and keep our beautiful planet looking like this for many years to come. If you want more information, you can go to my website, and all of our papers and this PowerPoint are there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Alan. James?
You're muted, James.
There we go. I always make that mistake. So thank you for inviting me. I guess I'm supposed to, provide a little bit of balance here, and that's my goal. I'm going to talk about risk, nuclear risk, and would like to start by reminding us all that risk has two components: likelihood and consequences. And the important thing is the relationship between the two. The lower the consequences of nuclear use, the greater the likelihood, because in the extreme, who will care? No one will notice, right? So when we think about solutions for, or substitutions for deterrence or nuclear, how to prevent, nuclear winter, elementary planetary hygiene, we have to think of the impact of these policies on likelihood. If there's any time at the end, I have a few words to say about Ukraine. Next slide, please. Okay, one slide, everything you need to know or want to know about consequences. First off, there's a great uncertainty, as Charlie mentioned, in many nuclear consequences. And we have a history of nuclear tests with over 1,000 nuclear explosions. We've learned an awful lot about consequences. But what we've learned is focused mostly on what we were concerned with in the Cold War. We've learned a lot about blast, about damage to physical structures such as silos and buildings, whatnot. And we've learned a lot about radiation and its effect on biological entities, including humans. But nevertheless, there are a lot of uncertainties because we haven't focused on some important things that were, either too difficult to quantify or discovered too late in the testing program. So I will mention three of these. One is electromagnetic pulse, which was discovered by accident in a high altitude burst. I forget the year. The burst was called Starfish Prime. And we were very surprised to learn like 800 miles away in Hawaii, the lights started going out. So finally we figured out there's a thing called EMP, but we don't know a lot about it. Second is fires. We don't know a lot about, how fires will, start and propagate around particular targets under particular weather conditions. So, and this is the reason that STRATCOM doesn't really include fires when it thinks about whether or not it has succeeded in its mission to create enough damage on Russia to prevent them from attacking in the first place. Fires are out of the equation because they're too uncertain. And notwithstanding the briefing we just heard, I'm going to put nuclear winter in this category. I think we don't know enough about the initial parts of the modeling, you know, how much fuel there is, how fires start, and how smoke and soot is lofted. Will we create a firestorm or not? I think I recall that in Hiroshima there was a firestorm, and Nagasaki there wasn't. And how much the creation of a firestorm is required for sufficient lofting of smoke and soot. So I would say, you know, nuclear winter falls on the category where of significant uncertainty. And it's interesting, though, that nuclear winter fires and EMP probably cause, you know, as much damage as the better known effects. So these are important uncertainties. We also don't know a lot about how consequences to our infrastructures that sustain us all, how consequences propagate through to other infrastructures, which are, you know, all these infrastructures interdependent. We don't know an awful lot about that. And maybe the largest uncertainty is we don't know how nuclear war will propagate and end. So if you think you can avoid the worst consequences by a small attack, and you're counting on luck that it remains small and it doesn't propagate to global Armageddon. So I think, you know, certainties having to do with escalation are very important, can't be ignored. The result of all this is we are not capable of doing a full spectrum consequence assessment because of these uncertainties. It's just not possible. All we can do is provide a lower bound and identify, you know, uncertainties about how that lower bound might actually be really higher. Next slide, please. I want to turn to likelihood for a minute. So, what is it? I forget, it was 1995 or 2005. I'm embarrassed, but oh, here it is right here. Well, I can't see it, but Senator Lugar conducted a survey of experts in proliferation, nuclear war, on the risk or the likelihood of various attacks: chemical, biological, nuclear, radiological. And this is one example of a question. He asked, what is the probability of an attack involving a nuclear explosion occurring somewhere in the world in the next 10 years? Okay, so opinions vary, to say the least. They're really all over the map. They span the full spectrum of 0 to 100%. And notice the large peak at 50%, 50 to 59%. These are, I think, the people that are saying, I have no clue. And, you know, I admire them because I think that's the most correct answer. There's some really, you know, silly answers, 100%. I don't think that makes a, you know, that passes the Gable test, and 0%, that doesn't pass the Gable test either. So what I'm trying to say by use of this chart is we have very little clue about the likelihood of nuclear war. Now, could we do better in this survey? Well, this survey was, you know, poorly conducted. I mean, Senator Lugar is not an expert in expert elicitation. But I will mention that the experts chosen are really not experts in most of the questions that were asked. So some were chemical experts, some were proliferation experts, some were nuclear experts, you're right, but they all answered all questions pretty much. So you've got a lot of noise in here. That's the first problem. Let me just say that they did not follow best elicitation practice, and that's as kind as I can be. It was really kind of atrocious. And their analysis was also very poor. So, but it does expose, it does, you know, that there is a range of viewpoints, and we need to understand better these divergent views. What is going on here? So we are kind of somebody needs to step up here and fund some quality research that can get behind what's going on. Okay, next slide, please. Well, so in spite of the fact that it was really, you know, a terrible survey, it has been fairly widely cited. And what you see here in this graph is in the blue shades are citations that are uncritical or praising of the Lugar survey, or uncritical. They just use the results, say, oh, 29% chance in the next 10 years of a nuclear attack. And there's very few, the reds on the top here, that actually question the Lugar survey. So we have another problem. In addition to kind of shoddy research, we have the sort of, you know, routine acceptance of research without kind of critical thinking. This article of the Lugar survey wasn't peer reviewed, but this problem also exists for peer reviewed journal articles as well. What generally people want to do is cherry pick results that conform to their preconceived notions and cite the Lugar survey. And if none of the results conform to their preconceived notions, they don't cite the Lugar survey. Okay, so I think, you know, it's time for a more rigorous study of likelihoods, as well as filling in a lot of the gaps on consequences. Next slide, please. I want to talk about this because this is an argument often made about the value of nuclear weapons. The argument is, well, we haven't had a major interstate conflict since the advent of nuclear weapons, and therefore we have saved many lives. So nuclear weapons, even if you sort of hate them, they're doing good. And the chart that you use is one on the left. It was created at Stratcom. It was reproduced in various forms in at least 2 nuclear posture reviews. So it's actually taken seriously. And we looked into it. There's sources here identified for population data. This is years this way, and this is percent of the population that is wartime casualties. So basically it shows that when the nuclear era begins, wartime casualties drop precipitously, and that's a good thing. Well, we looked at these sources and we did the analysis right, and this is the graph you get, which looks a lot different than this one. And to me, it shows sort of a general increase, which makes sense. And, you know, if there ever is a nuclear war, it's going to be off the chart here. So that trend line does not look good. It also shows that even after World War II, there were plenty of smaller wars that produced plenty of casualties that are consistent with many interwar periods. So you don't come to the conclusion that nuclear weapons have saved lives. You come to the conclusion that, in my opinion, we are at risk of this trend line continuing and nuclear deterrence failing. And it's a worrisome thing, quite the opposite conclusion. You know, there's a lot of shoddy analysis out in the community, and a lot of it is influential. There's not enough time, and, you know, there's not enough energy to correct it all. We worked on this for a couple of years to correct one slide, you know. So, okay, next slide. So what about nuclear winter? So I'm not a climate scientist, as Dr. Robach is. I agree with him that it's potentially among the most severe consequences of nuclear war, but the key word there is potentially. Why do I say potentially? Well, I'm almost convinced, but there's all these nagging thoughts. One is there are other credible scientists at the national labs that disagree. They're credible. You know, I was just at a conference a week ago where his colleague, Dr. Toon, suggested, you know, the most severe uncertainties are at the beginning, i.e. the wafting of soot and smoke, the creation and wafting of soot and smoke. And at the end, the effects on civilization, agriculture, the oceans, all that kind of stuff. And I agree, a lot more work is required and a lot more work needs to be done to inform policy. But there was a lot of work done in the 80s when nuclear winter, you know, was first suggested, and the government funded a lot of it, Defense Nuclear Agency. But what happened? First thing that happened is the Cold War ended, and I don't think it was the nuclear winter scientists that, you know, were most influential in that. Russia collapsed, the Cold War ended, and all things nuclear got off the radar screen, everyone's radar screen. Today, I think, and then there was an impracticality to suggested policy solutions. Let's get rid of all nuclear weapons. Not going to happen, not very practical, and government, you know, officials will just turn a deaf ear to anything else you have to say after you suggest that. What we need is practical solutions. And I don't know what they are. I have some ideas, but we don't need to be advocating the only solution is the abolition of nuclear weapons. Okay, but I think I do agree with Dr. Roebuck that we need, you know, we can't continue to cast a blind eye toward nuclear winter and the possibility of nuclear. In fact, I think just the mere possibility of nuclear winter should be enough to spur policy action, whether or not you resolve all these uncertainties. Next slide, please. Okay, I think I'll end up with a few comments about Ukraine. And this is all from a sort of classic deterrence theory perspective. First off, looking back, you know, we were all, you know, I don't know, beside ourselves when the Cold War ended and this grave threat from the Soviet Union dissipated. And we thought, you know, we didn't have to worry about nuclear stuff anymore. Well, that was all wrong. You know, it was wrong then, and it's clearly wrong now, if nothing else, because of Ukraine. First thing is, war doesn't ever go the way you planned. Both sides misjudged how the invasion would go. Russia thought it would be quick and easy, and so did we. And, you know, but it didn't go that way. But I would say pretty much from the nuclear perspective, things were not surprising. The side that, you know, was in more desperate straits, Russia, invoked nuclear threats to get the US and NATO to cease or slow down their aid to Ukraine. And that worked. Well, there are a lot of other examples, but that's the big one. I do think there are a couple of enhancements to deterrence, if you wanted to shore up deterrence, that are evident in the Ukraine crisis. One is this imbalance in non-strategic nuclear weapons has emboldened Putin to make these nuclear threats. Were there not such an imbalance, I'm not so sure he would be so, cavalier about these nuclear threats. And I do believe it shows, there is a deterrent advantage to credibly holding Putin and his close, leadership circles at risk. The other thing is we don't know a lot about Russia's red lines. When will push come to shove and they actually decide to fire off a nuke because they've had enough? They're very speculative. We don't know. That's actually similar to the Cold War, in spite of the fact we spent, a ton of money at the CIA and elsewhere trying to understand the inner workings of the Kremlin. We never really did a good job about that. And I'd say NATO's strategy for responding to limited nuclear use is worrisome. As far as I can glean from the popular press, it's basically to intervene conventionally, kick Russia out of Ukraine, sink the Baltic Fleet, all conventional. But there's, no reason to think that Russia, if they use nuclear weapons in the first place, would not escalate their nuclear use if we did such things. One more slide, I think. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. We have had at least 3 major attempts to escape the logic of deterrence. It was the Baruch Plan for international control, fell flat on its face. The strategic defense initiative was implausible from a physics and engineering point of view, and President Obama's attempt to interject global zero into the dialogue. I think they all 3 fell on the face. So to me, it seems we're going to stuck with nuclear deterrence. It's the worst of all possible strategies, except for all the others. And risk is inherent in deterrence. If there's no risk, there's no deterrent. If there's no risk of, pretty much global Armageddon, there's no deterrence. So our challenge is to develop, first and foremost, effective, then minimally risky, then ethical, then legal deterrence strategy in the emerging tripolar nuclear world, where China is now, projected to be on par with the US and Russia. That's my last. Oh, one more slide. Sorry. I think I want to do that. Oh, yeah. So there's my email if you want to contact me, and there's a website where all these publications can be found that I relied on for this talk. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Dr. Smith.
Great. Thanks very much. And thank you for the invitation to speak today. I'm proud to do so. First, as someone who receives a government paycheck, I need to make clear that the views I express today are my own and shouldn't be misconstrued as representing any part of the U.S. government, including the Academy and Big Air Force. So nearly 2 years after Russia launched its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, there's a growing body of evidence underscoring 3 interrelated new realities about nuclear weapons today. One, despite what we may want and wish, their salience in international politics is again on the rise. 2, the risks of them being used in conflict are growing, they're varied, and in many ways, much more complex and challenging to calculate than they were during the Cold War. And 3, as was mentioned earlier in Mrs. Smith's opening comments, the arms control treaties and norms of behavior that help bound nuclear competition for generations appears to be fraying with no clear path to rebuild those political, legal, and normative guardrails. So let me unpack those 3 claims a bit. First, from day one, nuclear threats have featured prominently in Russia's strategy against Ukraine, right? In the days after launching a military campaign to annex Crimea back in 2014, Russia conducted a nuclear exercise that was at the time the largest it had conducted since the Cold War, releasing photos with Putin at the helm directing nuclear strikes. And it continued to invoke nuclear threats against the United States and NATO as it closed in on annexation. And in June 2015, sought to secure its gains in part by proclaiming its right to station nuclear weapons in Crimea and to use them in defense of what it was now illegally claiming as Russian territory. And you skip ahead to February 2022, right? In announcing full-scale invasion of Ukraine, Putin, in that speech reminded the world, quote, that Russia, remains one of the most powerful nuclear states, as though any of us really needed reminding. at that time, and warned thus, again, quote, there should be no doubt for anyone that any potential aggressor will face defeat. And since then, Moscow sent a near routine barrage of nuclear signals and threats, some more ominous and overt than others. And taken together, these appear to be part of a Russian playbook that many people have suspected that Russia has been developing for over 2 decades. It's often called escalate to de-escalate. And this playbook involves threats of limited nuclear attacks designed to escalate its way out of a failed conventional war, right? Nuclear threats of limited use, not all-out nuclear attacks that generate the nuclear winter that we were talking about a moment ago, to coerce the termination of an ongoing conflict, conventional conflict, on its terms, right? At the core of this, it apparently believes that there's an underlying asymmetry of stake in potential conflicts on its periphery that favor its interests, lends credibility to its nuclear threats, that would force the US and NATO to back down because our interests are not the same, right? And that we would rather back down than to tempt an all-out nuclear conflict in response to a limited nuclear strike by Russia. And we see that in the case in Ukraine, where nuclear threats are apparently aimed at both compelling Ukraine to try to surrender, or trying to compel Ukraine to surrender, as well as compel Western countries to halt assistance. The goal is for us is to present us with the need to balance our interest in seeing Russia's military operations and campaign implode, with the actual risk that if we succeed, right, if it does implode, and as Fred Eichel wrote back in the 1980s in his book All Wars Must End, right? It is that there are challenges bringing a war to an end when countries have options to escalate, and Russia has been preparing and saying that it would be willing to do so to the nuclear, to include using nuclear weapons if it needs to, right? So you can see that in former Russian President Medvedev's threat a few months ago, that if Ukraine's NATO-backed counteroffensive is successful, we would be forced to use a nuclear weapon, right? A nuclear weapon, I think, is really key here in his threat. The assumption is that there would be no escalatory response from the US and the West, right? Moscow is trying to de-link limited nuclear use from the potential for nuclear winter. And it's not just Russia's rhetorical threats that place nuclear weapons at the center of its military strategy and efforts to try to at least project that nuclear weapons are more usable. It's also been expanding its arsenal to provide what the head of Russia's nuclear complex called a quote nuclear scalpel for every military problem in Europe, right? So as Dr. Skouras mentioned a moment ago, Russia is thought now to have about 2,000 so-called tactical weapons, 10 times that of what the US has, on over 20 different theater delivery systems, some of which Putin has reintroduced onto Belarusian territory. All the while, it's also been modernizing an array of its strategic systems, very scary ones: the Sarmat heavy ICBM, a Poseidon autonomous torpedo, nuclear-powered cruise missiles, et cetera, right? It's not just Russia's coercive nuclear buildup and use of nuclear threats that has reinforced the salience of nuclear weapons in international politics. It's also Ukraine's experience, right, that's convinced many of a variation of the old maxim from Thucydides, right? Nuclear powers do what they want, non-nuclear powers suffer what they must, right? So recall that in 1991, Ukraine had operational control over about 1,700 former Soviet nuclear weapons that were left on its soil at the end of the Cold War. It removed those to Russia under a 1994 agreement in exchange for security assurances that Moscow violated. And so on one hand, one has to wonder, what are the lessons that China and North Korea are drawing from Russia's use of nuclear threats, and whether they too will conclude that using nuclear threats to challenge what they contend to be objectionable status quo political or territorial arrangements is a useful strategy, right? Those two countries are already building up their capabilities at a pretty fast clip. A DoD report, I think, released about 3 weeks ago, notes that China's dramatic nuclear expansion in terms of quantity, quality, diversity of weapons is on track to exceed previous projections of 1,500 weapons within about a decade. There was also a declassified national intelligence estimate from earlier this year, I think last spring, assessing with high confidence that North Korea's rapidly growing nuclear capability is not solely for deterrence purposes. It's part of a very dangerous coercive strategy that we can continue to see evidence of. At the same time, what are nuclear armed or nuclear aspiring states learning from what Russia's doing? The non-nuclear armed states are certainly taking note and must be wondering, if Ukraine had nuclear weapons still, right, would Russia be attacking it? And I think many of them are concluding not. And we even see among U.S. allies like South Korea, Japan, and Poland, that there are these growing debates and very vocal discussions at very senior levels about either the need to develop their own nuclear capabilities, especially in South Korea, or the need for stronger U.S. nuclear guarantees to include some kind of new sharing arrangements or putting U.S. nuclear weapons on their soil, right? So we seem to be heading into a new nuclear era. So what makes the emerging nuclear risks different than during the Cold War? One, in addition to Russia's seemingly full embrace of nuclear weapons as part of its military national security strategy, military doctrine, I noted that China has been engaged in a pretty dramatic nuclear expansion, and this presents the United States for the first time in history with two major nuclear powers as strategic competitors and potential adversaries. And the 2022 NPR Nuclear Posture Review acknowledges that and identifies that this is going to create new and really unfamiliar stresses on strategic stability and challenges to deterrence, assurance, arms control, and risk reduction. As a corollary, there's emerging in U.S. nuclear policy debates whether we need to eschew our counterforce shot targeting doctrine and in order to adopt a counter value target doctrine in order to maintain deterrence against two near peers with growing nuclear arsenals, if we are to retain and keep our nuclear arsenal size the same at the same size that it is today, right? I mean, U.S. nuclear policy and employment guidance is currently governed by the Law of Armed Conflict and the DoD Law of War manual, right, to not purposely target civilians. And the Biden administration has dismissed these concerns about whether we need to change our employment targeting guidance and such to maintain deterrence against two pure nuclear armed great powers. But my sense is that those debates are just beginning and likely to intensify over the years to come. The second difference with the Cold War, that the growing number of nuclear armed states with rapidly expanding arsenals, some of which are already or are fast becoming personalized dictatorships, presents a lot of unknowns about the information and decision-making processes in those countries that govern their nuclear strategy, doctrine, and potential employment, right? Biases, their different priorities, thresholds, as was mentioned earlier, is something that we have often struggled with identifying adversary decision-making processes, and that is only going to get more difficult. And all of this heightens the risks of miscommunication and miscalculation, right? I mean, again, just look at the Putin's experience in Ukraine. I mean, a pretty severe miscalculation about the conflict in Ukraine, maybe that miscalculation. You could envision potentially Putin and those under him convincing themselves that limited nuclear war is a feasible and valuable option if the conflict continues to go south for them. Three, and this kind of goes back to earlier comments. Many of the risks that we're seeing now are not from bolt out of the blue, kind of mad, mutual assured destruction variety. Rather, they're the ones that are stemming from again, leaders convincing themselves that limited nuclear options for limited objectives is a potential approach to defeating the United States and its allies, believing that by holding hostage U.S. and allied population centers, right, they can use nuclear weapons in a limited way and essentially shock us into submission, essentially, right? That we'd be compelled to back down in a crisis or a conflict. And of course, those kinds of threats already manifest in Russia's case, I believe, and we are seeing them emerge in North Korea's. Finally, the web of agreements and other measures that were in place throughout the Cold War, as the Cold War ended, that provide arms control and guardrails on managing nuclear competition have really all but disappeared. All that remains today is the New START Treaty, which is set to expire in February 2026. And in the wake of Russia's violations of the INF Treaty and subsequent U.S. withdrawal, its non-compliance with New START, its recent withdrawal ratification from the Comprehensive Test Ban Treaty, and flirtation with conducting new nuclear tests. It's hard to see whether there's a partner in Moscow with whom a common ground can be found in new agreement reached. So we don't know what comes after February 2026. It's going to be reign pretty large in the history of arms control. Russia's invasion of Ukraine has also all but eliminated the political space, goodwill, and trust that's necessary for successful talks and negotiations, not to mention the challenges and contradictions that I think on the U.S. side we might face with negotiating and signing an agreement with a named war criminal. Of course, China will likely need to figure into any future arms control agreements, and to date, it has shown complete unwillingness, a lack of interest to engage in arms control discussions. It remains deeply reluctant to enter into those processes. Lastly, on norms, from the actual invasion of Ukraine and the bald use of nuclear threats therein, to the use of chemical weapons and assassination attempts of Sergei Skripal and Alexei Navalny, to supporting and protecting Assad in Syria from accountability of the mass use of chemical weapons against his own people, and enabling North Korea's violation of the NPT, as well as its own violation of the INF, right? I mean, Moscow seems to be at war with international norms for some time, and I think we should be concerned that one result may be that not only are we entering into a new era, but we're a new nuclear era, but we are entering into one where international norms about appropriate behavior that help constrain nuclear competition and nuclear use in the past will no longer apply. Professor Moxley, let me turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Smith. And I have to say, and I'm sure that Jeff Biller would say the same thing, that there are so many follow-up questions we'd like to ask, which I think because we've run out of time and we have a little bit of a break and the next panel coming on, we don't have time for the follow-up questions here. But I think that emphasizes the importance, Jeff, of your point for doing follow-up. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, we should, bring back this panel on another webinar through the State Bar or the Air Force Academy or the ABA or whatever forum we use, and just continue it, because there's so many questions. But I think if we start on it, we'll just be shortchanging later panels. So, I guess we got to move on. Jeff, is that okay with you?
No, absolutely. I think you're absolutely right. I think this has set the stage well. I've got a number of questions that I've written down that I think would be right for some additional sessions following the conference here. So, but there's no way we were going to get to all the questions and all the issues today. So I think you're 100% right.
Okay, thank you. I see that Professor Dean Emeritus John Feerick from Fordham is here, and he wasn't able to be here at the very opening, but he had emailed me and we spoke in the last couple of days, and he very much wanted to just make a couple introductory remarks. I guess Dick Lewis mentioned that he had been at Dean Feerick's conference last week, which maybe John will tell us just a little about, because it's relevant in ways that John and I have talked about in preparing this conference. John Feerick, after over 20 years at Skadden Arps, became the dean of Fordham Law School and led it into a new era, and was dean there for many years, and is at the forefront of lawyers in New York. He's been a member. He was the chair of the state's Commission on Public Integrity. He was the head of the New York City Bar Association, and so many effort in so many areas. So, Dean, thank you so much for your support and participation in this conference and in the one before this, which led, I can report, John Feerick to go to the then president of Fordham University and say, we need as a university to get more involved, and the university has. So thank you, John.
Well, thank you. Can you hear me? Thank you very much.
Yes.
I chair the Chief Judge's Attorney Emeritus Council in New York, and we met at 9 o'clock today at promoting volunteerism by lawyers to help poor people and those in need of that kind of assistance. But I want to just say just a few words. First of all, I want to say something about you, Charlie. You're a lawyer's lawyer, in my view, and you've been recognized as such in so many leadership positions you presently hold and have held in the bar of the state. Your career over the past 40 plus years has been marked as well by a deep commitment to finding ways to resolve controversies and disputes as a litigator, arbitrator, and mediator, both internationally and domestically. I'm honored each year because of your request to participate as a speaker in a program you organize with others for the New York State Bar Association that is held often at Fordham Law School. It's really, I can't think of a program more timely than the program that you and others have put together for today. And I thank you. Just to add just a quick footnote in my own history. Back in 1962, I'm a graduate of Fordham Law School in 61. In 1962, there was a great deal of concern about a nuclear war involving America and Russia, the Soviet Union, and we narrowly avoided that potential catastrophe. As a result of that, and also the following year, the assassination of President Kennedy, the American Bar Association said, "We got to take a look at our succession foundations," and in doing so, they saw that a problem that just couldn't get solved during the Eisenhower years and went all the way back to when Garfield was assassinated. How do you deal with the inability of a president? And how do we fill a vacancy in the vice presidency? There was no provision to do so in the Constitution. And so the Lawyers of America, including a young senator by the name of Birch Bayh from Indiana, got together and they put together the 25th Amendment to the Constitution. And that didn't solve all our problems. We saw other issues, but the reasoning was that if we try to deal with all the other issues, we would ended up with failure, as we had for decades before in dealing with that area of the Constitution. And I just want to call to your attention, as you discuss the exceedingly important areas of this conference, that what belongs in the mix is what happens if we are subject to a nuclear attack in our country, and the Congress is incapacitated, and how do we deal with that? Well, a few years ago, Professor John Rogan and I put together a clinic at Fordham Law School, and students made a number of recommendations how to deal with an incapacitated, you might say, government in Washington. And I know that material has been made available to you, I believe, in all the sources. And I just really hope that, Charlie, that you and all the important people who participate in this Congress and this conference will consider that area as also exceedingly important, because the stronger our foundations, the more likely I think it is that we'll be able to protect the people and also have peace. So I thank you so much for this short opportunity.
Thank you, John. Thank you so much. And that will be part of the discussion later today. We have a senior representative from the ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, and that's on the agenda. Okay, so we have a break now. We have a break now until 11. It just gives everybody time to run and grab some coffee. So we're a little short, and maybe we need to give people. Let's come back at 11:05. Let's start and be 5 minutes behind on the next panel, just to give everybody a chance. Just give everybody a little bit of chance. So we are adjourned until 11:05. Thank you.
Well, I think one of the speakers is not present. That's good and bad, as I can explain to you later.
John, who do we not have? I don't see it.
Let's see, is Ted Richard available?
Oh, I see him in the attendees. Let me move him to a panelist.
Good
Okay.
catch.
How are we doing with attendees?
And there's 69. So Charlie, is Richard going to make a presentation?
Yes, he is. I heard last night. I thought I had sent an email. Yes, there's a confirmation. He is.
Okay.
He's going to make a shortened, as I understood it from the email from him, and I spoke with Jeff. He's going to make a somewhat shorter presentation, and then you're going to lead into the questions that we understand. You know, that you circulated to the panel.
Yeah. Okay.
Could I say something?
Yes.
Hello. I think that presentations are outstanding and really worthwhile to circulate to a larger audience. But asking people to block out the day is very, very difficult. So what we might do is break all of these panels up and circulate them, make them available singularly to the larger audience that we can communicate with, because every one of them so far has been, in my opinion, including the introductions, have been exceptional.
We can do that, and in fact, I think we did it both ways the last time, right? We had
That's
them,
right.
Yeah, we had them one by one, and then we had an integrated. So I think we can do that.
Yeah,
It's a good idea. Who was that talking? Was that who was talking? I couldn't see.
Jonathan.
I thought it was you, Jonathan. Thank you. Yes.
I did a session yesterday with Izumi Nakamitsu and Bonnie Jenkins at the Paley Center. And it was pretty interesting. They should have been part of this, actually.
Apologies. I stepped away for an instant. I'm back. Yes, I look forward to hearing about that. It sounded like a great program.
Bonnie has 3 bureaus reporting to her. She's the Undersecretary of State on our issue. There's nobody, that she's the point person. And she has verification. She has deterrence. She's the liaison with the Defense Department. She has verification, non-proliferation, disarmament, all on her plate. That's it.
Wow.
Yeah.
We'll have to follow up with her after this conference.
Absolutely. We
Get
have
her
an
report.
we have an open door to visit her, and I think we should.
Yep, sounds good. John, you want to get started whenever you want to. Should we go back on the record?
Well, welcome back, everybody. My name is John Burroughs, and I'm Senior Analyst at the New York City-based Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy. We have an excellent lineup of speakers for this panel on international law applicable to potential uses of nuclear weapons in Ukraine and beyond. You can read their bios, which are in the course materials, but I'll introduce them briefly now. Major Kenneth Daniel Jones is Judge Advocate, Office of the Judge Advocate General, U.S. Army. His previous postings included National Security Law Attorney at U.S. Strategic Command. He is the co-author of a recent article, Lawful Uses of Nuclear Weapons. Professor David Koplow of the Georgetown University Law Center. He has also held several positions in government, including as special counsel for arms control to the General Counsel of the Department of Defense. He has published 5 books and numerous law review articles regarding treaty negotiation, verification, and implementation. Charles Moxley, who we've been hearing from as the principal organizer of this conference this morning already, he is a professor at Fordham Law School and a practicing arbitrator and a one-time litigator. His latest publication in the field is the forthcoming book, Nuclear Weapons and International Law, Existential Risks of Nuclear War and Deterrence Through a Legal Lens, scheduled for release in February of next year. Finally, Colonel Theodore Richard, United States Air Force Judge Advocate, Staff Judge Advocate at Space Operations Command. He is author of the highly informative article, Nuclear Weapons Targeting, Evolution of Law and U.S. Policy. We're first going to hear some remarks from Colonel Richard for a few minutes. Then we will go to a discussion format in which I will pose questions and we'll hear what the panelists have to say about them. You are welcome to put questions in the Q&A box, but I'm not at all sure that we will get to them. Colonel Richard.
Thank you very much. Hope everyone can hear me. Let me just start out by pointing out that any views I'm expressing today are my own, and they don't reflect the official guidance or position of the Department of Defense, the Department of the Air Force, or the U.S. government. That being said, when Professor Biller contacted me to participate, I told him that I would participate, and I thought it would be interesting if I did research on how Russia views international law regarding nuclear weapons, or just international law in general, to see if international law really could be a meaningful constraint on Russian behavior. The results of that are just a short blog length article that will be published in all likelihood later today on the Duke University's Lawfire website. So you can look for that there later today, hopefully, or at least tomorrow. But the results of my research was unfortunately negative. Russia, for those of you who've been paying attention in the news, openly mocks the West's conception of a rules-based international order, and rhetorically presents itself as the guardian of international law. The rules-based international order, in one way or another, has been an integral part of U.S. national security strategies for every administration going back at least 20 years in the United States. The big difference with Russia and their view of international law, it's very different from that found in the West. They treat international law in a very instrumentalist way, and they've done so back into the Tsarist era. So what I mean by that is Russia, it has laws, it has legal formulas on the books, but it doesn't see the government, the state itself, as being restrained by law. And it sees the law as basically a functional tool of the government to make sure that government interests are followed. So the state can override formal rules on its interest. In the Soviet era, this was in the advance of socialism, and more recently under Putin, it's articulated as the need to defend traditional values and morality. The other two prominent features of not necessarily Russia's international law take, but just its international relations overall, has to do with its arbitrary treatment of facts and paranoia. And so by that, I mean, it makes wide use of denial and deception to mask its behaviors. So Russia doesn't deny, for example, formal international law rules exist. When it breaks them, it generally just denies that it broke them, or denies the underlying facts. So it's not denying the existence of law in many cases. It just denies the conduct is what everybody has observed. And then the paranoia means that Russia just presumes that everybody else is cheating on these international agreements, and then cheats as well on them. So it's a sort of anticipatory countermeasure or reprisal view most famously with the Biological Weapons Treaty, but it happens in other places, which is why verification mechanisms are so important in dealing with Russia. When it comes to nuclear weapons, when Russia went to the International Court of Justice back in the 1990s, as far as the ICJ advisory opinion case, Russia's statements were unequivocal about how nuclear weapons were legal, lawful, and international law did not prohibit their use during the conflict. So you have Russia's treatment of international law, and then you have its specific declaration that this is not international law is not a prohibiting factor on their use. And then also, because we're talking about the Ukraine conflict here, it's probably important to highlight their declared nuclear doctrine about how important nuclear weapons are to protect sovereignty and territorial integrity of the state. So from that aspect, I think from an international law standpoint, the most important, and I understand it's a precursory step to the nuclear use, but from an international law standpoint, I think it's critically important for the West to stand by and keep focusing on trying to establish or reestablish a rules-based international order. And it's important to call out the Russian deviations from international law, especially to reinforce the prohibition against the use of force to annex territory from a sovereign nation. That's basically what we would call a jus cogens, or a non-abridgable norm of international law. So again, there's more nuance to my research and the results of it, and you can see that. But this is not to say that the U.S. should ignore international law. I think the U.S. has a very, very long tradition of unilateral adherence to international law. But I also think in the context of these weapons, which are incredibly destructive, as we've seen from the prior panelists today, I think it's just important to understand where international law can fit in, and to keep that in mind, in context, and to understand that it's not going to be a meaningful constraint on Russian behavior. So that's just kind of what I wanted to point out as part of this. I think it's informative to how we to where lawyers can fit in on this process. And so with that, I'll turn this back over to Professor Burrows to go ahead with the questions in the discussion panel.
Okay, well, thank you, Colonel Richard. There's a lot that you've said that is food for thought in discussion. And so in the course of the question and answer session, if any of the other panelists want to make reference to what Colonel Richard has said, feel free to do so. But I think, given constraints of time, we should move directly into the main subject of this panel, which is how do the requirements of international law, especially the law of armed conflict, apply to the use of nuclear weapons? So I'm going to start out with one set of questions, and then I'll have a second and possibly a third set of questions later in the discussion. So here's the first set of questions. The United States government accepts that the requirements of distinction and proportionality apply to use of nuclear weapons. What are the range of effects that must be taken into account in assessing compliance? Blast, fire, radiation, escalation, a nuclear winter, electromagnetic pulse. If the effects are uncontrollable or cannot be assessed, what are the implications for lawfulness of use? What is the level of assurance required for a lawyer to assess that a nuclear use would comply with the requirement of distinction and other law of armed conflict requirements? Then as to proportionality, proportionality is considered, as in Protocol 1, sort of the main modern law of war treaty, it is considered as falling under the umbrella of distinction. Is there a limit to the amount of collateral damage and injury that can be inflicted under the requirement of proportionality? I will note that in Protocol 1, such damage and injury is referred to as, quote, incidental. Finally, what is the nature of the military advantage taken into account in determining proportionality? Is it concrete and direct, as stated in Protocol 1? Can effects on enemy morale, will, or overall economy be considered? And finally, if you wish to address this question, there's another basic principle that is sort of a companion to distinction of proportionality, and that is necessity. So does the requirement of necessity impose significant limitations? Well, we've already heard from Colonel Richard, but nonetheless, since he wrote a major article on the very questions that I'm raising, I think we will start with you.
Well, thank you. And there's a lot to unpack with those questions. So I will try to keep my remarks fairly brief to give other panelists the chance to also speak on these topics, but I'll just go kind of in the order of your questions. So in general, I think as lawyers dealing with the law of armed conflict, your job is to account for any reasonably foreseeable, tangible, and measurable effects. So escalation, which was on your list of one of the things to look at, escalation to me is not a tangible or measurable effect, but it's definitely something that commanders, lawyers, leaders, the policymakers try to account for and deliver. I would just say that because it's not something that's tangible, it's not something that that would be part of the law of war calculation, but it is definitely something that I think everybody discusses and looks at in general as we're dealing with this. And then, the uncontrollability of the effects is complicated. I would say that in all the literature on nuclear weapons and the law of war, the discussion usually goes back to the fact that when we look at uncontrollable, we look at the biological weapon example of something that's agreed on as being uncontrollable or unaccessible because they affect everybody the same, and it gets out of hands. Whereas a nuclear blast, at least a singular blast, those effects are mostly anticipated and known, and those effects are reasonably foreseeable. So that does not make nuclear weapons illegal by themselves. Now, the widespread use, a large scale nuclear exchange, it's going to have other effects, but part of that is that also has to do with the adversary's use of nuclear weapons against you, and so that becomes a lot less measurable from a standpoint. But and I'd also point out that the 1968 U.S. declaration at the United Nations General Assembly recognized that the law of war and these principles don't really offer significant protection in the event of the catastrophic nuclear war, which is why in fact, all the U.S. treaties on this point out that, nuclear war needs to be avoided. It cannot be won. It should not be fought. And so, we understand that those are the risks, but again, I don't think the law provides a meaningful constraint on the use of force here. And then you talked about the level of assurance under the principle of distinction, and I would point out that distinction and proportionality both derive from the original kind of rules for military necessity. Distinction is a mutual obligation. I know Professor Koplow has a lot of experience. He's recently written a widely read article on space and what he calls reverse distinction. But it is a mutual obligation distinction on the defender setting themselves off from the civilians. It derives from the Civil War concept when General Hood complained to General Sherman about hitting houses during the shelling of Atlanta, and Sherman pointed out to Hood that his forces were just too close to the houses. And so, that's where the principle of distinction, if you will, originates, at least in the modern mind. And I would say, for the attacking force, the enemy combatants and military objectives need to be the object of the attack. And we cannot attack the civilian population per se. And that's been the U.S. position since 1968. After 1968, the civilian targets on the targets list have been declassified. They were removed. We no longer targeted civilian populations per se after that 1968 declaration. I can go on, but part of me, my instincts are to just let other panelists talk, and to the extent we want to get back to the remaining questions, we can do that. I just don't want to monopolize the time here. So I'll turn it over to another panelist if they want to either answer other questions or comment on anything I just said.
All right. Well, Major Jones, I'll turn to you next, and I'll note that what Colonel Richard did not get to, and I understand this, there's a lot to deal with here, was proportionality and nature of military advantage.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Burrows. And just before I start, I'll give the standard disclaimer that my views are my own. They're not the views of the Department of Defense, the U.S. Army, or the Judge Advocate General's Corps. So looking at this, I think what would be helpful is a little bit of a structure for how a military attorney would fit and evaluate this within the process. And for that, taking a look at the targeting process as exists in policy, and specifically the Air Force manual and the Army manual are available. They break out the process into several steps, starting with guidance, and then from that guidance, you look for targets. And I also would note that we need to break out distinction and proportionality into two separate bins. That's how Additional Protocol 1 treats them in Article 48 and 57, and also how the DoD Law of War Manual treats them. So the first step in this targeting process would be looking for centers of gravity of the adversary. And the Department of Defense defines this as a source that provides moral, physical strength, freedom of action, or the will to act. And so essentially at the strategic level, this is looking for things that are key to the adversary's ability to fight and win and wage warfare. For example, in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, some things that just might come to mind, Russia's long-range artillery that they've used to harass the people, maybe it's the Black Sea Fleet, although maybe it hasn't been as involved, or the ability to move troops to and from Ukraine. All of these things are somewhat important to Russia's ability to wage war there. If one of these targets then is identified as meeting that commander's guidance, it would then be looked at for the first of the two principles of law of war that come up in military targeting analysis, which would be necessity, first off, which Colonel Richard briefly mentioned, and then also more importantly, distinction, which he also mentioned, and that evaluation would occur there. It would be weapons agnostic at that point, because the question isn't about the weapon, it's about what is it we're trying to accomplish and how does it fit within the greater scheme of war and the military necessity of trying to end the conflict as quickly as possible. So I will note that this military necessity isn't imperative necessity. It's not absolute necessity. It's a lower level. It's military necessity. Those two, imperative necessity does exist in law of armed conflict, but it's only in a very limited place. And then, discrimination or distinction, the discussion about civilian targets being taken off after 1968. The question is it a military object by its nature, location, purpose, or use, and doesn't make an effective contribution to military action by neutralizing this target. And it's got to be more than mere hypothetical. It's got to be concrete and direct. So looking at that target, is this something that if we remove from the battlefield, and there may be centers of gravity that are not lawful military targets, there may be things that say this would be very important, but it's civilian, such as overall economic activity or civilian morale, two things that you mentioned in the question. And then after the target passes this distinction test and military necessity test, then it's placed into a target list and can be weaponeered. And so at this point, we get to what is considered for effects and what must be taken into account. And that's in the proportionality standard, and things that like time, weather, civilian population, potential health hazards of the proposed target, and the accuracy and effects of the weapon all need to be considered at this point. So with a conventional weapon, you have blast, fragmentation, and thermal effects. With a nuclear weapon, we heard some of the effects this morning. The primary effects are blast, thermal, and radiation, but then secondary effects as well. These get difficult to weigh for a few reasons. So EMP effects you brought up. One, as discussed this morning, it's at least from what was discussed, there's maybe not as much known. We know that it did occur in one instance, but in other instances, there was no indication that it occurred. But then also making this more difficult is that the effects have to be foreseeable and not remote, and they have to be more than mere inconvenience. And so, as the world has changed, what was a cell phone 25 years ago as a means of convenience maybe has become more important. And then next, is it affected or is it not affected? Those are all things. And then if it is affected, is a primary effect going to be more than mere inconvenience? Then is the power grid going to go down? If the power grid is going to go down, what about backup generators? These all become open questions that you heard about this morning that make that a very difficult thing to weigh and evaluate. Weighing the incidental and excessive, whether the incidental damage is excessive under this proportionality framework with a proposed weapon is difficult also because they're unlike subjects. One is something military commanders may be able to understand quite well. Hey, if I take this asset off the battlefield, what happens? But the other is more difficult because it becomes more subjective. What's incidental harm? What's the suffering? Can it be numbers of people, or is it something else besides that? But the advantage gained should relate back to that initial analysis of what it is and how important is it to the enemy, and the military necessity that was given in the center of gravity analysis. Ultimately, this isn't a lawyer's call. It's a commander's call under the law of armed conflict based on good faith and the information available at the time, based on a reasonable military commander standard with the advice of counsel. And so military attorneys would be giving advice on that. And then in the case of nuclear weapons, as the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review states, the ultimate question would be whether the president concludes employment is necessary. You brought up nuclear winter and escalation. I think these are important to address just because the law of armed conflict, as far as what results from a weapon use, is different from the aggregate effects of war. The aggregate effects of war are outlawed in the UN Charter with the use in ad bellum framework of whether or not to go to war, whether the total war in Ukraine, was it lawful or it wasn't, and is President Putin going to pay the price for that? That's a UN Charter level question. When we talk about what's attributable to a single strike, whether it be nuclear or whether it be conventional, we've got to look at that weapon's effect, because ultimately the law of armed conflict applies to individuals and individual decisions. So, for instance, the soldier at Concord who fired the shot was responsible for verifying the target was a lawful target and verifying that the effects of that shot as were direct, were not excessive to the military advantage gained. To add to that soldier's decision-making and hold him responsible for the response and subsequent escalation and the total effects of the war would be an unworkable standard. So if it is something, escalation, nuclear winter, are things that especially that nuclear winter, further research is done and attributable. The question is, who's it attributable to, and is it attributable under the law of armed conflict? Now, obviously, that would change if you could relate it back to a single weapons use. But I do note that nuclear weapons have been tested over 2,000 times. 1,000 of those, apparently, I learned this morning, by the U.S. With measurements done. So that's something that that seems to require aggregate effects and outside the simple law of armed conflict.
Okay, thank you. We'll now go to Professor Moxley.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Colonel Richard Major Jones. I think I'd like to start off first of all with a resounding, a note of agreement with Colonel Richard's point as to verification being necessary. I mean, I think that's obvious to all of us that particularly with reference to contemporary Russia, and we've heard it goes back to Tsarist times, there are issues as to whether there were not times during the Cold War when there was a level of cooperation. And there are issues whether the United States has taken actions which have raised questions, serious questions about the United States' compliance in some instances. But insofar as Russia and Russian policy and Russia's recent actions, there's no doubt we need verification. There's also, I mean, I would join in like the understanding that comes from Dr. Smith's comments and then Colonel Richard's comments on the security environment that we're in. Does that, though, mean that international law is irrelevant and we should drop it? I take it, Colonel Richard, you told us no, we have to keep working at it. And I would add the comment that if even only 10% of what we've heard as to effects, and I'm afraid that it's basically all true, there is a survival issue. And putting aside particular leaders, I don't know, maybe putting aside Vladimir Putin as the head of Russia now, but I just put the question out there, is there not the potential that we may find a time when there's a broader interest? And I think that's what we're working for. I think Professor Biller has mentioned, let's get a dialogue going because nuclear weapons are front and center again. So we need discussions like this. And I would posit that at some point in other nuclear weapons countries, there will be an understanding in some sense of survival because these risks are huge. Moving on, and John, I wrote, I have the email you sent to panel members as to the particular questions, and I'm just going to try to hit them one by one, and where I can remember, I'm going to try to build in a response to comments that Colonel Richard, you made, and Major Jones, you made. The first question you raised, John, is, what are the range of effects that must be taken into account in assessing compliance? I think this is one of the areas where opponents and defenders, where critics and defenders of our current nuclear policies, it sounds as if we see these things a little differently. My assertion is that all of the known foreseeable risks, all of the real non-speculative risks of a potential use of a military weapon have to be considered. And I'm looking at this, and I've never been in the military. I've had the benefit working with Professor Biller, who's been in JAG and talking with other speakers. I mean, and just from what we know from the media, we know that the U.S. takes law of war seriously. There's a Department of Defense Law of War manual. For those of you who haven't looked at it in the audience, just Google it. It's, 1,200 pages. And then there's dozens of military manuals from the individual services. So we do it. And we give advice to commanders in advance, I gather, we being the JAG and the military folks, and on what can be, what use of a nuclear weapon, if it came to that, would be lawful. So my proposition that I put out there is that all foreseeable, known, non-speculative risks have to be considered. And they include not just fire and radioactive fallout and potential nuclear winter. And I will say, for reasons I get to, even the nuclear response and escalation. But that's a little more speculative in terms of the legal theory, I will acknowledge. But I take it as being not speculative that we have to consider all risks. And I will give, as sources of that, I mean, I'll point out really just starting at the most basic level. If you go to the Joint Chiefs of Staff have put out a manual called Joint Risk Analysis, and they tell us in there that you have to consider all identifiable risks when you're considering targeting. So I think this is a little different from what the earlier speakers said. I think I heard, if I understood it, Colonel Jones saying, okay, we're going to identify the target and can we hit it? I submit that that is an inadequate and an incomplete and inaccurate way to look at the law, because at the law, you have to look at all identifiable risks. I'd further point, there was a wonderful article in the Harvard Security Law Journal by Professors Michael Schmidt, who's a major thought leader within, I think, the military and the government and U.S. Naval, and he teaches at the U.S. Naval College, and Major Michael Schaus, where he talks about looking at, risk analysis in terms of a military operation that's being considered under LOAC, and what do we have to consider? And he says we have to do an assessment for each type of harm that we can identify. You have to really look at it all, and to me, it's just inadequate to say, we're not going to consider, these other ones, the potential for these broader risks. The second question that the moderator posed is, if the effects are uncontrollable or cannot be assessed, what's the significance for lawfulness? And I submit that even under the statements of the law of armed conflict, as stated by the U.S. military in many, many military manuals, that the principle is clear to the point of being unquestionable, that in applying such legal requirements as the rules or principles of distinction, proportionality, and necessity, and I'd build in compliance with the legal prerequisites for lawful belligerent reprisal, that if an effect of a weapon is not going to be controllable, if we're going to use a nuclear weapon and we can't control the radioactive fallout, the electromagnetic pulse, the potential nuclear winter, then it is unlawful under these rules, as they've been articulated. And we can see it just as a couple examples. The Air Force Manual on International Law described indiscriminate weapons as those that are incapable of being controlled through design or function, such that they cannot, with any degree of certainty, be directed at military objectives. The Naval Commander's Handbook says that it defines the rule of distinction as prohibiting the use of a weapon that cannot be directed at a specific military objective. Now that's hitting the target. And I think if I understood it, that's what Major Jones was talking about. But the Commander's Handbook goes on to tell us that that under the rule of distinction, we also have to consider, and we have a prohibition of weapons whose effects cannot be limited as required by law of armed conflict. And the examples given are chemical and biological weapons. And the Naval Commander's Handbook goes on to say that attacks that are outlawed by distinction include, quote, attacks that employ a method or means of combat, the effects of which cannot be limited as required by law. And again, chemical and biological weapons are used. But I would, I mean, I don't know how, I mean, it'll be interesting if we, if we have time for further dialogue, but how, I mean, how can we say, I mean, I guess there's two questions. I mean, am I interpreting the requirements correctly, that you need controllability for compliance? And if I'm interpreting that right, and maybe, I mean, maybe that's debatable, but I don't see where it is, then is the uncontrollability of the effects of nuclear weapons, is that really in dispute? I mean, my sense is that it's indisputable that the effects of these weapons are uncontrollable. The moderator's third question, proportionality, is there a limit to the amount of collateral damage and injury that can be caused? As we all know, proportionality means, you have to have a proportionality. The collateral effects can't be disproportionate to the specific and intended military benefit here. So there's a legitimate legal issue here that has been argued in the literature and before the ICJ. Is it really just the balance so that a really, really important military target justifies an extreme level of impact on civilians? And that's the question. Is there an objective limit? The ICRC, the International Committee for the Red Cross, and other statements in the literature say that, yes, there's an objective limit. And proportionality, the collateral effects aren't supposed to overwhelm the military benefit. And if you're going to have huge levels of collateral effect, then you can't do it. So I think there's an objective limit there in answer to the moderator's question. The next question was, what's the nature of the military advantage? I think that was already covered, and I agree with one of the statements that was made, that you need a concrete and direct military benefit. You're kind of weighing collateral effects against the specific military benefit. The next question posed was, does the requirement of necessity impose significant limitations? And my sense is that it is. I don't know that this is controversial, except in one regard. But the rule of necessity basically says, among other things, that we shouldn't use a level of weaponry or destructiveness beyond that which is necessary, and to achieve the military target. And that has a built-in leeway in there. But the convention, I think this was alluded to in the first panel, but, if you go, it was in one of the slides, I think, that Dr. Robach had, but if you go back to the Cold War, I mean, our bombs, if we had to drop them, might have hit a mile from the target. But now we are very accurate, as I understand it, with high likelihood of success, to hit the target very accurately. So this really greatly compresses the firepower that you need. And so we can use much lower levels of firepower. And I think it means that with multiple conventional weapons with high accuracy, putting aside hardened, deeply buried targets, which are a different discussion. I'm not sure we even have time for that now. But my premise here is that we can use conventional weapons. I don't even know that this is controversial for a large number of the kind of missions for which we might have considered nuclear weapons in the past. Sometimes, and this was alluded to, you hear that, well, part of the rule of necessity is that it's, you build into it sort of a qualifier within the minimum expense of time, life, and physical resources, suggesting that, okay, if it's really going to be faster, we can use the nuclear weapon, even if the conventional weapon could have done it. I understand that argument. Some of us have researched it. I'm not sure there's real support deeply in the law on that. But I will note, it just wasn't argued, as I understand it, before the ICJ by the US or other nuclear weapons countries that, just doing something in one shot versus multiple is okay. I've got to speed up here. I don't want to take...
Yes, thank you, Charlie. Why don't you stop there?
Okay, fair enough. I don't want to, I'll make the same kind of comment
to Professor Koplow, I want to make just one comment. The requirement of proportionality is crucial, not only with respect to nuclear operations, but with respect to military operations. And we have seen in US military operations, in conflict in Iraq, and also in counterinsurgency operations, that there are almost sort of like algorithms for what is too much in the way of civilian casualties when you're attacking a specific target or even an individual. And these are sort of macabre calculations, but they are being carried out, and we're now seeing them in the case of Israeli military operations in Gaza, where the claim is being made that quite large number of civilian casualties are justified if there's a worthwhile Hamas military target. And so these are very disturbing sorts of calculations, at least to me, when we're talking about tens or hundreds of civilian casualties. If you're talking about nuclear weapons, you're getting into tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands or even millions of collateral casualties. So there, I think it's important to underline that there are limits to what the law of armed conflict permits. They're just inherent in the very nature of the idea of subjecting war to law. And so, for instance, Protocol 1 includes the Martens Clause, which refers to, as relevant elements, principles of humanity and dictates of the public conscience. In its advisory opinion, the ICJ, the International Court of Justice, referred to elementary considerations of humanity. So, my basic message is proportionality cannot be allowed to sort of swallow the whole idea of limiting warfare. With that, I turn it over to Professor Koplow.
Well, thank you, John. And I'm now remembering that when you started this panel, you set before us an array of questions that was so rich and so complicated and so lengthy that you identified the syllabus for a semester course in the law of armed conflict. And we've only got an hour and a half to address it. And then you said that you had a second round of questions and possibly a third round of questions. And I just don't know how many rabbit holes the five of us are going to be allowed to tumble down. So let me start coming at it in a slightly different way by identifying what I think of as some of the cross-cutting principles or observations. The first of which is that nuclear weapons are fundamentally weapons. They are unusual weapons of extraordinary power and such a wide array of different types of effects. So you have to think about them carefully, but they are weapons, and therefore all the law of weapons applies to them. And the task then is just, how does it apply? How do we go about the case-by-case steps? But the beginning point is, these are weapons, and therefore presumptively all of weapons law applies. Second point along with that is that the law of armed conflict, the jus in bello, is just insufficient. It's underdeveloped. It is an area of law, international law, that has not benefited from sufficient elaboration. There are treaties, some of which over 100 years old, some of which over 50 years old, some of which have been joined by some countries and not by others. Those treaties have, for the most part, passed into customary international law and therefore are binding even on countries such as the United States that have not joined all of them. But the fact is, there's just not enough density of law to give us sufficient guidance on this. That's a common failure of international law in general. It's a particular failure, and a particularly costly failure in this area, in part because, blessedly, we don't have much state practice dealing with nuclear weapons use. And therefore, we don't have the texture of sufficient infrastructure to be able to address many of these points. Therefore, it's appropriate that we are scratching our heads in trying to figure out how should the generally well-accepted principles apply to the particular instances that we're dealing with. And the next point that I wanted to make is the extent of the coverage of the law of armed conflict. By design, this law applies whether we are the victims of aggression or whether we are the aggressors. The rules apply whether we are acting in offense or in defense. And the law applies whether our adversary follows the rules or not. The adherence to the rule of law, the jus in bello, is about us and our postures, our attitudes, our character, independent of whether the adversary is following them as well. So that sets the context. And the one point that I'd like to pursue in more detail, John, is the point that you were addressing about proportionality. And I agree, this is an impossibly difficult problem in the ordinary context, and it is made even more difficult in the context of the mass casualties that nuclear weapons might be expected to cause. From my perspective, in principle, the proportionality calculation is something that just cannot be done. I think there is no moral way in which human beings can assess the value of this human life compared to the value of that human life. I think in any other context, it would be immediately apparent that one could not say in a meaningful moral way that it is or is not worth it to kill X number of people in order to save Y number of people. In order to make that calculation reasonable, you have to be able to make a judgment about the value of a human life compared to the value of another human life. And in every moral and religious code, I think that's something that just cannot be done. That human beings are not empowered, not capable of making that kind of assessment. Nonetheless, we do it. We have to do it. We do it all the time in armed conflict. Every use of military force involves a proportionality calculation. It requires us to be able to say it is or is not worth it to kill 3 civilians in order to kill 6 terrorists. It is or is not worth it to blow up this bridge in order to stop the enemy from advancing, even if it kills X civilians. I find this deeply troubling that we morally cannot make that decision, and yet we are required to do so, and we do so. And I think the same thing applies to nuclear weapons as to all other weapons, because, as I said in the beginning, nuclear weapons are fundamentally weapons. They're different weapons, harder to assess, but the legal standard is exactly the same. I'll leave it there for now.
Okay, thank you, David. Actually wise in stimulating points. So I wonder if Colonel Richard and Major Jones want, first of all, just to respond to any of the comments that have been made so far.
I can certainly respond. Thank you, Dr. Burrows. I think Professor Moxley makes some great points there about the additional protocol 1 and the U.S. DoD Law of War Manual does prohibit indiscriminate weapons. However, it doesn't do so to the extent that he argues. And I would argue that if we take Professor Koplow's point that these are weapons, and if we apply that rule to every weapon the same, we are going to end up with an unworkable calculus where every weapon is not subject to control in the manner he argues. And an indiscriminate weapon, according to the ICRC's commentary on additional protocol 1, they referenced the V2 rocket from World War II, that the Germans, the early ones, couldn't be aimed. They kind of just went forward and you didn't know where it was going. You couldn't have a target in mind. The same kind of simple principle could be applied to a hand grenade. So it's a small blast, but any blast weapon is going to have fragmentation, and it's not going to be entirely predictable where that goes. There's stories of hand grenades or small bombs going off, and somebody right next to it's okay, but somebody 15 feet away gets injured. And I'm sure that someone with a great physics mind could kind of calculate that out. But generally, the military handles this by drawing circles of possible effects. And those effects, if you're within this ring, you're likely to be harmed or possibly harmed. So not to get into whether or not that's good or bad, but rather just that food for thought here. If we were to say that same inherently discriminate weapon applies because there's potential harm that goes beyond just the target, we would eviscerate this proportionality analysis altogether. And I think the UK manual says it well, that the incidental damage that occurs must be controlled by the principle of proportionality. All the weapons that we've provided to Ukraine are going to have this possibility of incidental harm. And I think, as Professor Koplow says, it's a moral quandary, but one that must occur to make a decision as to what is worth more in a specific instance. And the same thing applies to a nuclear weapon. Now, the blast is so much bigger, the circle is going to be that much bigger, the incidental harm is that much better, but much bigger, not better. But at the end of the day, the target itself is still discriminated against. It still comes off a target list and can be evaluated whether or not it's going to be hit. I realize that may not seem like a satisfactory answer, but I do believe that is where the law of armed conflict is, even if maybe it's not where some think it should be.
Okay, thank you. Colonel Richard?
Yes, thanks. There's a lot to unpack, and I don't want to nitpick everything everybody has said. But I'll say that I appreciate everybody's comments. They're very thought-provoking. I'll go to Professor Moxley's statement about escalation first. And I tried to be clear in my comments that I am not saying escalation isn't something that should be accounted for. I think it very much should be accounted for. My point is I think it's accounted for in the policy-making decision and in the commander decision. If we move that into the legal realm as a lawyer, it becomes something that is really, it becomes, to me, grossly speculative and really outside the realm of what we can analyze based off the facts and the law. And so to the degree that I've ever advised on targeting, I want to be able to advise when I'm, explaining the law on what the law requires based off tangible effects, and try to resist people from bringing speculative effects that they think will justify the use of the weapon, and keep it to the actual targetable effects. That's important because sometimes people would want to strike something that wouldn't meet the definition of a valid target simply because of the effect they think it would generate. This is the whole controversy, in my opinion, with effects-based targeting that I think General at the time, Mattis, later Secretary of Defense, as we all know, articulated as he was critiquing some of the effects-based targeting. And as Secretary of Defense, he started trying to get people to get away from using mathematics as a way to do proportionality. I think, Professor Copwell makes a terrific point on proportionality and the morality involved with it. And I think that also concerned General Mattis because as we made these mathematical equations, it almost took the moral decision out of the equation. And I think there was a lot of resistance to that, justifiably so. So it's a very troubling decision. It's a very important decision. Ultimately, these risks and these secondary effects that aren't measurable, yes, as lawyers, we can point out that those are there. But it's very difficult for me to give concrete advice on something that is so speculative. But it is something that all the policymakers and the commanders are deeply aware of and that they account for. It's just, in my opinion, the law, because it's so speculative, is not going to provide a meaningful constraint on that particular issue. And then
let me jump in with a question here, Colonel Richard. This is fascinating about an effort to move away from effects-based targeting. It's not something I'm familiar with. So can you explain that a little more?
I don't know that I would say that so it was a critique of effects-based targeting. If you just do a Google search for Mattis and effects-based operations or effects-based targeting, I think it was from 2008, but he published some criticisms of effects-based targeting based on the speculative nature of it. And I think subsequently they've had to go and try to figure out ways to get effects-based targeting to be meaningful. It's still something that I always approach with trepidation because I am very conscious of General Mattis's critique of it as something that overpromises and underdelivers. But when you look at the targeting standards, you need to be looking at the concrete and measurable and tangible effects of what you're doing. And you have to take those speculative effects, if you will, and you need to make sure that when you're doing your legal analysis, you're focused on the tangible effects. Again, you can raise those speculative effects, but to the extent we want to make the speculative effects something that we're going to say, hey, that makes it unlawful because this potentially could happen and the risks are so bad. The problem is then you open the door for people to say, well, you could win the war by doing this if we strike the orphanage. I'm just speaking in hypotheticals here. So, that's the issue. So to the extent that, we need to do this because it's going to destroy enemy morale or because it will end the war. To me, no, you need to strike the target because it's of a significant military advantage. It meets the criteria of what a valid target is. And we know what the measurable effects of the target are. If you then want, and then look, these are speculative things that could happen. As a commander, as a policymaker, as your decision authority, you need to account for them. But on the legality, let's look at the measurable, tangible effects that we can actually assess and make sure that we're not basing our legal decision off things that are speculative. Hopefully that answers that question. And then just the last comment I'll make on just the weapons is just a slight caution as we're talking to nuclear weapons. And again, the 2016 paper that you were kind enough to highlight, was an effort for me to help trying to struggle through the U.S. Opinion in the nuclear weapons case, the statement that we provided in the oral arguments on Additional Protocol 1. Additional Protocol 1 is fascinating because it's a treaty that the U.S. is not a party to, and that there are certain provisions of it that we recognize as customary international law, and there are certain provisions of it that we don't. And it was rejected for ratification under President Reagan, but it's still very important. And then in the U.S. position at the ICJ case, the position was, because AP1, when it was negotiated, didn't apply to nuclear weapons, the U.S. position was any new rules in Additional Protocol 1 don't apply to nuclear weapons. And so we go with the old rules. The problem was the State Department didn't lay out at that time what was new and what was old and what applies and what doesn't. So that's what I've been trying to write on and struggle with for the years. So yes, they're weapons. They have to be treated like weapons. But I would just caveat it by saying there are certain treaty obligations we have with weapons that may or may not apply. So we always have to be careful when it comes to these specific weapons because of the carve out that's at least articulated by our State Department.
Well, thank you. And in fact, we will move into questions relating to Protocol 1 in the next set of questions. And Charlie, if you have points you want to raise in response to what's being said, why don't just include those in your next round? Is that okay? I am struck by something you said, Colonel Richard. You appeared to be saying that if you consider a very wide range of facts, some of them speculative, that could be used to justify the attack as well as to criticize the attack. So I think that's an important point. So the second set of questions concerns, first of all, the prohibition of reprisals against civilians and civilian objects set out in Protocol 1. So as you just mentioned, the U.S. government maintains that that's a new rule that's not part of customary international law. The U.S. government also maintains that the prohibition of the infliction of widespread, severe, and long-lasting environmental damage set out in Protocol 1 similarly is a new rule not governing U.S. military operations, at least with respect to nuclear weapons. So do you agree with the U.S. position regarding reprisals? Or was the prohibition binding customary law at the time Protocol 1 was negotiated, or has become so since then, as Professors Weiner and Sagan have argued? And we're going to hear from Professor Weiner later today. Similarly, do you agree with the U.S. position regarding widespread, severe, and long-lasting environmental damage in the case of nuclear weapons? And if you do agree, are there other ways that environmental considerations enter into assessment of lawfulness? So, Charlie, let's start out with you.
Thank you, John. I think I'll first take you up on the earlier opportunity to come back on several of the points that were made just a moment ago.
And Charlie, sorry to interrupt, but bear in mind that we have 20 minutes.
Okay.
left.
All right. I'll be quick. I agree. That with the notion that the standard can be speculative, right? I mean, that standard has been used in the literature. It was used in the Tallinn Manual in a different context, but that what we need to consider, and I think I said this initially, are non-speculative effects. But I don't think that the radioactive fallout and potential nuclear winter and electromagnetic pulses. These are not speculative. They're known. And, you know, according to Dr. Robach, they're known knowns. And according to James Skores, they're a little more in the nature of known unknowns, in the sense that he's not as confident on the quantification. But I take it these are non-speculative and they have to be considered. But that's an issue. Just very briefly, one other point there, in the Joint Chiefs Manual on joint risk analysis, they don't look at what they call low probability, below 20%. And we'll get to this, I guess, there's another panel, but perhaps with nuclear, you know, lower level risk than the 20% in the conventional weapons context that we might not pay that much attention to, need a lot more attention. Okay, real quickly, John, on your question on reprisal, I think that's just a matter of debate, right? There's a lot of literature out there that, and certainly the ICRC has said this, and others have said it, and I've said it, that, you know, you can't target civilians anymore. The U.S., you know, in the Obama administration with the nuclear employment strategy, they said we don't bomb civilians, but they didn't address reprisal. I take it is the U.S. position at this point. Legally, you can bomb civilians in reprisal. But I mean, I have concern whether that's a valid position.
Okay, thank you. David.
Well, so let me start by saying that for me, part of the problem here, part of the reason this is so complicated, is that the criteria that we're using, whether it's foreseeability or how speculative something is, or what's feasible to undertake, how controllable, these are not yes/no variables. Everything's a matter of degree, and a weapon can be more or less controllable, or can be used in circumstances where the full array of effects are more or less foreseeable. And I think that has to be all taken into account. I'm remembering that scene from the movie Oppenheimer, where just before the test detonation of the first nuclear explosive device, scientists commented that, you know, there's some danger here, some chance that a nuclear explosion will ignite the atmosphere, burn off all the oxygen, and kill everything on Earth. And the scientists say, we looked at that, we calculated as well as we can, we don't think that's going to happen. And therefore, it's okay to go ahead with this test. Now, that was a test, not a use in weapons, but it's a similar sort of thing. When the possible outcomes are so catastrophically bad, that even if there's a very remote chance of it happening, it's got to be taken into account. And for me, that's why nuclear weapons are weapons, and therefore the entire array of jus in bello applies. International law evolves over time through a combination of treaty and custom and state practice and opinio juris. It's hard to pin down, but to me, it's easy to say that reprisals against civilians are prohibited. On the other point, I think it's somewhat more complicated. Damage to the environment, to me, is something that does have to be taken into account. But I would say that it's part of the proportionality calculation. And significant harm to the environment could be justified if there is a very significant military advantage to be gained from doing so. I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Major Jones, your turn.
All right. Well, again, thank you. So, you know, reprisals come up talking at these events, and any academic discussion on nuclear weapons, they seem to come up every time. Yet I think if I was to go out in the hallways here of the Pentagon and start asking people about reprisals, I think it would be a statistical anomaly of who even knew what a reprisal was. And I don't know how much better it would be with DoD attorneys. I think that reprisals are something that is held at such a high level. Just a little bit of history going back to, I picked up a book. I happened to walk down the hall and see it in an office by Singh on nuclear weapons and international law. And the intro to it, as I was just flipping through it the other day, it says that relating to the use of these weapons, appears to be primarily dependent on reprisals, and that was in 1959. And so it seems we've moved significantly over time on reprisals there. And I would put reprisals in the category not of U.S. policy. I think the U.S. policy has been pretty agnostic on whether or not we would do this. It's more of a not a footnote, but something that exists in the law. It's permissible in the law, but our policy is to follow the armed conflict, and our policy is not to target civilians or civilian objects. And that's in the 2022 Nuclear Posture Review. I think belligerent reprisal probably fits more in the as the America's Strategic Posture report that came out a couple weeks ago about a Congressional Commission on Strategic Posture, which is very well worth the read if you're interested in that kind of things. That this maybe fits in the calculated ambiguity of the United States. We haven't given a lot of indications here. My personal opinion is that reprisals are very unlikely and not something that could be pre-planned, not something that would even be likely to happen, because at least in nuclear posture, maybe in a cyber context or something, there's a little more of a place for, you're shutting off power or whatnot. But nuclear weapons, if cities are attacked, would the United States respond in kind? I think the president's likely to say, make this stop, not let's go down this course of investigation and public statements and trying to negotiate our way out by doing some wrong act. But again, that's above the Department of Defense, something that's held at the national decision level. Going back to Colonel Richards, that prior to AP1 and the U.S. not ratifying it, what was the common rule? Well, the ICRC and the manuals up to that point all basically said reprisal was a thing. The ICRC continues to say that the quote, it's difficult to conclude with regards to Article 51 that there is yet crystallized a customary rule specifically prohibiting reprisal against civilians during hostilities. The Talon Manual didn't take a position on it, reportedly because they couldn't come to one. And then lastly, because the nuclear weapons state said AP1 didn't apply to nuclear weapons, it's difficult to conclude that is now customary international law. But I also think it's clear that if we're not careful here, this becomes an asterisk that swallows the rule that the U.S. complies with international law and that we don't target civilians and civilian objects. The bottom line is that if the rule of law wins and every country follows the rule of law, then there's no case for belligerent reprisal. So, short of nuclear war happening, which is the first thing we hope never occurs, the second thing is that other countries comply with the law of armed conflict.
All right, thank you. And Colonel Richard.
Thank you. I think a lot has been said on these two questions, and I don't necessarily disagree with a lot of what's said. I'll just clarify a couple notes. First, the U.S. position on reprisals, at least from the State Department in our written filings in the oil platforms case in 1997, there's a footnote in there that reprisals is still a valid doctrine that the U.S. could have sought to justify their conduct in the oil platforms case. Of course, the U.S. didn't pursue the argument beyond a footnote that I think was just one sentence long, and the ICJ held against the United States in the oil platforms case. But that being said, the ICJ, it's not like our domestic courts where their opinions are binding upon us. So I look at that and I look at, this is what the State Department said is a valid doctrine, at least as of 1997. So it's hard for me to argue that at least at that point, we didn't treat it as a viable option to seek. And then I'll also point out that the doctrine does still exist in the Law of War Manual. It's in there, and in that current administration's nuclear posture review, they referred to the Law of War Manual as having an accurate description of the laws as regarding the use of nuclear weapons. And so that, to me, my opinion, implicitly says that the doctrine is still live and viable. But again, I agree with Major Jones that it's really not a very likely option, and the prerequisites to use it are cumbersome, and whether or not they're really viable from a policy standpoint, it's hard to say. And again, I think it's important to emphasize that the decision to undertake a reprisal is not at the military level, it's not at DoD level, it's at the highest levels of government. And then on the long-term environmental damage question, my understanding is that the United States has repeatedly declared that articles on the long-term environmental damage do not reflect customary international law. My understanding is France has made similar declarations. So it's hard for me to say that would somehow all of a sudden have become customary international law when the U.S. has never treated it as such. That being said, there are separate provisions on, like, works containing dangerous forces, and the U.S. points out that we would treat that under a proportionality review. So in that, my personal opinion is to agree with Professor Koplow that I think it's really more appropriate to treat environmental damage under proportionality, as opposed to somehow a separate specific rule. But I'm not sure that my personal opinion is reflective of what the U.S. understands as a legal obligation, if you will.
Okay, well, thank you. Well, we have about 5 minutes left, so that means that each of you could spend a minute giving concluding remarks if you wish to do so. So who would like to do that? Charlie.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be glad to, but I'll keep it to a minute because everybody should have their minute. The last category you had identified and we didn't get to is precaution, and the principle of precaution. And there's a lot of literature out there that's a pretty broad, obligation on states to train their folks and do their, and I think we do a lot of this even at the design stage of weapons to try to make sure they're in compliance with international law. I think we need to look at that more in terms of some of our policies, like the potential for launch on warning or high alert levels and the like, as opposed to taking steps that could enhance our compliance with international law. But as to the summary, I mean, my conclusion would be that these weapons, that the effects of radioactive fallout and EMP and potential nuclear winter, that these are major factors. They're not like an incidental thing that might or might not happen. I mean, they're known unknowns as to the extent, or if Dr. Robach is right, I mean, we really know what the numbers would be like. So I don't see how these weapons effects are effective. We didn't, are lawful, we didn't get into low yield nuclear weapons, but certainly as to strategic nuclear weapons, the effects are uncontrollable in my understanding of it, which means that they should be precluded. And I guess there's no time for more, so I'll stop. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Major Jones, did you want to say anything in conclusion?
Well, I just we'll close by saying that the circumstances when nuclear weapons would be lawful would be very, very slim, and hopefully a time comes when we can move away from such reliance on nuclear weapons. But that doesn't seem to be the current threat environment, and countries seem to be moving more towards a reliance on them. But hopefully nuclear deterrence holds.
All right, well, thank you, and thank you for your participation, Colonel Richard.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to participate. I would say that in conclusion, I think my overall point is again, I go back to all our treaty statements, the declarations, especially the ones as they started under the Reagan administration, from what I recall, is just simply that a nuclear war cannot be won and should not be fought. But that being said, the weapons exist, and for deterrence to work, we need to plan to use them. So our job is to try to figure out, what is the advice that we as lawyers give, and how do we make sure that what we're doing from a commander standpoint, from a planning standpoint, is moral and ethical to the largest extent feasible. I would say that where I get worried is to the extent that we use law as a way to eliminate the deterrence option unilaterally becomes a concern to me, because I don't think it's a meaningful constraint on our adversaries, just to bring this back full circle to where I started on. There's a tension there. But I think that the wise way to deal with these hard issues with nuclear weapons is less on the law side and more on a national security, international security standpoint, and to make sure that we have dialogue, engagement, and then we try to work on tangible efforts to reduce these weapons, because they're such horrible weapons. So thank you.
Yes, well, thank you for participating in Professor Koplow.
I think I would close by emphasizing the special responsibility and the special capabilities of the United States in furthering the development of international law and international policy regarding nuclear weapons. The United States is, after all, the only country to have used nuclear weapons in combat. The United States has done more test explosions of nuclear weapons than anybody else. The United States has invested the most in the sophisticated research and development of new nuclear weapons. And the United States has been the global leader in the articulation of international law and the rule of law. And therefore, it seems to me, we have a special responsibility for nudging forward the amorphous process of articulating additional legal standards to regulate nuclear weapons. One version of that would be nuclear arms control, pushing forward for treaty negotiations to abolish nuclear weapons. But even short of that, or in parallel with that, further refinement of the law of armed conflict that would make clear what the rules are and would render panels of this sort unnecessary because the law would be so clear. Thank you.
All right, well, thank you, David. And I appreciate all the panelists' effort to compress into an hour and a half what could easily be, as Professor Koplow said, a course. So with that, we'll close this panel. Perhaps, Charlie, you want to say something about how things are going to unfold with the conference from here. I don't know.
Sure. Thanks, John. And thank everybody so much for coming. Before I talk about what's next, let me ask Jeff if you have anything you want to interpose at this point.
No, not at this point. I think we're keeping the train moving on time, so I wouldn't want to do anything that might interfere with that.
Okay, thank you. So here we are, and we are basically on time. The lunch break, if you look at the schedule, it's 12:30 to 1:30, but at 12:45 we're going to have a wonderful keynote address. So really, everybody has 15 minutes to go and bring their food here, or however you want to organize things. But please be here at 12:45. We're going to hear Professor Ona Hathaway of the Yale Law School, who's done a lot of work in this area, and is going to talk about the contemporary status of international law. So we're adjourned until 12:45. Thank you.
Wouldn't want international law to
Oh, Kara, quick question. Are you there?
This is Ona. She doesn't seem to be because I was texting her to see if I could set up my slides.
Oh, hi, Ona. Oh, okay. You're in.
I am in. At some point, somebody's going to have to make me a co-host so that I can share my slides.
Okay, I've got a cell for Kara, so I'll call her and just.
Yeah, there's no rush. I'll step
yeah.
away and I'll come back at 12:40. I'll just keep this line live, and just as long as somebody makes me co-host, I think we'll be fine.
Okay, good. Yeah, there won't be any problem. Thanks.
Okay, great.
Kara, are you back? Are we good to get started, Kara?
Yes, I just hit record.
Okay. And have you connected with Professor Hathaway, who has slides?
Yep, she's sharing her screen. She's on right now.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah, I
Okay.
can go ahead and switch that over. I just didn't want to take your slide down.
Okay, so we're good to go. And I take it we're back on the record. So welcome, Professor Hathaway. Thank you so much for doing this. We are privileged to have Professor Hathaway give the keynote today. I first can't say I met you in person because it was a Zoom program that Karen Greenberg ran for Fordham Center on National Security, where you spoke much earlier in the Ukraine history on this matter. Professor Hathaway is a professor at the Yale Law School and has other professorships at Yale. And she's been a member of the Advisory Committee on International Law for the Legal Advisor at the U.S. State Department. And she also has served as special counsel to the General Counsel at the U.S. Department of Defense. Wonderful background. I know you're very involved in this area. So thank you and welcome. And the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thanks so much for having me. I am going to put up some slides that hopefully you all will be able to see. That look good?
Yes,
Yes.
it does.
Yes.
Okay, good. Excellent. So I was asked to talk about this rather grand title, The Role of International Law in Contemporary Times. And I've tried to structure a talk that sort of hopefully scopes back a little bit from the conversation you all have been having this morning so far. So I'm not going to speak specifically about international law that relates to Ukraine, to nuclear weapons and nuclear weapons in Ukraine, which was a focus of the last panel, which I really enjoyed listening to, but try to talk more generally about how we think about international law that's relevant to this space and the enforceability of international law. My goal is to leave some time for questions at the end, so please feel free to put questions in the Q&A if you have them along the way. So the plan for today is to give a very brief historical background, to just give a quick sketch of how international law is enforced. Then I want to talk about the case of the Ukraine war. So how has that applied in Ukraine? And then just briefly, what has the global response been to international law, to the war in Ukraine? So something I sometimes call international law goes to war in Ukraine. I had a piece in Foreign Affairs of this title, and it summarizes some of it. And I want to scope back and talk a bit about that in this context. So that's my plan for the next 20 to 25 minutes before we get to your questions. So first, the historical background. So this is, I'm going to take us way back, well before nuclear weapons existed, to Hugo Grotius, which if you study international law or you've even dabbled in international law, chances are good that you've heard of Hugo Grotius. He's sometimes called the father of international law, and he's generally known for his just war theory. So people think of his work as really kind of the beginning of thinking about what constitutes a just war. But people don't necessarily fully understand his theories. We've sometimes referred to it as just war theory and think that he thought a just war was what we would think is a just war. But in fact, his view was very different. In his view, war was a permissible remedy for wrongdoing. So he specifically said that you could go to war, states could go to war for any reason that tends toward the attainment of their rights. So if there was harm that was done to a state could respond by using military force, and they could take things, they could take land, they could take booty in compensation for the harm that was done to them. And not only did Hugo Grotius write this, but this is what states did. So we collected hundreds of war manifestos. If you're curious to see them, if you just type in War Manifestos database, the Yale Law Library has taken all of the war manifestos we collected and put them up. You can download them and read them to your heart's content, although in some cases you'll have to be able to read Latin or Fraktur in order to read them. But their extensive collection of the various reasons that states gave for going to war over time, and some of them are familiar. So you see self-defense, pretty familiar reason. We all are familiar with that today. That's a permissible reason for going to war. But if you look at the rest of these reasons that states often gave in their war manifestos that they issued when they went to war to explain what they were doing and to their own population and to other states, they would reference a lot of reasons that today are not really considered to be lawful reasons for going to war. Interestingly, including enforcing treaty obligations. So enforcing international law and enforcing the law of war were common reasons that were given for using military force against another state. But they also reference other reasons like protection of trade interests, defending religion, protection of diplomatic relations, and the like that today would not be considered lawful reasons for going to war. Now, that all changed, and that changed beginning after World War II. There was a movement to outlaw war. Salmon Levinson, the sort of relatively unknown bankruptcy lawyer from Chicago, was a key intellectual leader in this movement to outlaw war. He declared that the real disease of war is the legality and availability of war. And he argued we shouldn't just have rules regulating war. So wars like the LOAC that we were talking about in the last session, the laws against war, that is, laws preventing states from going to war in the first place. And his ideas were ultimately helped lead to the much maligned Kelly-Brand Pact of 1928. Now I'll mention here that I have a book about this development that I wrote with my colleague, Scott Shapiro. So if you're interested in the broader history and how this came to be, that's a good place to look. But the Kelly-Brand Pact was the first time that states really decided that they were going to outlaw war and that wars are no longer going to be lawful and legitimate in the way that Hugo Grotius had suggested it would be for enforcement of legal rights. Now, you might be thinking, what's that have to do with today? As we argue in the book, that is really the necessary precursor for understanding the United Nations Charter. And the Charter, in fact, provides that all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state. This is the kind of governing legal principle in the modern era that governs the decisions of states that go to war. The UN Charter does include an exception for self-defense under Article 51. And then states can also seek approval of the Security Council for uses of force under Chapter 7. So there are some exceptions, but they're quite modest and minimal. Now, how is this law enforced and how are all the rest of these laws enforced? So these laws regarding war, and last time, again, we talked about the law of armed conflict. The last panel talked a lot about law of armed conflict as it applies to nuclear weapons, principles of distinction, necessity, proportionality. How is all of this enforced? How are all these rules enforced? Now, it's worth reflecting on the fact that the answer to that question used to be that they could be enforced with war. So it used to be a very easy answer. But thanks to the outlawing of war and the decision in these treaties to outlaw war and to make war no longer lawful, it's actually a much more complicated question now. But it's worth bearing in mind that it is complicated precisely because international law makes it complicated in a way that it wasn't for hundreds of years. And I want that to be a background for our thinking about this question. So I threw together this slide after the conversation last time because there was a lot of talk about ways in which international law is enforced domestically within the United States. There was mention of a law of war manual within the Department of Defense, which actually happened to be issued while I was working as special counsel to the General Counsel of the Department of Defense. There's over 10,000 lawyers at the U.S. Department of Defense whose job is to try and keep U.S. use of military force within lawful boundaries. There are hundreds of lawyers elsewhere in the executive branch whose job in the United States is to enforce international law. There's hundreds of lawyers in the State Department and throughout the agencies of the US government, not to mention Congress. So there's this whole extensive internal process of assessing what the law is and ensuring that decisions in the United States that they're lawful and that they're consistent with international law. And there's various internal enforcement mechanisms like courts martial. If a soldier is found to make a decision in violation of LOAC, they can be court-martialed and bear the legal consequences. There's also domestic courts, enforcement of international law. There's a number of ways in which international law can be enforced in ordinary courts. There's the Alien Tort Statute that gives authorization to enforce the law of nations in courts. Various treaties have provisions that allow for enforcement of international law in US domestic courts. So this is the United States. Of course, international law applies to every state. So the question is, how does this apply to other states? And the answer is that every state has their version of this. They have their internal legal advisors and their internal advisors that try to give a assessment of what the law requires and permits. And there was a reference in the last panel to the UK's Law of War Manual. Most states have their own version of a Law of War Manual that sort of lays out their interpretation of international law and how it applies to their actions. And then other states also have processes by which domestic courts can enforce the law internally. But what if that's not enough? And we heard reference in last panel again to this question of, well, the Russians seem pretty hell-bent on violating international law. And there are a number of instances in which we can see this in the Ukraine war, of course, where Russia is not abiding by international law, and whatever domestic processes they have in place don't seem to be enough. There doesn't seem to be a sufficient process to internally restrain these uses of force or use of means of methods of warfare to ensure that they're consistent with the law of armed conflict, or just generally, they might be violating other kinds of treaty obligations. So what happens when a state decides to violate international law and whatever domestic processes it may have in place to prevent that just aren't doing the job, aren't sufficient to ensure that states are abiding by their obligations? And the answer is there are methods of international enforcement, but they look very different from domestic law enforcement. We don't have international police to enforce the law. We can't use military force in most cases to enforce the law. So we don't have an equivalent through military armies to enforce international law. So international law has to be a lot more creative. And so when I talk about a little bit here is what does that look like? And I'm going to use for that the case of the Ukraine war, since that's one of the subjects of this panel, and talk a bit about the major violations of international law that we're seeing in the Ukraine war and how enforcement of international law is taking place there. So you all are familiar with the fact that the war began on February 24th, 2022, and Russia very quickly conquered significant amounts of territory, taking territory from Ukraine that it was not lawfully entitled to. There was general condemnation of this. There was general acknowledgement that this was not a lawful use of military force. And many predictions were that they would lose within a few days. In fact, Putin himself seemed to think that this was going to be a sort of 3-day effort. But as you can see here in April, there begins to be some pushback from Ukraine. Certainly doesn't end in 3 days. And Ukraine has succeeded in maintaining its sovereignty and independence. While nonetheless, the war continues, but Ukraine has not been defeated and it continues to fight in response to this unlawful war. And what I want to talk about a little bit is, why is that? Because Ukraine was vastly outmatched. There is no doubt its army was no match in terms of its number of men and women, in terms of the resources that it has to actually be able to survive this assault from one of the most powerful nations in the world that vastly out-resourced in terms of all the things that matter in war. And there's a number of reasons for that. And I want to talk a little bit about that. Now, you all, I'm sure, have talked about this. I mean, Putin has threatened nuclear response in the Ukraine war. Interestingly, he has not made similar threats recently, that these were sort of early threats. This is from September 2022, when the war wasn't kind of going the way he was expecting it to. He sort of started bringing out the nuclear threat, and under some almost certainly international pressure from the very few allies that he has left, he began abandoning some of that rhetoric. It certainly we're not in the clear by any means, but it's interesting that while we started hearing a lot of these claims early on, Putin has kind of pulled back from making these kinds of threats. And US leaders did think that these threats were not just bluffs, that there's almost certainly serious internal conversations of use of nuclear weapons in the war. And that, you know, there was and there still is serious concerns that may be the case. But what's important to recognize here, and we're talking about the Ukraine war, you know, many people initially sort of said, well, this is just shows international law doesn't work. You know, this just demonstrates the global legal order, the rules-based order is kind of just a kind of chimera. There's nothing really there. And, this is just evidence that international law is really ineffective. And what I want to argue is that, in fact, while it is certainly true that this is the greatest challenge the modern international order has faced since World War II, it's not just the violation that matters, but how the world responds. And I want to remind listeners that when we're talking about domestic law, we don't say, somebody broke into my car and, stole some money. And therefore, there's no point having laws prohibiting theft because, theft happens all the time. But we don't say that. We say, no, there's a set of rules. They're not perfectly observed. And so the question is not just are there violations, but what happens next? And what procedures and processes are in place to enforce the rules in the system, even if it's not perfect and even if it doesn't work exactly as we wish it would every time. And here I'm going to speak briefly about the global response to the war in Ukraine and the ways in which Ukraine and the world has framed its response around international law and to enforce international law. So first, the world gathered to condemn what Russia did. So there was a General Assembly resolution very shortly after the war began, condemning the recourse to war, condemning it as an unlawful act of aggression in violation of Article 2.4. Over 140 states voted in favor, and only 4 states voted with Russia against this resolution. There have been 5 resolutions since, and the vast majority of them have won very similar numbers. So over 140 states of the over 190 states that are party to the UN Charter have condemned Russia's recourse to war as a violation of international law and of the rules-based order. So this has been a kind of level of unanimity and coherence that you don't often see at the United Nations. There's general agreement that this is really a fundamental violation. And we see that in the agreement itself. It specifically points out the violation of the Charter as one of the key violations that Russia has undertaken in the war that it's waging in Ukraine. So not just decrying it as, destabilizing or problematic, but as unlawful, as in violation of the Charter itself and therefore unlawful. And you see broad-based agreement around this, although a number of nations in Asia and Africa have abstained for various reasons I'm happy to talk about. The majority of states within these regions, nonetheless, have voted in favor, and the number of states that voted against are, as you can see, quite minimal beyond Russia itself. Now, the second way in which international law is enforced in general, and it has been enforced in Ukraine and specifically, is through what Scott Shapiro and I have called outcasting. Now, outcasting is, as we define it here in this piece, outcasting involves denying the disobedient the benefits of social cooperation and membership. So what does that mean? That sounds sort of loosey-goosey, but actually is very concrete. It means that states join a variety of international agreements because there are things that in them that they want. There are things that they get, there are various benefits that they can take advantage of. And when a state violates the rules of the international system, those benefits can be taken away. And that is a concrete punishment that states can levy against other states that are engaging in violations of international law. Among those are sanctions. So sanctions are a version of outcasting. What they do is they say, basically, you would otherwise be entitled to trade with us under general principles of international law, under the WTO. And yet, because you are violating this fundamental principle of international law, we're going to refuse to trade with you. We're going to cut off, we're going to stop buying your oil and gas. We're going to stop selling you various kinds of consumer goods and other things that you need in order to supply your population with a number of things that you can't produce internally. And those have been quite extensive. We see a very, probably one of the most broad-based sanction systems since World War II that hasn't been coordinated through the United Nations Security Council. So a number of states and private actors as well, private companies signing on to cut off trade with Russia in order to punish it for its violations. Russian Federation was kicked out of the Council of Europe. during, again, directly in response to its decision to violate international law through engaging in an unlawful use of military force. This is a pretty unprecedented move to remove a state from the Council of Europe. But that unprecedented move was determined to be necessary given Russia's willingness to engage in clearly unlawful behavior. Russia was also suspended from the Human Rights Council, and of course hasn't been invited to a whole number of, has been excluded from a number of international gatherings as well that Russia otherwise would like to have been a part of. I wrote with Ryan Goodman about why China giving military assistance to Russia would be in violation of international law. The short version is that under the Geneva Conventions, not only violating international law yourself through engaging in LOAC violations is unlawful, but aiding and assisting or allowing another state that you're assisting to engage in those violations is also unlawful under Common Article 1 and the law of state responsibility. And that has actually had some bite with Russia. You might think that this has had no impact, but actually China promised not to sell arms to any party in Russia because of these prohibitions, because it could potentially implicate China itself in the unlawful violations of international humanitarian law that Russia is very clearly and publicly undertaking in Ukraine. So these responses to the unlawful behavior really do have an effect on the ability of Russia to defend itself. You all may have seen that now they're turning to North Korea, the most kind of outcast of the outcasted states in the world, to try and buy arms, because that's the only place they could effectively get the supplies that they need in order to continue to fight the war. A third thing that states have done in response to unlawful action of Russia against Ukraine is assist Ukraine. So it's while it's unlawful to assist an actor that's engaging in violations of international humanitarian law and to aid and assist the state engaging in the crime of aggression, which Russia clearly is doing, it is entirely lawful to support states that are lawfully defending themselves, which Ukraine is doing. And in fact, states have done that, kind of unprecedented move to try and supply Ukraine with arms, with financial aid, with humanitarian aid. Well, of course, we all know that this is something that is subject to debate in Congress right now, but it really has been essential to the ability of Ukraine to fight back and to respond to this unlawful invasion. And without it, Ukraine certainly would have collapsed. There's, I think almost everyone agrees, Ukraine would not have been able to survive this long against the Russian assault without this massive assistance program. And it's important to note that this massive assistance program is conditioned on, if you read the statements that states are giving when they're giving this aid, again and again, they're referencing responses to unlawful invasion by Russia, and that Ukraine is defending itself and defending the rules-based order in the process. And they're justifying their decision to provide extensive aid and levels of lethal aid that previously are pretty unprecedented because of that context. And then fourth, we've seen prosecutions. So the International Criminal Court has opened a significant investigation into Ukraine. 39 states referred the matter to the prosecutor. Prosecutor's been engaging in significant investigations on the ground, and in fact, issued already the first arrest warrant, I think the first of almost certainly many, against Putin for his war crimes, in this case for removing Ukrainian children from Ukraine and taking them to Russia and engaging in various kinds of brainwashing and cutting them off from their parents. This is one of the many terrible acts that Russia has undertaken in the war, and I would expect that we're going to see a number of other indictments for many of the other unlawful actions that Putin has undertaken. Now, you might say, what's the point of this? Who cares? Putin's never going to end up in the dock. But what this arrest warrant does, is it means Putin can't travel to any of the states that are party to the International Criminal Court. And in fact, he was not able to attend the BRICS summit in South Africa recently because South Africa is a party to the ICC and therefore lawfully obligated to turn him over if he shows up. And so he didn't show up. And that does have an impact on his ability to actually lead and represent Russia And eventually, the hope is that he, in fact, will show up in the dock and be prosecuted. So some key lessons to land on with hopefully a couple of minutes for questions. First, it's not just the violations, it's the response and the expected response that matters. While force is no longer an available tool for enforcing international law, there are nonetheless many other tools available. So sometimes people throw up their hands and say, international law is not really enforced. And the answer is actually, it really is enforced. It's just not enforced in the ways we're used to seeing it. Third, states' behavior is shaped by international law, and that's even if they don't care about it and even if they despise it. So we're seeing that right now with Russia. Its ability to buy arms is being affected, the ways in which sanctions are impacting it are being affected, the way in which the Ukraine is able to fight back is affected. And that's all because international law is having a significant impact on this war in all the ways that I've mentioned. And last, I want to leave you with this. It's not just power, but also ideas that make a difference. So we sometimes tend to think so much about the ways in which geopolitical realities and geopolitical power differentials and who has nuclear weapons and who doesn't, and all of this, these are all important factors. I don't want to deny that power makes a difference, but power isn't the only thing that matters. Ideas really do make a difference. The decision to outlaw war, the decision to regulate war, the decision to put in place a set of rules, the decision to defend Ukraine on the face of this onslaught, these are all motivated not just by power, but by ideas. And so, a conference like this is so important for articulating those ideas and the rules that should govern us. And I hope that we'll continue to work together to try and continue to make the world a better and more lawful place. So with that, I will stop sharing and happy to take a couple of questions in the little bit of time we have left.
Okay, thank you so much, Professor Hathaway. Several questions. There's one in the chat, and let me just first ask sort of a two-part question. We've heard the description earlier, and you've reinforced it, that Russia doesn't seem to care about international law, and we've heard observations that the same is true of China and other countries, and there are obvious issues there. How does that affect us in dealing with these countries in terms of following law ourselves? I mean, does the law at some point go out the window, and how do we make that not happen? And secondly, vis-a-vis these different sanctions, probably one thing we don't want to happen is to lose the ability to communicate, talk, have back channel and front channel. So how do we keep that going while we're doing these other things that are understandably necessary?
Yeah, great question. So I would be loath to make the blanket claim that Russia and China don't care about international law. I think, again, it's important to recognize that the vast majority of the time, Russia is following international law in ways that we just don't notice. So it's not invading its other neighbors right now. That's a win, right? So that you may think that's small. It's a small win, but if you look back historically, lots of states invaded their neighbors over and over again, and many at the same time. It's also the case that there's lots of international law that Russia is abiding by, including, for a long time, the nuclear test ban. And so there are various ways in which international law is shaping states' behavior. China as well. While we can point to examples where China is flouting international law, particularly in the South China Sea, it's also really decided to double down in trying to shape that law in really interesting ways. And I think they have done that because they recognize how much power comes from the law itself and from the ability to write the rules and the ability to shape the international legal order. And they've decided that this is an important way in which they can exercise power in the world. And so while I'm the first to recognize that there are limits and there are challenges, and that, as international lawyers, we're constantly trying to think about creative ways to enforce the law, at the same time, I think it's important for us to recognize that most of the time international really is working. And while there are states that are more willing to flaunt it than others, you don't want to overstate the case, because there's lots of ways in which they are actually abiding by the law and not engaging in violations. Now, of course, as I mentioned here, Russia is violating one of the most essential principles of international law, that is the prohibition on use of force. And it's also violating the law of armed conflict in Ukraine, and therefore consequences are necessary. And I think the way in which we can play an important role here is articulating what those principles are, at abiding by them ourselves. So making clear when we're acting, what are the legal principles that are guiding our own actions, and what is motivating our behavior. So in our efforts to defend and assist Ukraine in defending itself, again and again, the US government has noted and relied on and called on other states to abide by international law, and made clear that that's what's motivating the decision to engage in the support that we're engaging in. And in the South China Sea, with regard to China, the US has played an important role in refusing to acknowledge the unlawful claims that China has made to significant swaths of the South China Sea, has engaged in various kinds of operations to resist their claims by sending our ships and our Air Force into airspace that is claimed by China and into waters that are unlawfully claimed by China, because many of the states who are fighting against, or whose lawful claims to the law of the sea in the South China Sea are being ignored by China, don't really have the power to be able to do that. So the US is using its power to try and reinforce their lawful claims. I think that's what we can do. I think what we can do is continue to articulate principled positions, to try and fill out the rules, to be clear about them. The last session made clear that there's some areas where there's still disagreement about what exactly the rules are and how they apply to nuclear weapons. I think an important thing the US can do is take principled positions and strong principled positions. Last thing I'll say on this is, as a government lawyer for a short period of time, I think the US government lawyers sometimes have a reflex, which is to try to retain maximum room of maneuver for their policy principles. And by that, I mean that they sometimes have a reflex of trying to articulate a kind of limited legal limits in order to give their policy principles sort of maximum policy space for making decisions. And sometimes that's the right thing to do, and sometimes it's not the right thing to do. And I think that in the context of nuclear weapons, I think the US probably could take a stronger position about what the legal limits are on the use of nuclear weapons, and be clear about those principles, and maybe not be quite so attached to the idea of maintaining room for maneuver going forward. Obviously, it's complicated by the importance of deterrence and other kinds of principles. And I'm sure you all are very familiar with the debate about whether to articulate a no first use principle that took place under the Obama administration, that ultimately ended up in not making that pronouncement. But I think that this is the kind of work that we can do to really not only shape our own behavior, but shape the behavior of other states and set expectations for what they are going to do.
Thank you, Professor Hathaway. We're running out of time, but let me there's a question that Alan Ware posed, asking whether it would make sense in your view, proceeding or building on the UN General Assembly resolution, to go to the next level, and for the General Assembly to take the question in one way or another to the ICJ.
Well, that's a great question. So thanks for that question, Alan. You're right that it doesn't have the legal kind of heft that perhaps an ICJ decision might. I don't think it is contested as a legal matter. I think those states that voted against are largely doing so, or that abstained, are doing so largely for political reasons, not for legal reasons. I do think there is a role for the ICJ, however. I mean, I don't know that we necessarily need the ICJ to pronounce on the principle that this is a crime of aggression, although you have seen some suggestions in that direction in the genocide case. As you probably are aware, Russia made claims of genocide against Ukraine, and Ukraine very cleverly used that as a basis to seek jurisdiction in the International Court of Justice for claiming that those unlawful claims of genocide were the basis, or at least one of the bases under which Russia was trying to justify its unlawful use of force. And the ICJ said, yes, it is, and they have to stop because what Ukraine had not engaged in any acts of genocide, and therefore any invasion by Russia is not justified. And that is an ongoing piece of litigation. I do think there's also room for the ICJ to play a role and for the General Assembly to seek an opinion, advisory opinion of the General Assembly of the ICJ on a number of other matters related to this. In particular, there have been questions about whether the General Assembly would have the authority to establish a special tribunal to try the crime of aggression. There is no court now that can try the crime of aggression because the International Criminal Court, which has jurisdiction over Ukraine, because of various jurisdictional limits in the Rome Statute that creates the court, can't try the crime of aggression, and there's no other international court with jurisdiction. And for obvious reasons, the Security Council is not going to do it because Russia has a veto. So the questions about whether the JA has that authority, and that's a question that I think could be properly put to the ICJ. Another question that could be properly put to the ICJ is there would be more room for maneuver if the Security Council could act under Chapter 6, which has within it a provision that prohibits states from voting in matters in which they're directly involved. But that has been observed in the breach. And there could be a room for the General Assembly to seek ICJ opinion as to whether states that are involved are obligated to abstain. In which case, then the Security Council could act under Chapter 6 to do a lot more than it has been able to do, because so far Russia has been threatening to veto everything, even though it's directly involved. So I do think there's a lot of room for the GA to play a greater role. I think there's a lot of room for the GA to seek the ICJ's involvement on a number of these kind of ongoing questions around the scope of authority of the General Assembly itself. But on the legality of the war, I think that, I mean, there may be room for that, but I think it's also, I haven't seen any really full-throated legal defense of the war, and very few international lawyers take seriously the claims that Putin made that this was justified for various reasons. So, but thank you for that question. It's a really great one.
Okay, I wish we could go on, but I think because of the clock, we have to stop. So thank you so much, Professor Hathaway, for coming, and appreciate your comments. And they are food for a lot of thought. I'm sure you'll be hearing back from some of this. Thank you.
Well, it's my pleasure. Thank you so much.
We are adjourned until the next panel, which is at 1:30. So we just have 7 minutes, I guess. And then we pick up on the next panel. So the next panel, I guess, will start to organize themselves here, and we'll be ready to go momentarily. Okay, shall we get panel 3 on camera and organized?
Mhm.
I'm on camera. I'm not sure I'm organized.
Oh, there you go. Well, you're always organized, Dave. Why don't we take down the banner, Kara, if that's easy? So I guess, do we have Irene here?
I don't see her.
You know, the time changed in New York last weekend. I hope there wasn't this was something Hans had raised. I hope there wasn't a confusion about that.
I'll send her a quick email.
Yeah, send her a quickie. But we'll start and then
Sure, let me hit record.
oh, and just one other question, Kara. Do we have the Georgetown Journal of International Law folks here? We were just going to have them on camera for a minute to acknowledge them, and I didn't see them before, so I missed that.
They were on earlier but dropped off, but they said they'll be back later.
Okay, good. Just let us know when they're there because we want to acknowledge them. They're gonna be doing a lot of work.
Sure. I can hit record whenever you're ready.
Okay, let's go. Welcome back, everybody. This panel, which is called the role of risk analysis in the application of international law to nuclear weapons use. And we described the topic as examining how, in applying law of armed conflict, LOAC, to potential uses of nuclear weapons, various levels of probability of unlawful effects should be weighed and valued as to potential lawfulness. When I did the first edition of my book on nuclear weapons and international law in 2000, I had mentioned this topic, but didn't really cover it. And when I started working on the hi, Irene, you're here, good. When I was working on the second edition, which I finished recently, I came to a realization that, at least as far as I could find, and the researchers who were working with me, it just really appeared as if not a whole lot of work had been done on this. And the topic's importance comes from the fact that the effects of these weapons are obviously potentially so extreme that we don't want a war crimes trial later. We want to, whatever the law is, and we heard it's not, everybody doesn't agree on exactly where you draw the line. And Professor Hathaway, at the end of her keynote, said maybe, and I guess this was something David Coppola was saying, maybe we should do more to try to define the law with a little more clarity. But when we go to apply it as to nuclear weapons, we certainly hope we're going to be doing it in advance of use. And obviously, then all we can know, obviously, is our probabilities and likelihoods and what we think will happen. And so we're right back where we were in that perhaps somewhat unsatisfying discussion at the end of the earlier panel between, I think we all weighed in on, what do we do with different levels of probability, right? They're all levels of probability. And there's some things that I guess would have been called by some as sort of known unknowns. I mean, we know that there's going to be fallout. We know at a certain level, if there's a ground burst of a nuclear weapon, and there's a lot of them, there's a potential to throw up a lot of dirt and smoke, and you can have the nuclear winter effect at a point, which the scientists have to tell us where it is. So what do we do about this, right? How do we look at the various elements of a nuclear weapons strike if we're the lawyers who have responsibility to advise the military decision makers whether the strike that they're going to think about doing is lawful or not? And when I was looking at it, I found a bunch of stuff on the question in the context of commercial, of conventional weapons. You know, how do we do risk analysis? And there is, as I alluded to earlier, there's a Joint Chiefs of Staff manual on that. That's really quite interesting, but there's very little on how you do this in the context of nuclear weapons, which makes us very fortunate position that we have the panel that we have. And just to run through them, Professor Biller from the Air Force Academy, we know. You haven't met Irene Georgiou, who has an extraordinary background to help us understand this area. Dr. And I hope I'm not butchering the pronunciation of your name, is the ICRC, International Committee of Red Cross, legal advisor, and her area and responsibility is commercial weapons. And previously, she's worked in this area in numerous respects. The ICRC's Arms and Conduct of Hostilities Unit, and she was in the unit for relations with arms carriers, and she's had other responsibility as to disarmament. So right on point background. Professor Koplow, we've met, and as we heard, has been in the Department of Defense and has taught in this area at Georgetown for some time and has an extraordinary background in the area. And we haven't met, but welcome Hans Wang, Associate Professor at the Swedish Defense University, who, when I started looking at this, had an article that popped up, which is right on point, and Hans, to our good fortune, has thought about a lot of these issues. So welcome and thank you. So here we are. And we kind of said we'd start out defining what risk analysis is, you know, and understanding that you can do it operationally. Is it a good idea to do this military mission or strike or something? And then we can do it legally. What does it look like in terms of whether this strike will comply with distinction or proportionality or necessity, or should we get into reprisal, which we heard earlier, you know, hopefully, and it's relatively unlikely we would get to perhaps, but, you know, how do we do it and what do we look at? So I think maybe Irene, Dr. Georgiou, if you could start out and just define the area, you know, what is it? And then Professor Wang, you give us your perspective, you know, because you've thought about this and have done a paper which we've circulated on the topic.
Sure, thanks a lot. Happy to kick off. And as a non-expert on risk assessments, as a lawyer, just a few thoughts to frame the issue quickly, and then I'll hand it over to others more expert than I. So first, I think it's important to start off by saying that before zooming into the kind of military strike-specific and also low of armed conflict-specific risk assessments, it's important to say that in debates around nuclear weapons, there are a number of experts and organizations that have worked on nuclear risks, and the way they have defined risk in relation to nuclear weapons is a function of the probability that a nuclear weapon may be used, whether it's deliberate use or accidental use or inadvertent use as a result of hacking, for instance, of systems, and the gravity of consequences of such use. So the risk is a function of these two factors: probability that use will happen and the gravity of consequences that such use would have. And this is important because it means that even if, and hopefully we all agree on this, the probability of actual use remains quite low today, the gravity of consequences any use of nuclear weapons would have for people, for the environment, is such that the risk is high. And the consequences have been termed not only by the ICRC, but also by all states parties to the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty, the NPT, already in 2010 as catastrophic. So states parties to the NPT already in 2010 agreed that any use of nuclear weapons would have catastrophic humanitarian consequences. So the gravity of these consequences means that the risks associated with nuclear weapons are high, even if the probability of actual use is quite low, thankfully, although it is also increasing, as we will undoubtedly talk about later in terms of, in light of recent nuclear rhetoric and open and implicit threats of use. Now, in the context of international humanitarian law, strike assessment, we're talking about a different kind of risk. So risk assessment is an umbrella term that doesn't appear in IHL. It's a broad term. It encompasses several different concepts. And here I think three elements, and with this I will stop and I will pass the floor on to others. Three elements that are important to keep in mind when we talk about risk assessments and nuclear weapons is first, the significance that risk has in the legal assessment of whether use of a weapon is lawful or not. Second is the degree of certainty that is required as to whether certain effects will occur or not. What degree of certainty is needed for us to be able to make a legal assessment of whether that use would be lawful or not. And also the flip side of this is the significance of uncertainty. So if we are not certain as to how probable certain effects are, does this impact the legal assessment of use or not? And if so, how? So just some general framing remarks from my side, and back to you, Chair.
Thank you so much. And we'll have to come back to those last two questions because they're big. Of, you know, what do we do with uncertainty, and at what point do we consider or not consider them? Dr. Luang, I know you've thought a lot, and we had a prep session maybe a week ago, and you wrote something in the interim, which was very interesting. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for having me. So today, most armed forces have formalized processes for risk management, and that includes both risk analysis, which is putting a number to the risk, and risk assessment, which is about making decisions based on that. So risk management aims to identify hazards and threats and describe the expected likelihood of different consequences, and that we heard already today. However, there is also development that the understanding, describing, and dealing with uncertainty, and especially knowledge uncertainty about the things that we don't know, is also a central part of to be considered in risk management aspect. So it's not as easy to say, I would say today, in risk assessment to just say it's an equation of consequence and likelihood. You also need to consider the knowledge uncertainty that you have in many different types of problems. So in military organizations, there are a set of military risk management rules. They are not, of course, not rules in legal sense, but they talk about that risk management should be integrated in decisions making at all levels. They also say that risk should be weighed against the potential gain that you can have for different actions. So there is a risk management tradition in most armed forces. However, the complexity of the problems that this tradition deals with are typically very limited. So the type of problems are very specific. And of course, when we talk about nuclear weapons, as we heard today, this limitation is a challenge. So in order to reach quality in the risk assessment, you need to limit the risk problem. But at the same time, you need to capture all the important aspects. And of course, this is the really challenge. You need to limit it, but at the same time, you need to capture the things that are really important. And there we have seen a development in risk management internationally in terms of terrorist actions and cyber threats. We've seen the development on how to develop risk management in these areas. I haven't seen the same development in regards to nuclear weapons, and I think that is evident today as well, that we haven't really discussed these topics in a way so we really can put words to the problems here. And risk management and risk assessment cannot really be limited by the aspects that are covered by law. they need to be covered. They need to be limited to the aspects that are relevant in reality. And of course, if we would limit risk analysis in general to the aspects that the law says, then we would have holes in the risk assessment that we need to cover. So typically, risk management is a wider term and covers many more things than the legal aspects. And I heard today that you said, well, legal aspect isn't covering probabilities lower than 20%. Typically, in risk management, 20% is something very likely. We talk often about something that's much less likely, but still very important in order to understand the risk and the risk picture. So here we have a completely different set of decision making in terms of risk in general, and also in military risk compared to the legal aspects that are more limited. So that is at least my starting point from my perspective, that I'm not a lawyer, I'm a risk management researcher. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Wang. Jeff, you are the guy on the spot, right? I mean, you deal with this stuff. You teach it. You've been in JAG, so you were advising military people about things of this nature. You know, how should we think about this area? You know, generally, but then particularly with nuclear weapons.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, clearly, there's a lot of different areas where you could apply risk analysis, right? You know, risk analysis in terms of going from a conventional to a nuclear conflict, risk analysis in terms of widening a nuclear conflict. But I think perhaps where I might have the most to offer in this is, how would we do risk analysis in terms of that use question, right? If we want to actually use within the context of an existing armed conflict, nuclear weapons, how would we analyze risk in that situation? And so I'll kind of focus what I have to say here on that aspect of it, recognizing that there are many other aspects to it as well. I like going in a later panel in a conference like this, because you start to develop or see what the themes that are being developed throughout it are. And I think the theme that I've recognized so far, and that's been touched upon already here, is that uncertainty question, that we have so many gaps in our knowledge set, especially if you go back to that first panel, and the discussion of all the areas that, hey, we need further study in this, right? Whether it's further study in the understanding of Russian nuclear doctrine, whether it's further understanding in the effects of nuclear weapons, we have a lot of gaps in our knowledge. And those gaps certainly are going to come into play in a major way when we're doing risk analysis, because there's just certain things that we don't have an adequate understanding of yet. So where would it come up in kind of a targeting cycle? I think there's multiple places, but I don't think there's aspects of targeting law that are more of a binary decision, right? Whether something is clearly legal or it's clearly not, right? It's a yes or a no. So for example, if we look at the area of distinction, right? Are you using a weapon that's capable of distinction? That's kind of a yes or no question, right? Maybe there's some debate on that, but generally that's how it's considered. Are you directing that weapon against a valid military objective, right? That's a yes or a no question. But there is an area where, and personally, I don't think yes or no questions are the best area to look at risk analysis, because risk is generally not a yes or a no thing, right? It's a sliding scale. But there is an area, and that's come up already in our discussions quite a bit, and that's the question of proportionality. Because in proportionality, you have two separate factors that you're weighing and you're analyzing, and both of those you're analyzing on a sliding scale, right? So there's the question of military advantage. What do I hope to gain through this particular strike, right? And that can be a lot, it can be a little, right? And the commander makes that on a good faith basis. And in fact, the standards that we use for these decisions are generally good faith basis, information available at the time, in light of the circumstances ruling at the time. So it's very contextual. And I think that's important to remember, because a lot of our discussions so far have been theoretical. But all of these decisions are going to be made in a certain context, and that context matters, particularly when we're talking about use. Maybe not so much on a per se type of a question, right? Are nuclear weapons legal per se? That's not as contextual, but when we talk about use, it's very contextual. So we have military advantage, and then we also have what's the incidental harm that's going to be caused to civilians. And that's also a sliding scale. It could be great, it could be quite a bit, it could be not a lot. And so I think when we look at our two risk analysis factors that have been raised already, the likelihood of the event occurring and the magnitude of the event, we can apply both of those factors to each one of those factors that weigh into a proportionality decision. So do a risk analysis on military advantage. What is the risk, right? Because theoretically, I think if we're going to be using nuclear weapons, we are probably expecting a great amount of military advantage from that use, right? You would not use a nuclear weapon for a small amount of military advantage. That would not make a lot of sense just in terms of military operations. So what is the risk that you're not going to achieve what it is that you want to achieve through the use of that weapon? And I think there's a lot that we don't know there because we have almost no case studies, right? What's our one case study for nuclear weapons? Well, that was their use in World War II, where the party using the nuclear weapon was the only party with the weapon, right? It's highly unlikely that in any future use of nuclear weapons, the other party is not going to have the weapon. So we don't really know in terms of a historical study what the result is going to be if one party chooses, even if it's with the low yield tactical battlefield weapon in an isolated area, right? There's been discussions of nuclear depth charges or torpedoes or whatnot. We don't really know how other states are going to react, or the other state's party, if they have nuclear weapons, to that use. And so we might expect that use of that nuclear weapon might bring an end to the conflict. But in fact, there's a risk, right, that it's also going to broaden the conflict and take it from a conventional conflict perhaps to a nuclear conflict. So there's a great amount of risk, and there's a great amount of unknowns there, right? And maybe that gets back towards our trying to understand and do more dialogue with other nuclear weapons countries about situations in which they would use nuclear weapons or when they would escalate through the use of nuclear weapons. Because there's just simply a lot of unknown there. I know it was mentioned earlier that China has been incredibly reluctant to engage. I'm at least somewhat heartened to see just recently that we have begun engagements with China, and hopefully we can work towards greater knowledge. Similar on the incidental harms category, right? As many of our previous panelists mentioned, there's a great amount we don't know about what will occur if we use particularly the larger, more strategic weapons from a number of factors, whether they be environmental or the effect on humans, what those effects would be. And so there's a great amount of risk there, right? And I know that we have tried to create, or the United States has tried to maintain some amount of strategic ambiguity. And so therefore there maybe has been a reluctance to try and understand all the potential effects of nuclear weapons. But I think from a risk analysis standpoint, we need to have the greatest understanding that we can, because until we have a better idea of what the foreseeability would be of of different types of harms occurring, and what the magnitude of those harms would be, it's very difficult to do a risk analysis assessment in that particular context. So if I can close with a kind of comment, if we're trying to do risk analysis in the context of proportionality, which is where I think it makes the most sense to me, and my research that I did seems to indicate that most other decision makers or lawyers in this area would tend towards, not exclusively, but would tend towards proportionality. I think the number one thing that we can do to better be able to do risk analysis is to try and fill in those gaps of knowledge that exist right now. They seem to be, from what I gather from all the other panels, they're not insignificant gaps, right? These are things that are major gaps, and things that in many cases we could endeavor to close those gaps at least somewhat, but perhaps have been reluctant to do so far. So I'll end my comments on that question right there.
Thank you. It's not by chance that Professor Koplow is going last here. We refer to him on these panels as as a utility infielder, or the guy who can come in and address any part of it. David has been thinking about these issues and writing about them for quite a while. So, and by the way, I wanted to say, as part of this, I went and read people's bios, and I have to admit that I'm always particularly in awe when I meet somebody who is a Rhodes Scholar. So we have a Rhodes Scholar here, and there's a certain amount of awe. So thank you.
Well, I'm glad it inspires awe. If only my kids were halfway impressed. And I got to say, the notion of utility infielder is somebody whose batting average is about 225, and he can't break into the starting lineup. So I'm happy to be here hitting cleanup on this panel. And I wanted to start, Charlie, by thanking you and commending you and the other organizers for putting this subject of risk analysis on the program for this conference, because I think it's frankly an understudied and underappreciated area of this conversation. And not many people have thought hard about it. Charlie, your book is one of the very few places that addresses this topic in the depth that it deserves. I think for many people, it's been sort of pushed to the back burner just because it's too hard. It's so difficult to think rigorously about probabilities and the array of possible consequences. People are just not good at thinking carefully about events that have a low probability of occurrence, but a very high consequence if they do occur. People are not very good about thinking about outcomes where there's an array of possible outcomes, where there might be a dozen different possible scenarios, and you have to figure a probability and a value attached to each of those. It's just a tough thing to do. For me, the analogy here is to Schrodinger's cat, where, the scenario there's a cat in an opaque box, and you don't know from the outside whether the cat is alive or dead, and therefore you have to act as if it is simultaneously both alive and dead. For me, what we've got is Schrodinger's nuclear weapons, where there's the possibility of a use. You don't know at the outset what the effects are going to be, that it might be that the result of the application of nuclear force is what you'd hope for, accomplishing a military objective with minimal harm to civilians and civilian objects, but there's an array of other possibilities as well. And all of those have to be taken into account. And therefore, when you're confronted with Schrodinger's nuke, you've got a tough intellectual task of parceling out and then weighing all the possible outcomes and all the possible probabilities associated with those outcomes. I think that's something that people have a very hard time doing. And I'd also say that you have to assess the probabilities on both sides of the use of a nuclear weapon, both in terms of the anticipated military gain and in terms of the expected harm to civilians and civilian objects. That in both cases, there's uncertainty as to whether the weapon will achieve its desired goal or partially achieve it or achieve it 20%. And the uncertainty as to whether the array of harms inflicted upon non-belligerents is as bad as it might be, or half as bad, or 20% as bad. The task, I think, is to assess all those probabilities in a way that human beings generally have a very hard time doing. So I'm glad that you put this task before this group.
There are so many questions here to get started on, but let me just ask kind of a broad one and just put it out there. I mean, one way that when I was trying to think how you do this, and again, I don't have the within the military or within the government experience, so Jeff, David, I mean, you all may have a completely different and broader perspective. But as I imagined it, a commander's thinking of a nuclear strike. And as I've imagined it, they look at it and the commander would tell us, okay, we think this is the right thing to do because they're asking legal advice on it. So it's a really important military objective, really serious, obviously a big deal, as was mentioned, or we wouldn't be even thinking about these weapons. And the military people tell us, okay, you know, we think it's a good, clean situation. You know, we think it's more likely than not. It's 55, 60%. Wouldn't it be our job to say, okay, what's the risk that it hits this, you know, town that's 5 miles away and this smaller city that's 20 miles away, and this huge urban area that's 80 miles away. And the commander would probably say, well, you know, it's not going to happen. And our job would be to say, okay, but what if it happens? Give us some numbers. And so what do we do if they start telling us that, well, you know, there's a 15% a chance to the next town and a 10 or, you know, and a 12% chance of the smaller city, you know, and there's pick a number, you know, 5%, 1% chance you're going to hit a big city and you're going to have millions of casualties, you know. What do we do with that? I mean, these are, you know, these are unknown, but they're known unknowns. I mean, these are things that, you know, somebody's going to be responsible to put a number on, and we're going to be responsible if we're in the room, you know, to give a view on. So what, you know, how should we think about this stuff?
Well, I try to start an answer at least, but because even this condensed operational question that Professor Jeff Biller states, where we compare to risks are not that easy, because if we talk about different types of consequences, yet again we would have problems comparing them. And also, if we would start talking to these kind of specific numbers of probabilities and consequences, there is a great risk that doing so we will be precisely wrong. But by putting numbers to things that we can put numbers to, and ignoring the things that we cannot really deal with. So I know there is a saying from an old US saying from system analysis, it's better to be roughly right than precisely wrong. And if we try to start looking at these fast, precise answers of this being this high compared to that in numbers, we will probably be precisely wrong rather than roughly right. And then the question is, does this really help us at all? And then, of course, we probably should do something else instead.
This, in a way, is a point you made in the earlier panel, David, you know, where you said, how do we do this? But we don't have any choice. I mean, we could be called on a jury tomorrow and we could have to decide, you know, whether a criminal defendant was reckless and what their mind was, or whether in a traffic accident somebody was negligent. I mean, isn't the question twofold? Is it relevant as a matter of law that you have a 5% or a 1%, pick a number, chance of millions of casualties as a possibility? And if it's potentially relevant, I mean, is it incumbent upon the decision makers, you know, the commanders and the lawyers, you know, understanding, Hans, what you said, but is it incumbent upon us to pick a number and do our best shot, or do we just let these things go in terms of the legal side of things?
So the answers are yes and yes. Of course, it's legally relevant, and of course, you've got to do the best you can in making those decisions. I would also say that when it comes to the use of nuclear weapons, it's not a commander. That's going to be the president of the United States that's making that judgment. What the day-to-day analysis is going to be is describing an array of possible scenarios that might be put up for presidential decision. And in constructing those use scenarios, the operators, the technical people, and the lawyers are going to have to do exactly this kind of calculation of assessing. It's very complicated. There's a 2% chance that we'll have this outcome. There's an 18% chance we'll have that outcome. There's a 55% chance we'll have this outcome. And you got to factor all that in constructing a plausible scenario, knowing that the circumstances might change the day before the weapon is actually to be used, and that there may be very little time to redo the calculations when the moment is upon us. And therefore, it's, again, a very demanding challenge to make rational decisions here, but that is the task. That has to be the legal task.
Dr. Georgiou?
Yeah, thanks. Just a few thoughts to add, but I have to preface everything by saying that, as you know, the ICRC's legal analysis has concluded that it's extremely doubtful that any use of nuclear weapons would comply with the rules and principles of international humanitarian law. So that's where we start from, or rather, that's what we concluded looking at the consequences, what we know about the consequences, and analyzing the relevant rules. And I would agree there are a lot of gaps in our knowledge on certain aspects when we talk about the consequences of nuclear weapons, but there is also a lot that we already know on the impacts of radiation on people and the environment, and that in our assessment is enough to find it extremely difficult to envisage any scenario of use that would not violate one of the key rules of IHL, and that's not limited to distinction and proportionality, although these are fundamental, includes rules prohibiting using weapons that cause superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering on combatants, not just civilians, rules protecting the natural environment as well. So that's kind of at the outset. I also wanted to add a bit, in addition to the proportionality rule, I think distinction and the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks is another rule where the uncertainty around the effects of a weapon plays an important role in legal assessments. Indiscriminate attacks that are prohibited also include attacks that use a weapon that under the circumstances or in general would have effects that would escape the control of the user in space and time. And the law defines that as effects that cannot be limited as required by international humanitarian law. And when we look at nuclear weapons and radiation in particular, I think it's already fairly established that it is not possible to control the spread of radiation in time and space, at least in the normal or expected use of a nuclear weapon. And this is the benchmark against which the assessment is of legality of use is made, right? Normal and expected use, because any weapon in theoretical extreme scenarios can be used in a lawful or unlawful manner, but we're looking at the normal or expected use. So radiation, the way it spreads, is very difficult, if not impossible, to control in time and space. And so this is very relevant for the prohibition of indiscriminate attacks as well. The unpredictability of effects of a weapon, more broadly speaking, is a key factor for assessing the lawfulness or not of use of that weapon. And it is in our view that if the effects of a weapon cannot be predicted, then its use would not be lawful. And that's one of the main arguments that we have been calling for a prohibition on fully autonomous weapon systems that select and attack human targets, so anti-personnel use without human intervention, because of the unpredictability of their effects. So just wanted to add to the proportionality rule this other aspect as well. And also a last point, when we talk about the magnitude of consequences and the 5 or 2% probability of occurrence, for us, it's clear, and that's also in the spirit and the purpose of the law, that the higher the risk of harm, then the stricter the responsibility, not only to do everything possible to minimize or avoid altogether that risk, but the stricter the responsibility also to do everything to predict the risks, right? And if predicting, anticipating the effects is not possible, then refraining from using a weapon. So to me, it's a bit circular to say, well, there are a lot of unknowns, and therefore, well, what do? We cannot account for a 1% likelihood of an effect occurring because it's too low, therefore we go ahead. For us, it's rather the other way around. If the effects cannot be predicted and the uncertainty is so high, then this argues in favor of refraining from using that weapon. But again, this is to engage in a technical discussion on risk assessment around nuclear weapons. Although, as I said at the very outset, for us, it's a bit of a theoretical discussion because we really cannot see or envisage a scenario where a use even of a tactical nuclear weapon in a remote area against a military target would be compatible with the key rules and principles of IHL. But of course, we are very happy to have a discussion with states possessing nuclear weapons on what scenarios they envisage, where the use would be lawful. But answers to this question have so far not been forthcoming.
You've identified two of the points that are primary on our discussion list for this panel. The first one, the impact of a characterization that at least several of the effects of nuclear weapons are not controllable. We said at the outset of this conference that, you know, a purpose in getting people together, and Professor Biller had made the point, you know, he had made it before we started in one of our panel sessions, and then I think he said it this morning, that this issue has come to the front burner and perhaps we all need to start paying more attention to it. But this issue of whether the uncontrollability or unregulatability of the effects is a basis for unlawfulness, it turns out that's an area of disagreement, because some of us think it is, some of us think it isn't, you know, so obviously we need more work there. The second point you raised is one I think Professor Koplow addressed, and it's one that Professor Biller and I have been talking about really for the last couple of weeks. Look, we all know that in the context of conventional weapons, at least as I understand it, you know, the way we look at it is we kind of bend over backwards for the military, right? Because they're in this horrible position of warfare and they have to make decisions fast, and they have to make it on inadequate knowledge, you know, the best they have. And I don't think there's any doubt. I mean, I've seen the standard over and again that, well, they're supposed to make a best judgment on what's reasonably available to them. And if something, you know, maybe if they just have to make a phone call, if they can do it, they have to do it, but not a heavy duty of an investigation. But the question, you know, and then maybe I'm understating that or overstating it, but I think we bend over backwards with conventional. So the question is it different with nuclear weapons? Do we have to, I mean, is it enough for the legal advisor to the military to say, geez, I don't know what's really going to happen here. I don't know. It's hard to quantify these things. So, you know, as far as I know, it's a good, clean strike. We'll stop there. Is that good enough? Or we've just heard, you know, Dr. Georgiou tell us, no, it's not enough because you have a higher risk. You know, you have a duty of inquiry. And in effect, you can't go ahead unless you can have a good faith basis. You know, I mean, I think that's the question, right? So what's the answer? I guess Jeff and David, you know, I mean, what's the basis as to the level of knowledge or not that a commander has to have to be able to give the green light to a strike with nukes?
I mean, in general, the answer is not certainty, right? You don't have to know for certain. And that's just the general answer for this, right? If a commander is given a weapon and told that weapon is going to act in a certain way 99% of the time, and it doesn't act that way that one time, like that's not enough, right? To say that was an illegal activity that you just undertook, right? And so obviously the scale of harm is potentially much larger. And so the question becomes, what would be the standard by which you would judge them afterwards, right? And I think the standard is, did they act reasonably, right? And usually say, can they explain the decision by which they made, right? Can you explain it? And when you explain it, is that reasonable? So I think whether it be the commander or the president making the decision, or let's say, God forbid, the chain of command is interrupted and it's a general officer and an airborne command post making the decision, what they're going to do, right, is take all the available information that they have to them, right? You will have meteorologists, you'll have experts on potential effects of nuclear weapons who are all going to be feeding information to that commander, who is then going to have, or that president or whoever it is, who is then going to make the call. And the after the fact question of how do you judge that person is, did they act reasonably, right? Can they explain through? If part of that explanation is, well, in reality, we had no idea what the effects were going to be of this weapon, right? Then that doesn't sound very reasonable, does it, right? But if the is, hey, I had experts, highly qualified experts who were telling me that based upon every model that they've had and they've run and that they know, that these are what we expect to happen. Can we be 100% certain in that? Absolutely not, right? And I don't think you can point a number to that. Do they have to be 90% certain, 95? It's a reasonableness standard, right? And which is something that lawyers are generally fairly comfortable with operating in, even while recognizing it's in an imperfect standard. But I think that's the best that the law has come up with to this point, is to say, can you explain it? And when you explain it, was it reasonable? And it sounds very simplistic, but right, we don't have a lot of like special standards for nuclear weapons right now. We just have a standard, and then we have to do the best that we can to apply it to something that is, you know, extraordinarily difficult to do.
Professor Koplow?
Well, I was hoping that in this panel, we'd be able to generate more clash of opposing ideas. But unfortunately, I agree with just about everything that Jeff just said. You know, the fact is that we are stuck in an environment where there are not going to be very many bright line rules. And that's just the nature of human interactions and law in particular. You know, it is possible, and the ICRC is not the only one who says it is possible that one bright line is nuclear weapons can never be used lawfully. That's a very plausible interpretation. But if you step away from that, then nuclear weapons are just like everything else, where the guidepost is the mushy standard of reasonableness. And the law of armed conflict uses mushy terms like that repeatedly. There are so many places where the rules talk about what is feasible to do under the circumstances. Feasible is one of those marvelously opaque words that's chosen precisely because you can't pin it down. You have to make a judgment the best you can under the circumstances. And it's a judgment based on what the decision maker knew or could have known or could have found out at the time, rather than based on hindsight, assessing what actually happened. For me, that's not quite bending over backwards, as Charlie says it. To me, that's just the test for the reasonableness of the decision maker is, what did that person know at that time? What could they have found out? What additional resources might have been available to them under the circumstances they were in, the pressures of time and the urgency of the battle. And that's the best we can do.
But are we
respond to that really quickly? One other quick note, that if proportionality was the test that you were running, the ICRC has said that when it comes to issues of proportionality, a quote, fairly broad margin of judgment, unquote, must be afforded to the decision maker in that situation, understanding just how contextual the decision is. And when you look at standards that they've used in international criminal law for violations of proportionality, they go beyond just the excessive test, right? Was the incidental harm excessive to the military advantage? They go to a clearly excessive test, and they raise it to an even higher level for criminal law standards. And so I think what that represents is a large, broad-based agreement that these are hard decisions.
Unless you take the view that per se, nuclear weapons cannot be used lawfully. Then it's easy.
In risk assessment, it's often talked about how or what do we need in order to make good decisions. And what they talk about then is a lot of shared risk understanding. That meaning that the analyst, the decision maker, the lawyer, they all have some kind of agreement on what the risks are, how they work, and what the problems are, and what we try to achieve. And of course, how to prepare for these kind of situations is to put yourself, or put this team, or put all these people in all these kind of different possible situations, the specific situations, not on general level. And that's one of the problems today, is that we talk about this on a too general level. On that level, it's really hard to grasp all the challenges, but on the specific different situations, and try together to see different viewpoints before you need to make this decision in reality. And of course, this conference is a way of doing that, but there are many other ways that the different commanders need to work, on presidents probably as well. But these kind of situations, in order to create this shared risk awareness, then we have some kind of likelihood of making good decisions in these, or at least better decisions in these situations. And then we need to go into the specifics that probably will paint a bit harder lines, or more bright shining lines for us. And I think that is, it's clear that we need those kind of decisions that are also broader than the legal discussions, because this is not just a legal, even though it is, even this conference, it's a legal conference, but in general, these decisions are much bigger than legal aspects. But I agree with you, there is a probability that this could be considered to be unlawful weapons in general, but we need to go into the details of these situations deeper to get a broader understanding of these different situations.
Yeah, I understand the point, and I guess, David, you made it in the earlier panel, how hard it is, to make these judgments. But the part of it where I think I go to where Irene was, where Dr. Georgia was, and say, look, if you're talking about a really bad effect, the burden becomes very, very high, to avoid it. If we take what Alan Robach told us today, just start with that, if you get into serious nuclear exchanges between the US and Russia, you're talking potentially about 5 billion deaths, because you're going to get that. Is there a valuation issue there, or do we say, at some point we're beyond the pale, and maybe we'd see it different, each of us might see it a little differently, beyond some pale, it's not, what was the phrase that was used in the public statement by the heads of state recently? It's not admissible. It's inadmissible to use nuclear weapons.
Yes, anytime you're doing a cost-benefit calculation, if one of the possible outcomes has a negative value of infinity, then it doesn't have to have a very high probability in order to swamp all the rest of the arithmetic. And I think that is absolutely the scenario that we would be contemplating with large-scale uses of nuclear weapons. As the ICJ advisory opinion said, it's more complicated. It's more difficult when you contemplate other kinds of scenarios where the negative value may be enormously high, but not quite at infinity.
Yeah, so if that's the case, then the obvious question is, where do we start? Here's a quote, and I remembered this from when I read the ICJ decision. I went back and found it last night. You all may remember that the U.S. judge on the ICJ at the time of the advisory opinion was Stephen Schwabel. And he generally came out supportive of nuclear weapons, but he focused on this remote at sea, thing, which, and one of you mentioned, we should do the evaluation in light of the normal use of these things, not, and this is a point I've heard Jonathan Granoff make, not some aberrational, hypothetical thing that's not realistic. So here's what Schwabel said after saying, okay, it may be okay, or he thought it would be okay, against a remote ship at sea, although there's arguments there too, or maybe okay against the remote troop concentration in a very remote area. He said, it cannot be accepted that the use of nuclear weapons on a scale which would or could, result in the deaths of many millions in indiscriminate inferno and by far-reaching fallout, have profoundly pernicious effects in space and time, and render uninhabitable much of the earth, that could be lawful. So he's sort of taken that point, you know, if you're going to kill, you can't kill millions of people. That he's drawing that line there. And the question is whether, in a way, the question is whether, you know, whether we agree with that and how that fits, if it does, into a risk analysis matrix.
Well, I think, I mean, it should be said as a very technical matter, there's no such thing as per se disproportionate attacks, right? Because they are sliding scales. Now, having said that, right, if you give me the incidental harm at 5 billion, I'm going to say, I don't think there's any, you know, military advantage that could ever, even theoretically in my wildest dreams, match that, right? And I think that's pretty obvious. But that's why these things are all contextual, right? Yes, we should think about the worst case scenarios and understand them and recognize them. But I don't think that means that it's always going to be the worst case scenario that's enacted, right? If it's not per se prohibited, which, depending on how you read the ICJ advisory opinion, they said there is no per se prohibitions under international law, then it becomes a contextual use-based analysis. We have to analyze it in the context of which they're used. And there are an infinite variety of potential context in which they could be deployed. So I think the only thing you can really do is to try and lay out the principles by which we would evaluate that and make that decision. But I think it's awfully hard to, or maybe not as helpful, to always jump towards the worst case scenario and say, well, listen, a possibility is complete nuclear fallout. And so therefore, per se, they should not be used. I just, from a legal perspective, right, I don't think that's the helpful answer as we try and work through the issues.
And for me, the next step is that if creative minds on the ICJ, Judge Schwebel or others, are able to come up with scenarios where a small number of very small nuclear weapons used in a remote location where it might be valuable, that does not provide a general justification for the entire nuclear arsenal. That is, if what you've been able to justify is a small number of small nuclear weapons used in a particular scenario, then you shouldn't have large numbers of large nuclear weapons and a doctrine for using them in very different scenarios. There has to be a connection between what you've been able to legally justify and what your arsenal consists of. And that's where I think the ICJ logic breaks down.
Yeah, I would fully agree. I mean, I would go back to what I said earlier about the normal and expected use of a weapon, and this links also to the legal assessment, legal review of weapons obligations. And I know there are also divergent views on the status of this obligation under customary law, but the legal review of any weapon being developed or acquired also needs to be done against the benchmark of the effects it would have in normal or expected use. So I would fully agree with that. Just one point, Jeff, you mentioned that the ICJ said there was no obligation, no prohibition on nuclear weapons under international law. There was none at the time. There is now, although not globally binding, of course, under the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. So there is an instrument now, and some might argue that this might also alter the legal analysis that the court would have made if the treaty was in existence at the time. Because one of the elements they examined was whether there was an international instrument prohibiting nuclear weapons. They didn't say universal, of course. So, but just as an ad hoc point. But I would say, in my opinion, it's not the legal the legal thresholds and standards for distinction and proportionality and precautions that are inadequate for nuclear weapons. I would say rather what I find bizarre is that the consequences that even a tactical low-yield nuclear weapon would have if used in a remote area, these consequences on the environment and on combatants are being underestimated. And if they were not, I think by applying the legal standards that apply to conventional weapons as well on the rules that we examined, to me, the conclusion is fairly straightforward, right? Even if you use it against an enemy ship on the high seas, again, is there a way to prevent radiation from spreading into the ocean and moving and expanding in space in a way that cannot be predicted and cannot be controlled? And doesn't this have an impact on the legal assessment? In our view, obviously it does. So I just find it a bit strange that these aspects are being perhaps, I don't want to say ignored or underestimated, rather in the legal assessment, rather than talking about whether the standards existing under current law are adequate or not. Of course, if we talk about a fully blown nuclear confrontation with hundreds of strategic warheads, then it kind of escapes the realm of the law, if you want. Then we're talking about something completely different, and legal discussion doesn't really make a lot of sense anymore at that stage. But just to say that I wouldn't see the question as, are the legal standards sufficient for nuclear weapons, or do we need something different? It's not that nuclear weapons are some kind of a mythical creature or weapon where law of armed conflict does not apply. At least this is our view and our firm conviction. It's rather the law seems to be interpreted by some in a different way when it comes to nuclear weapons for political or policy related reasons, which should not be the case in our view.
I think you're going back to the U.S. defense before the ICJ of the lawfulness of nuclear weapons was that, well, you can't say they're indiscriminate or disproportionate because we can use low yield against remote targets. And that was the defense. Now, in defense of the U.S. lawyers, that was the issue framed before the court: is any use lawful? But obviously, there's been work done in subsequent years. There's been studies in the ocean about the effects of the radiation and about the effects of radiation on ships in the sea. And there are many who would say that even low yield nuclear weapons, are unlawful. But if we're going to talk about the, and that's the position that a lot of us believe, but obviously many disagree with it. But isn't a central issue here, and we've alluded to it all day, we've never addressed it, is nuclear response and escalation. Because in a way, and I think, David, this refers to some of your comments, even if you're talking about a higher yield, and certainly if you're talking about a lower yield, beyond your point, Irene, that, even the low yield limited use is unlawful under these standards, by one way of interpreting them, right? But even beyond that, if you're going to look at it, more broadly, there's a question whether one can say it's legitimate legally to just look at one strike, or must one look at the potential counterstrike and escalatory strike? And it's perfectly normal for us lawyers to think, well, no, that's a superseding intervening cause, and that's the view of a lot of lawyers, and that's the view that the DOD Law of War Manual takes, I think, at least as a general matter. But here's the question: Is it different in this context of nuclear weapons? Because we know so much. There's so much intelligence. There's so much knowledge by, you know, Russia and the U.S. and the U.S. and Russia and with other countries of how they're going to respond. So if you have a level of knowledge of a likelihood of response, is that part of the legal analysis here, or do we just say it doesn't matter?
I would like to start because there is here a difference. If you talk about escalation from traditional weapons in a conflict where we've seen similar attacks many times, of course, there is always a possibility of escalation from one specific attack. But that is not that great. But the first use of a nuclear weapon in a conflict, then of course the probability of escalation and how that works is completely different from the 100th use of a traditional weapon in some other conflict. So saying, well, in typical situations, we don't look at escalation because it's a speculative effect here. But in the first use of a nuclear weapon, is it really speculative effect? Speculative to say that this will have some big change on this conflict? And maybe even bigger than that. So saying that we typically don't look at escalation in legal aspects or in general, maybe when we use nuclear weapons, at least the first couple of times, the hundreds of times, that maybe there's a different cause, but we now talk about the first times, hopefully. And then I would say, well, escalation is not speculation. It is probable that will change that conflict. And then we cannot really put it to side and say, well, we typically don't look at escalation and we will not do it this time either. This time we need to look at escalation. It's not speculation.
Well, here's one scenario that would provide the boundary test case for that. Go back to Dr. Strangelove and suppose that you knew that your adversary country had installed a doomsday machine that would automatically blow up the world if you use a nuclear weapon against them. If you knew that had happened, then building a doomsday machine, I think, would be illegal and immoral and would be a violation of international law and should not be done. But if you knew that the other side had done that, so that there was not an intervening choice made by the adversary, it was an automatic mechanism, I think that has to be taken into account in your decision making. That ordinarily, I'm pretty sympathetic to the idea that when I have to assess the entire array of expected outcomes, that should include all the physical manifestations of blast and heat and EMP and all the rest of it. But I should not be responsible for what the other side might elect to do in response. That if there is in first-year torts classes, we talk about an intervening tortfeasor. If there's some other actor who's making separate judgments, I'm not responsible for that, even though I could anticipate and foresee that it might happen. If they can make an independent judgment, that's on them. But if the independent judgment has become automatic through artificial intelligence or something else, I think that becomes a harder case.
First off, I'd like to say congratulations to David for being the first one to raise Dr. Strangelove. This is my personal favorite movie, so kudos on that.
We should have a clip from it for this panel, shouldn't we?
But I mean, I'd like to go something Colonel Richard said before, and I firmly believe in, and that's why we don't have lawyers making decisions, right? At least in the military context, we don't. The commander makes the decision. Because again, the law piece is one but of many pieces, right? And so, and lawyers are very much trained into the legal, not legal realm, right? And then we can provide that, we can provide legal risk, right? We can say, well, here's how I think this will be viewed, but there's some gray areas here that we have to contend with. But it's the commander who's taking in the myriad, or the president, or whoever the decision maker is taking in the myriad of factors, right? And if one of those factors is a doomsday machine, it's not really a legal question, is it, right? It's okay, you could do this and I could justify it for you under international law, but do you really want to go there, right? Is that really the right place to go? And I think, hopefully there would be 1,000 other voices saying, yeah, Mr. President, I'm not sure that this is something we ought to do, right? And I think part of being a lawyer is recognizing the bounds of the law, right? And what we do, how it's helpful, right? Where to interject, where not to interject. And I just think this would represent one of those areas. And when you talk about risk escalation, right? Charlie, we talked about this before. Like, if I'm in a bar fight and if the law says that I can use a knife at this point, am I responsible if I know that my use of the knife is going to lead to the other guy's use of a gun, right? I know that it's probably pretty stupid for me to bring the knife out if I know he's going to use the gun, but am I responsible for his subsequent use of the gun? No, right? If I'm acting lawfully, that's how I'm judged. But that's only one factor to consider when you're making a decision. And so I think it's a little bit dangerous to start trying to bleed the law out into non-law areas, right? To not recognize that we are not the only voice in the room, that there will be other voices in the room, and that those voices are better able to talk about things like that, right? They're going to be more of an expert in that particular area, all right? They will probably have studied more issues like doctrine and nuclear strategy than the lawyer will have, and they will be better able to answer that question. And it's, you're always worried about mission creep, right? At least in the military we are. So you want to be careful with the lawyer too, with mission creep. Like, are you trying to pull in things to the law that aren't really the law?
What do you think of that, Irene? Do you think it's beyond the law, or is the law still in play here?
I think 2 points. First, I would go back to what one of the things Hans said at the very beginning, that risk assessment cannot and should not be purely legal. So when we talk about escalation and the spiral of using more and more powerful nuclear weapons, I think this is an assessment, I would agree, that goes beyond assessing the legality of a single attack, and is very much a non-legal risk assessment with huge risks that need to be taken into account. But where the law comes in, I would say, I would see it not so much in terms of assessing the legality of an attack, because there we are, at least this is the ICRC's view, and many states' view, we are confined within the realm of a specific attack, even if it's an attack as a whole. We do not project onto future counterattacks. But where the law does come in is perhaps the question of reprisals. And I know you discussed this previously. Unfortunately, I couldn't attend earlier panels, but when we talk about reprisals and the argument that, well, a nuclear weapon may be used as a lawful reprisal to put an end to a violation, grave violation of international humanitarian law, if we look at lawful reprisals, then one of the preconditions are that the reprisal is capable of putting an end actually to the violation. And here, if we talk about using a nuclear weapon, given the risk of escalation that it would trigger potentially a counter use of another nuclear weapon, I think this is one of the arguments against any sort of conception of a lawful reprisal, of a lawful use of nuclear weapons in reprisal, because of the risk of escalation, which would make that use unlikely to put an end to violation of IHL, but rather trigger an even worse violation. So that's where I would see perhaps the law come into play here, not so much in assessing the legality of using a nuclear weapon in the context of an attack as such, where I would not necessarily, and I would agree that, yeah, obviously you would not be responsible for the behavior of, or the course of action taken by the adversary, but likely course of action taken by the adversary should be taken into account when you choose your own course of action. It's the same with conventional weapons, but responsibility is a different matter. So on that, I would agree with Jeff.
Would that same logic apply to application of the principle of proportionality, which is a balance as against military benefit, and even necessity, which is a balance concerning military benefit? If you think there's no military benefit here because of the counterattack, Would you take that logic of your reprisal point that far?
Is that a question to me? So for
Yes.
proportionality as well, I mean, the way the ICRC sees it is confined into the realm of an attack. We don't we don't subscribe to a concept of strategic proportionality that has been advanced by some, or that winning the war is, concrete enough military advantage to justify certain actions in attack, which again goes beyond the confines of a specific attack. So even in the context of proportionality, I would not put escalation among the elements that would be relevant for legal assessment in the context of IHL. Again, when we are talking about a strictly speaking law of armed conflicts legal assessment.
Thank you. Do you have a point? Do you have a view on that, David?
Well, I wanted to pick up on a point you just referred to, and that is on the military gain side. That is, we've spent most of our time talking about risk on the harm side, where you have to assess the probabilities of various bad outcomes and how complicated and difficult that could be. But the same kind of calculation should be done on the military benefit side of the equation as well. You can't just assume that the use of a nuclear weapon or any other weapon will 100% accomplish the commander's objective in inflicting whatever pain on the adversary. Instead, you have to do the same kind of calculation there. Sometimes on the operational side, this is referred to as the principle of economy of force. That is, you wouldn't devote weapons uselessly. You wouldn't shoot at something if it's not going to accomplish the objective. You wouldn't drop bombs where you will not accomplish the harm on the intended target. And I think the same kind of thing needs to be done on the nuclear level as well. You'd have to assess in a complicated way. There's a 10% probability that my use of a nuclear weapon will destroy the target. There's a 15% chance that it will damage the target. There's a 20% chance that it'll miss the target altogether. There's a 2% chance that it'll land on friendly forces. You have to do the same kind of calculation on the military advantage side that you do on the harm side as well. And it's equally difficult on both sides.
That's interesting. Do you have a sense, Jeff, whether this happens?
Well, I was going to say, I mean, I think this raises the specter of one of the major areas of debate in IHL is on this question of military advantage, and how remote or what type of military advantage, right? Can it be strategic? Can it be big picture? Does it have to be immediate? What's the time factor? This is one of those areas where I would say, again, identifying gaps, like as we try and do the analysis on the legal side, I would say a gap that perhaps should be further emphasized is trying to understand just what types of military advantage is going to qualify, right? So the United States, perhaps not surprisingly, takes a more expanded view on, right, what sort of military advantage would qualify. You know, they say that strategic advantages, those big picture, that they can qualify. There's no requirement the advantage be immediate, right? It can't be speculative. It can't be hypothetical. But that's different from, saying it has to be immediate. So I don't know if we need to get into an extended debate about military advantage here, other than from my perspective to say that is one area that perhaps could move the ball forward and making better evaluations on risk here, is coming to a better understanding, particularly in the nuclear context, what sorts of military advantage could be gained. And it goes back to a point I said at the very beginning of this panel. I think part of the problem is our lack of case studies here, right? And so we can't go back and say, well, we've had 150 uses of nuclear weapons and here's what they expected to accomplish. Did it happen or not? Like we don't have that. We have one situation where we used nuclear weapons and it resulted in the end of the war, right? Which is a pretty good military advantage. But as I mentioned, at the time, we were the only ones with nuclear weapons. Japan did not have nuclear weapons. And so Would the same thing happen if it was the United States and Russia, or whoever the two nuclear armed powers were, India, Pakistan, whoever? We don't know, right? Because and that greatly expands our risk, because we have a gap in our knowledge there.
All right. I wish we could follow up and go on, but we only have another 3 or 4 minutes. Why don't each of you take them? We've identified that we've come into a fresh area where not much work has been done. So give us your bottom line on where we are and what we need to do, Hans.
Thank you. Well, to start off, we need risk management and risk assessment to be a complement to the legal aspects. But the risk assessment, typical military risk assessment, is not prepared for these cases either. So there is a need to look into different type of cases to start to be better at this kind of risk assessment, and hopefully that will also in the end help the legal assessment. But risk management needs to do it for itself as well, to develop military risk management in these areas. So there is a need to development in risk management specifically for nuclear weapons, if we want to be better at providing decision support for these kind of decisions.
Irene?
I mean, I would say this has been a very interesting legal discussion, and the lawyer part of me has really appreciated it, but I can't help but thinking that when we look at nuclear weapons and the horrific consequences they have, again, I will keep coming back to that. I don't see it so much as principally a legal issue, and legal assessments and risk assessments of legality of use of low yield tactical nuclear weapons really risk being a slippery slope. I think we shouldn't lose sight of the nature of consequences of radiation and the other damage mechanisms of a nuclear detonation, the profound nature and extent of their consequences and long-term impact. And ultimately, for me, it shouldn't be a legal benchmark, but rather, if you want, more of a moral and ethical assessment. And I say this as a lawyer, even I don't think any sort of legal window would morally and ethically justify the use of even a small tactical nuclear weapon, considering all the risks that this would have in terms of consequences, but also the risks of escalation that we discussed earlier. So just to zoom out a bit from the law and into kind of a broader moral and ethical level that I think we should not lose sight of.
Thank you. David?
Well, I just wanted to close by noting that since the conference, the title of this conference is Nuclear Weapons and International Law in Light of Ukraine, maybe it's worth just a note about Ukraine, because to me, that context demonstrates very vividly that there could not be any lawful use of any kind of a nuclear weapon in, around, at, for Ukraine. That what we've talked about today demonstrates that the military gain from such an attack would be remote, and the consequences would be so horrible and widespread and long-lasting that the case-by-case detailed scenario-specific analysis has to come out that nuclear weapons could not be used in Ukraine.
Thanks, and thanks for taking us back to our frame. Jeff?
Sure, and to take us back again, going back to the first panel, I just want to reemphasize how many areas that were discussed where knowledge gaps, major knowledge gaps were identified. And when we think about risk, at least as the way I presented it and the way I think about it in terms of the legal analysis, when you have those gaps, it makes it awfully hard to do the legal. It makes it very risky to make those legal calculations about things like military advantage and incidental harm because of what we don't know. And so getting a legal call right is very risky in that situation because of the gaps in knowledge. And so I guess I would just go back to hey, we need to keep doing the hard work at understanding this better so that we can make better decisions. God forbid we ever have to make that decision. But right, if the time does come and a lawyer is asked, I would hope that they would have the best information available to offer on the legal side what they think the answer is, particularly as it relates to those questions.
Okay, well, I guess we end with questions, but I guess it's inevitable because we're starting a look really at an area that apparently hasn't been much focused about in a context that's become, unfortunately, front burner again. So thank you all very much. It's sure been a great discussion. And we are now, let me just look, we're adjourned.
Hey, Charlie, real quick, we didn't give Hans a chance to offer some closing thoughts.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You did. You did.
Yeah, I thought Hans led us off.
Okay.
I was first.
I thought that was part of the last question.
Yeah. Do you have anything else, Hans? We'd love to hear it. Yeah. Okay. Well, we're good, and we're adjourned until 3:00, and then we are back with a deterrence panel. Thank you.
Charlie. 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 John. Hmm.
Do we still have Dr. Giorgio for this?
Yes, she's still on.
Okay, good, good. Yeah.
So let me just hit record and then we can begin.
Okay, whenever you're ready, John, you've got the floor.
Hello, my name is Jackie Cabasso. I'm the Executive Director of Western States Legal Foundation based in Oakland, California, an affiliate of the International Association of Lawyers Against Nuclear Arms. It is my privilege to serve as moderator of Panel 4, which will address nuclear deterrence and the law of threat. The Latin root of the word deterrence means to frighten away, fill with fear. In many ways, nuclear deterrence is the Gordian knot blocking the path to nuclear disarmament. In my view, nuclear deterrence is an elastic doctrine that is used as a justification by nuclear armed states and their allies for the perpetual possession and threatened use of nuclear weapons. But today we will hear a variety of perspectives on the law and policy of nuclear deterrence, which are closely linked. U.S. national security policy has been remarkably consistent in the post-World War II and post-Cold War eras, despite dramatically changed geopolitical conditions and very different presidential styles. Nuclear deterrence has been reaffirmed as the cornerstone of U.S. national security by every president, Republican or Democrat, since 1945, when President Harry Truman, a Democrat, oversaw the atomic bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Unfortunately, Russia and other would-be superpowers have increasingly modeled their own national security policies and their economies on the U.S. model. You may recall President Obama's 2009 speech in Prague, which launched a tidal wave of expectations around the world that the abolition of nuclear weapons was finally on the horizon. In Prague, President Obama famously declared, quote, "To put an end to Cold War thinking, we will reduce the role of nuclear weapons in our national security strategy and urge others to do the same." But this was immediately followed by, quote, "Make no mistake, as long as these weapons exist, the United States will maintain a safe, secure, and effective arsenal to deter any adversary and guarantee that defense to our allies." So what is the U.S. policy of deterrence? Of nuclear deterrence. As stated in a September 2008 Department of Defense report on the Air Force's nuclear mission, quote, "Nuclear deterrence is achieved by credibly threatening a potential adversary with the use of nuclear weapons so as to prevent that adversary from taking actions against the United States, its allies, or its vital interests. This is accomplished primarily by maintaining sufficient and effective nuclear capabilities to pose unacceptable costs and risks upon the adversary, should it so act. And it continues, though our consistent goal has been to avoid actual weapons use, the nuclear deterrent is used every day by assuring friends and allies, dissuading opponents from seeking peer capabilities to the United States, deterring attacks on the United States and its allies from potential adversaries, and providing the potential to defeat adversaries if deterrence fails. Closely related to the question, what is the U.S. policy of nuclear deterrence, is the question, what purposes do U.S. nuclear weapons serve? One answer was provided by U.S. Navy Admiral Charles Richard, then Chief of U.S. Strategic Command, who wrote in an article titled, quote, Forging 21st Century Strategic Deterrence, published in 2021 Proceedings of the U.S. Naval Institute, quote, we must acknowledge the foundational nature of our nation's strategic nuclear forces as they create the maneuver space for us to project conventional military power strategically, end quote. Today, our panelists will address the legality of explicit direct threats of use and the legality of the longstanding policy of deterrence. After our panelists speak, I will give them a chance to ask each other questions. If there's time, we'll take questions from the audience. If you have questions, please write them in the Q&A box. Now I will briefly introduce our expert panel. As each presenter speaks, I believe Kara will be posting their full bios in the chat. Our first speaker will be Dr. John Burroughs, Senior Analyst with the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy. He will be followed by Davis Joner, a partner at Fluet, former Nuclear Nonproliferation Planner, Joint Chiefs of Staff, Lieutenant Colonel U.S. Marine Corps retired, and adjunct professor at Georgetown and George Washington Law Schools. Following Dr. Jonas, we will hear again from Dr. Irini Georgiou, International Committee of the Red Cross Legal Advisor covering nuclear weapons. Then Navy Commander Leah Groves, Deputy Staff Judge Advocate, U.S. Strategic Command. And finally, Alan Weiner, Senior Lecturer in Law and Director, Stanford Program in International and Comparative Law, Stanford Law School, and former legal advisor with the U.S. State Department. So, John, I turn the floor to you.
Thank you, Jackie. So, contradicting the widespread and complacent belief that the risks of the nuclear age are on the decline, recent years have seen a number of invocations of possible use of nuclear weapons, including the following episodes. It seems sometimes to be forgotten, in the summer and autumn of 2017, the United States and North Korea exchanged incendiary threats of nuclear destruction. In September 2019, Pakistan referred to possible nuclear war in connection with the dispute with India over Kashmir. Finally, as has been talked about, the Russian Federation on more than one occasion has referred to Russian resort to nuclear weapons should the United States and NATO states intervene militarily in the conflict in Ukraine. Such threats are utterly unacceptable, above all because they greatly increase the risks of a humanitarian and environmental catastrophe resulting from use of nuclear weapons. The position expressed in the G20 declaration made in Bali on November 16, 2022 is striking in this regard. The declaration states in part, it is essential to uphold international law and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability. This includes defending all the purposes and principles enshrined in the Charter of the United Nations and adhering to international humanitarian law, including the protection of civilians and infrastructure in armed conflicts. Now, this is what I want to emphasize. The use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. The G20 is an intergovernmental forum that includes the world's major powers. The statement about the threat of use of nuclear weapons was occasioned by Russian threats, but it is not by its terms limited to that circumstance. For a lawyer, the word inadmissible is intriguing. It conveys unacceptability, to be sure, but it also has a legal flavor. For example, in a trial, evidence is found to be admissible or inadmissible. What I want to convey today is that there is a strong case that the threats of use of nuclear weapons are not only unacceptable and illegitimate, they are also contrary to international law. That is true under law governing when resort to force is lawful, jus ad bello, and law governing the conduct of conflict, jus in bellum, the law of armed conflict or international humanitarian law. As to jus ad bello, the United Nations Charter, Article 2.4 provides, all members shall refrain in their international relations from the threat or use of force against the territorial integrity or political independence of any state or in any other manner inconsistent with the purposes of the United Nations. If a use of force would violate Article 2.4, a threat to engage in such force violates that article. As the International Court of Justice, ICJ, stated broadly in its 1996 nuclear weapons advisory opinion, quote, the notions of threat and use of force under Article 2, paragraph 4 of the Charter stand together in the sense that if the use of force itself in a given case is illegal, for whatever reason, the threat to use such force will likewise be illegal. It follows that a threat to use nuclear weapons as part of an aggressive attack is illegal. That certainly applies to the nuclear threats made in support of Russia's invasion of Ukraine. As the ICJ also explains, and importantly, it is also the case that a use or threat of force in self-defense must be necessary and proportional. This is a sometimes overlooked aspect of the UN Charter requirement. A defensive threat to use nuclear weapons that does not meet those criteria would also be illegal under jus ad bello. In this context, proportionality requires that the defensive use of force have a reasonable relationship to the aggressive act responded to, and also a reasonable relationship to the lawful goals of the defensive use of force. For example, expelling troops from the attacked state's territory. In many circumstances, it could certainly be argued that a defensive first use of nuclear weapons is not necessary or proportionate as a matter of jus ad bello. What is the law when a state threatens to use nuclear arms in self-defense? Not as part of an aggressive attack as in the Russian case. Let me underline this point. Any threat to use nuclear weapons, whether aggressive or defensive, must also be of a use that would comply with the law of armed conflict or jus in bello. In bellum. In general, as the ICJ found, quote, if an envisaged use of weapons would not meet the requirements of humanitarian law, a threat to engage in such use would also be contrary to that law. Close quote. Similarly, in its in-depth study, Customary International Humanitarian Law, the International Committee of the Red Cross observed that, quote, the prohibition on threatening to carry out a prohibited act is generally recognized in international law. Close quote. The general principle is reinforced and instantiated by certain provisions of Protocol 1 to the Geneva Conventions. One provides that, quote, acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. Another provision prohibits threatening that there shall be no survivors. Under the general principle, if a use of nuclear arms is illegal, the threat of the use is illegal. In my view, putting aside speculative marginal cases, use in typical scenarios or normal scenarios, again, even if defensive, would be illegal under the law of armed conflict. The ICJ went a long way toward accepting this conclusion, finding that the threat or use of nuclear weapons would generally be contrary to the rules of international law applicable in armed conflict. However, the court did not reach a conclusion, one way or the other, regarding an extreme circumstances self-defense in which the very survival of a state is at stake. Nearly 3 decades after the court issued its opinion, we should move beyond the court's uncertainty in that circumstance. Now, here is a tough question, and I'm only going to partially answer it. What is a threat as a matter of international law? A statement making demands that is both credible and specific qualifies. Take a concrete context where the stakes are high, such as one of armed conflict involving a nuclear armed state, and the message is, if you do not refrain from X, or if you do Y, we will resort to nuclear arms. That, without doubt, is a legally cognizable threat. And it describes Putin's threat at the outset of the invasion of Ukraine, in which he expressed a readiness to resort to nuclear force should addressee states interfere in Russian military operations in Ukraine. What about general policies declaring a readiness to resort to nuclear weapons when vital interests are at stake, and stating or implying a definite intention to do so if subjected to a nuclear attack? One could object that these are not specific and credible threats. However, first of all, the signal that a nuclear attack will be met with a responsive or preemptive nuclear attack is specific and credible, though it is not in an actual circumstance. But it is true that references to vital interests and like formulations are vague. Second, and importantly, what is at issue here is not the mere possession of nuclear arms. Especially in the case of Russia and the United States, it is the deployment of nuclear weapons ready for use on short notice, less than 30 minutes in the case of ICBMs. More broadly, if specific threats are illegal, that points towards the illegality and certainly the illegitimacy of the machinery and doctrines of nuclear deterrence. They should be dismantled as rapidly as possible through both multilateral and bilateral negotiations and through unilateral steps, as indeed the Non-Proliferation Treaty and other international law require. At the beginning of the post-World War II era, the UN Charter envisaged a world in which the threat or use of force by states at most would play a minimal role in global order. Tragically, nuclear weapons were born at the same time, and within a few years, global order was in significant part, structured through the permanent threat of nuclear force by certain states, above all, the United States and the Soviet Union. We need to return to the original vision of the United Nations. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Professor Jonas?
Thank you. I wanted to thank Charlie for the invitation to speak, and I wanted to note that in my emails with Charlie initially, we had a lot of debates about the viability and practicality of international law as it pertains to those states that simply don't follow it compared to those who do. And I think that's something I think that everyone should keep in mind when we're talking about these things. I have no doubt that many panelists and participants and viewers and listeners would like to see nuclear weapons eliminated. I'm actually among them, but I simply see no way to get there. Of course, the worst possible world that we could live in would be a world in which the United States decided that, well, you know, the threat and use, it's all illegal, and so we're going to give up our nuclear weapons. But then you've got Iran, Russia, China, and North Korea, perhaps with nuclear weapons, and we have none. That's not a world I want to live in. So I would love to be able to get rid of nuclear weapons. I just don't see how we can get there. I hope that there are smarter people than me who can figure that out. I did appreciate in the opening remarks of the ABA president, Mary Smith, she quoted Jamie Dimon's note that nuclear proliferation is probably the greatest threat that we confront right now, and it's certainly not climate change, he noted, and that's spot on, because the nuclear proliferation and the threat of a nuclear weapon detonation is something that there's nothing that can approximate that. As a matter of fact, I personally view nuclear weapons as the only WMD. I don't think that chemical or biological weapons even approach the damage that nuclear weapons can do. Of course, they do no damage to infrastructure whatsoever. Now, we've talked a lot and we've heard a lot of discussion about the ICJ opinion, of course, and that's relevant here. Nuclear weapons are not illegal to possess. We've talked about the NPT quite a bit. Nuclear weapons are not illegal to possess under the NPT, certainly for the 5 recognized nuclear weapon states. And also, I also don't happen to believe that the NPT creates some kind of customary international law against possession of nuclear weapons if you're not a noted nuclear weapon state in the NPT. So 4 other states, 9 total with nuclear weapons. And I don't believe that the possession of any of them, except maybe arguably North Korea, you could come up with an argument against their possession of nuclear weapons, is illegal. Now, the threat of nuclear weapons, of course, is something else. And the ICJ said that the threat or use is generally contrary to international law, but of course not always. So it's not really against international law either. Now, you do have, though, in the NPT context, you've got the 5 nuclear weapon states who have committed either through a policy declaration or a legally binding negative security assurance given in the context of a protocol to a nuclear weapon free zone, commitment, essentially a negative security assurance, a commitment not to use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against nearly all non-nuclear weapon states. And of course, when we look around at the threats occurring, they're only really coming from Russia and North Korea. Certainly, Russia has violated the guarantee that it gave in writing in the Budapest Memorandum, not to violate the territorial integrity or sovereignty of Ukraine. It's pretty obvious to everyone that they're doing that. And then, of course, the threats they routinely make to nuke, to deploy a tactical nuclear weapon against Ukraine. They've moved strategic and tactical nuclear weapons into Belarus. All of these things are threatening moves, and they are real threats. And so what I really want to get at here is the difference between what I would call an implied and an actual threat of use of nuclear weapons. Now, the ICJ, of course, I don't believe that they have outlawed the threat, nor do I believe that the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, I think, didn't change anything in that regard. So I don't think there's any treaty or customary international law that prohibits nuclear weapons or the threat of nuclear weapons. But when we get down to, John just said, what is a threat? And that is indeed the key question. And I agree, we really need to define that and figure out what it is. And if we can all agree that Putin's statements, and of course, actually going into Ukraine with conventional military, that those things are wrong. Let's take it down a notch and let's look at a statement that we often hear from United States presidents where something happens in the world. It might be use of chemical weapons. It might be an attack across a border of another country. And they'll come to the president and they'll say, well, what does that mean? What are you thinking about doing? And what we'll often hear from the president is that, quote, all options are on the table, unquote. Now, that is taken to mean that we can use conventional forces, but it means all options that we have are something that we would consider. And that by implication, includes the use of nuclear weapons. Now, I personally don't believe the US would use nuclear weapons against a conventional attack on an ally, particularly if it didn't threaten their existence or the use of a chemical weapon. But we want them to know that that's still an option. I don't believe that kind of statement, I believe I might classify as a veiled implied threat. It doesn't mention the word nuclear weapon, but yet it implies that it is something we might consider. My concern here is that some of my friends who would like to see disarmament would like to argue that the very possession of nuclear weapons for use as a deterrent is illegal. And of course, I'd say if the United States ever agreed that that was the truth again, and we did get rid of our nuclear weapons, we'd be in a hell of a situation, because there's a lot of states out there, just a few states out there that have nuclear weapons that would be happy to threaten us with them. And of course, if we had no way to deter them with nuclear weapons, then what exactly do we do? So I think that that it's important to also note that when you say all options are on the table, it also includes conventional weapons. And we have the strongest conventional military in the world, at least right now. And no one has ever said that the threat of, sending in the Marines or sending in an aircraft carrier, nobody ever talks about that threat as being really illegal. It's only when nuclear weapons get mentioned that we talk about illegality. And so I think that when we look at this distinction of implied versus actual threats, the actual threat is what we're hearing from Putin, where he and any number of his lieutenants are publicly saying at different times that we're thinking about the use of a tactical nuclear weapon. We're thinking about, they better be careful, or we're going to consider the use of nuclear weapons. And that's why we're putting tactical weapons into Belarus. And now we're moving strategic weapons into Belarus. Those are real threats. And that kind of conduct, I believe, should be unlawful. But I don't ever want to see us get into a situation where the mere possession of nuclear weapons, where we do say, admittedly, that they are for deterrence, could be considered unlawful because it's merely an implied threat. It's not an actual threat against anyone. No one is actually saying it. I'm aware that it's written down in our nuclear posture review, but it needs to be there because a threat, in order to have real deterrence, the threat has to be credible, but it doesn't need to be made publicly and constantly as a warning. When a leader does that kind of thing, as Putin does, what I often say to my students is that is harmful to the nuclear nonproliferation regime also. I don't say it's illegal, but I say that it's harmful to the nuclear nonproliferation regime because it increases the perceived value of nuclear weapons, and it might make a state that doesn't have nuclear weapons think, geez, maybe we ought to get one of them so that we can make those kinds of statements so no one will attack us. And I think that's the key difference. So that's what I'd like us to bear in mind as we move forward here, actual versus implied threats. Thanks very much.
Thank you. And now, Dr. Giorgio.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Let me add some of my thoughts as well. And let me start with the official position of the ICRC, which is that any threat to use nuclear weapons is abhorrent to the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. And this refers to the Martens Clause. And for those that are not familiar with the Martens Clause, this is a provision found in international humanitarian law treaties, in the additional protocols to the Geneva Conventions, but also much earlier than that in the St. Petersburg Declaration of the late 19th century. This clause states that in cases not provided by existing law, belligerents remain under the protection and authority of customary law, but also the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. And this is also relevant in the case of nuclear weapons, in the absence of a customary law norm prohibiting the use of nuclear weapons. Specifically, the Martens Clause remains applicable. Now, in terms of the legal status of this clause, it's debated whether the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience are independent, legally binding benchmarks against which weapons can be measured and their lawfulness can be measured, or whether they're just merely moral guidelines. For the ICRC, these reflect public conscience and they constitute more of a universal reference point, if you want, and they apply independently of legally binding instruments. So they are a separate benchmark to assess the lawfulness of weapons, although their status as legal or non-legal is a bit blurry. And the ICJ in its advisory opinion did affirm that the Martens Clause is applicable and important when it comes to assessing the lawfulness of weapons, including nuclear weapons, saying that the Martens Clause has proved to be an effective means of addressing rapid evolution of military technology. And I think, irrespective of the debate on the legally binding nature and the legal force of it, it is pretty much accepted throughout that the Martens Clause is a moral guideline on the unacceptability of means and methods of warfare that may not be specifically prohibited or limited. So this is important to keep in mind when we talk about nuclear weapons in the absence of a customary law rule prohibiting the use or threat of use of nuclear weapons, because the Martens Clause, these principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience, they apply to both the use and the threat of use of nuclear weapons. And the use of nuclear weapons is also contrary to the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience in the ICRC's view, and therefore threat of using them by actually implying the possibility of deploying nuclear weapons is also abhorrent to these principles and dictates. Now, this refers to both general and specific threats, and we would see it applicable to both express and implicit threats. So in that sense, we do not, I would say, see a big difference between implicit and explicit threats in terms of the acceptability. And I didn't say, again, lawfulness or unlawfulness under IHL, but the acceptability under the dictates of public conscience and the principles of humanity. From a legal perspective, as was already mentioned, we know the ICJ's advisory opinion made this pronunciation that if the use of nuclear weapons wouldn't meet the requirements of international humanitarian law, then the threat to engage in such use would also be contrary to the law, although it didn't indicate the legal basis for this statement, so that leaves a bit of an open question. Whether a threat to violate IHL is in itself unlawful under IHL, and there are various views as to this. One argument could be that threatening to use nuclear weapons would be incompatible with the obligation to respect and ensure respect for IHL. And the ICRC's opinion on the use of nuclear weapons is, as many of you will know, that it's extremely doubtful that any use of nuclear weapons would comply with the rules and principles of IHL. So that is one step further from saying that any use of nuclear weapons would always be unlawful under IHL. So it was also mentioned that another legal argument could be linked to acts and threats of terror. So these are acts or threats of violence with a primary purpose to spread terror among the civilian population. These are prohibited under IHL. So if a threat of using nuclear weapons were done with the primary purpose of spreading terror among the civilian population, or if it were articulated in such a way as, for instance, proclaiming that entire civilian populations would be annihilated by use of nuclear weapon without an obvious military advantage. So the primary purpose would be to terrorize the population, then that is clearly unlawful under IHL. And in any case, the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons clearly prohibits, under any circumstances, threatening to use nuclear weapons. So I would say there is a prohibition on threat under international law. It's simply not universally applicable. Obviously, only applicable to those states that are party to this treaty, and has not yet been reflected under customary international law. On this, I think we can all agree. There has been expressed an interesting view, and that's Professor Stuart Casey-Maslin, who wrote the first commentary on the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. He differentiates between threat to use and threatening to use nuclear weapons. So I think it's perhaps an interesting point to raise. Threat of use, according to him, would occur, for example, when a state under a nuclear umbrella, nuclear alliance, raises the likelihood of one of its allies that possess nuclear weapons using these weapons. So this would be a threat to use, but the state saying so would not itself threaten to use. To threaten to use nuclear weapons, according to Professor Casey-Maslin, one must possess nuclear weapons, or at least have sufficient control over nuclear weapons to be able to use them. Now, in my opinion, neither the possession in and of itself of nuclear weapons, nor being part of a nuclear alliance in and of themselves amount to threat of use of nuclear weapons. But a state that would either expressly state or imply that a nuclear weapon would be used in a certain set of circumstances and not in a very abstract manner on the territory of another state, this, I think we can agree, would amount to threat, provided that it is, again, as others have mentioned, credible. So this would exclude cases of states, for example, just doing political gesturing and empty rhetoric without any sort of credibility factor backing up these statements. Testing nuclear weapons or nuclear explosive devices could also amount to threatening to use, depending on the circumstances. This would be more of an implicit threat. Now, this is about threat, and the question of threat of use of nuclear weapons is, of course, very closely linked to nuclear deterrence and the legal and ethical acceptability of nuclear deterrence theories and their corollaries, which are the theory of mutually assured destruction, is a much more sensitive and not purely legal, I would say, issue. So one of the definitions of deterrence has already been provided. Another one is the prevention of action by the existence of a credible threat of unacceptable counteraction, and or the belief that the cost of action outweighs the perceived benefits. So the key to correctly defining deterrence, I think, is to recall that it's the threat of force and not the actual use of force that is successfully communicated to an adversary. And now we have a first question, which is whether nuclear deterrence as such amounts to a threat of use of nuclear weapons. And in my view, the answer would be no. This does not mean that nuclear deterrence theories and doctrines are, in the ICRC's view, acceptable from a moral, ethical, and policy perspective, which is a different question. Deterrence has been traditionally associated with possession of nuclear weapons for the eventuality of never actually having to use them, for deterring large-scale conventional attack, right? Recently, we see a bit of a shift in the deterrence concept in some nuclear armed states' policies. And we see nuclear policies now that aim not just to deter attacks, but also appear to allow for initiating, fighting, and winning an actual nuclear war. And the latest US nuclear posture review is interesting in this respect with its concept of integrated deterrence. So here we see a bit of a different concept of deterrence. It's no longer never to be used strategic nuclear weapons. It's more of a focus on small, more usable tactical nuclear weapons, which are meant precisely to be used in combination with conventional capabilities. And this seems to me to somewhat alter the nature of deterrence doctrine and, quite concerningly, increase the actual risks of use of nuclear weapons. A couple of years ago, the ICRC, together with the Federation of Red Cross and Red Crescent national societies, held an expert meeting on the humanitarian impacts and risks of nuclear weapons. And one of the conclusions of this meeting was that rather than talking of risks, the concepts of luck and vulnerability, I'm quoting from the report, may better capture our inability to control and manage the possible use of nuclear weapons, and therefore would provide a more accurate understanding of the dangers posed by these weapons. So with these risks and magnitude of consequences in mind, we as a humanitarian organization, and as we've said time and again, can only reject any kind of security theory that relies on a threat of mass destruction and mass suffering as contrary to the principles of humanity and the dictates of public conscience. So this refers to nuclear deterrence theories as well. Unfortunately, we have seen a resurgence of debates around nuclear deterrence against the backdrop of the international armed conflict in Ukraine in the past year and a half or so, which is a very concerning trend from our perspective. Instead of focusing on the perceived security benefits of nuclear deterrence, for us, it is critical that we refocus the debates on the human cost of nuclear weapons and the real consequences, what it really would mean for people, for the environment, if even a small, low-yield tactical nuclear weapon were used, as opposed to largely speculative security benefits of deterrence theory. So this is a trend that we find quite concerning, and in our view, it rather brings to the fore more of the risks and impact of the continued possession of nuclear weapons for global security, for human security. Human security as a compound notion that includes the security and safety of people, but also food security, climate security, the continuation of life, and the preservation of the natural environment, as opposed to a much more limited concept of national or regional security, which is what nuclear deterrence theories are premised upon. So just to summarize, no clear conclusion on whether threatening to use nuclear weapons is unlawful under IHL, but there are strong arguments that would lead to a positive conclusion, but we are not there yet. Unacceptability of nuclear deterrence, inadmissibility of threats of using nuclear weapons under the Martens Clause, principles of humanity and dictates of public conscience. Hopefully it wasn't too complicated. It's very late here in Geneva, so I apologize if my brain is failing me. I tried to be as articulate as I could, but
Well,
happy to take any questions.
Thank you for staying up. Thank you. Our next speaker will be Commander Groves.
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Dr. Giorgio, for your perspective, and to Professor Moxley for inviting me to sit on this esteemed panel. I'm a naval officer and an attorney in the legal office at the United States Strategic Command, which I will talk more about shortly. But before I do, I have to give the obligatory disclaimer and say that I do not speak for Strategic Command, and any comments or opinions I provide today are my own and do not necessarily represent Strategic Command, Department of the Navy, the Judge Advocate General's Corps, or the Department of Defense. And so I was asked to speak about the role of attorneys in nuclear planning and targeting at the Department of Defense. So the attorneys in the Strategic Command Legal Office provide the full spectrum of legal advice to our 4-star commander and his staff. We come from diverse geographic and educational backgrounds. We each have at least 10 years experience as attorneys, and we have advised at all levels of command and all along the spectrum of conflict, from the battlefields of Iraq, the detention facilities in Afghanistan, embassy in Kuwait, the European theater, Mexican border, and an aircraft carrier in the South China Sea. Our client, Strategic Command, is one of 11 unified combatant commands within the Department of Defense. Its mission is to deter strategic attack and employ forces as directed to guarantee the security of our nation and allies. Strategic Command is responsible for strategic deterrence, nuclear operations, nuclear command, control, and communications enterprise operations, joint electromagnetic spectrum operations, global strike, analysis and targeting, and missile threat assessment. It is our responsibility as the command's lawyers to understand each of these mission sets and their corresponding legal regimes. We work closely with the planners and others involved in the analysis and targeting process. We are their primary resource for questions concerning the law of armed conflict, and we provide the first legal review for plans and targets that get reviewed again by the Joint Staff, DoD Office of Government Counsel, and other attorneys before being approved by the Secretary of Defense and the President. And when those attorneys in that technical chain have questions, they call us because we are best poised to translate the plans for the lawyers and the law for the planners. The role lawyers play in targeting is not unique to Strategic Command, but the stakes are obviously higher. The Department of Defense requires each DoD component, including Strategic Command, to make qualified legal advisors at all levels of command available to provide advice about law of war compliance during planning and execution of exercises and operations. And for commanders at the highest levels to ensure that all plans, policies, directives, and rules of engagement issued by the command and its subordinate commands and components are reviewed by legal advisors to ensure consistency with DoD directives and the law of war. Now, specific to nuclear weapons, the Nuclear Posture Review from 2022 makes clear that legal advice is integral to the preparation of employment guidance and plans, and includes review of their consistency with LOAC, which is authoritatively stated for DoD personnel, and the DoD Law of War Manual. The longstanding DoD policy is to comply with LOAC in all armed conflicts, however characterized, and the DoD Law of War Manual recognizes that the law of war governs the use of nuclear weapons just as it governs the use of conventional weapons. Additionally, the Nuclear Posture Review reaffirms that U.S. policy is to not purposefully threaten civilian populations or objects, and the U.S. will not intentionally target civilian population or objects in violation of LOAC. And while the U.S. does not espouse a no first use policy, it has declared that as long as nuclear weapons exist, the fundamental role of nuclear weapons is to deter nuclear attack on the United States, our allies and partners. The United States would only consider the use of nuclear weapons in extreme circumstances to defend vital interests of the United States, its allies and partners. The United States will not use or threaten to use nuclear weapons against non-nuclear weapon states that are party to the NPT in compliance with their nuclear non-proliferation obligations. I echo a former DoD General Counsel when I say that we take our obligation to comply with the law of armed conflict very seriously. And like her, I believe our compliance is fundamentally a source of our strength. Compliance with LOAC and other DoD initiatives like the Civilian Harm Mitigation and Response Program that was directed by Secretary Austin last year helps us defeat our adversaries and their ideology by conferring legitimacy on our actions in the eyes of the people around the world. I'm happy to discuss these points or others made by the panelists to the extent that I'm able to do so. Obviously, I'm limited to how much that I can say with respect to my experience at Strategic Command, but I look forward to the discussion. And again, thank you for having me on this panel.
Okay, thank you very much. And finally, we have Professor Weiner or Wiener. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
Great, thank you. It's Alan Weiner. So I'd first of all like to thank Charlie Moxley for organizing this panel and inviting me, and also to Cara Forgia from the New York State Bar Association for all of the excellent work that she's done in supporting the organization of this program. So thank you both. You've heard a very thorough presentation from my expert colleagues on the panel about the law governing what has been styled for purposes of our panel, the law of threat. I should note that most of the work on the legality of threats of force relates to whether it would be lawful to initiate or have recourse to force. In other words, the legality of threats discourse is focused largely on whether a threat is lawful under the law governing the use ad bellum. Now, actually, in our discussion today, that's not been true. We've actually had some quite thoughtful discussion about a topic which ordinarily gets less attention, which is the lawfulness of a threat that would violate the manner in which a state wages war, whether it would violate the use in bello, which I'll refer to alternatively as the international humanitarian law, with deference to my European colleague Irini, or the law of armed conflict, with deference to my US military colleague, Commander Groves. With respect to the law of threats to use force, a couple of different views have evolved, but under the dominant view, which I think is often referred to as the coupled view, the basic notion is that the legality of a threat depends on whether the actual use of force that is threatened would be lawful. In other words, if a state says, well, if you invade me aggressively, I will use force in self-defense. And that is, of course, a threat to use force, but it is not considered to be an illegal threat. So again, we evaluate the legality of the threat on the basis of whether or not the actual threatened force would be permissible. But again, with respect to use in bello, we see much less work on that, whether it would be unlawful to threaten to use force in a manner that would be illegal, that would violate the means and methods of warfare, even if the underlying recourse to force itself was permissible. So I'll just identify a terrible, hypothetical to capture that. If a state says, well, if you launch aggressive war against us, we will use force in self-defense, and we will intentionally target civilians in your country. So this would be a circumstance in which the threatened use of force would be permissible as a matter of use ad bellum, but of course the threatened use of force would be impermissible as a matter of IHL or use in bello. Now, in some ways, it's interesting to me that in the realm of nuclear deterrence, that we don't see as much attention on the question about threats to use force that would violate IHL. That seems to me in some ways to be more urgent or more salient. That's primarily because most states, to the extent they have declared nuclear policies, typically indicate that they're going to use force only in circumstances of self-defense. Now, again, we might have examples to the contrary with respect to statements that President Putin has made in the context of the invasion of Ukraine, but generally, and we see the permanent members have adopted a statement that said the use of force the nuclear weapon should be used defensively. So we don't see too many examples of states essentially threatening to use nuclear weapons in a manner that would constitute an act of aggression in violation of Article 2.4's prohibition on the use of force. So again, given the characteristics of nuclear weapons, which some suggest cannot be used in a manner that comports with international humanitarian law. And I should note, that's not a position I necessarily embrace. It seems to me that the question of threatening to use force in a manner that violates international humanitarian law is particularly germane to our discussions about international humanitarian law. Now, some commentators I know would be surprised by the question that I'm asking in my remarks about the threat to use force in a manner that would violate IHL. I think my colleague, Professor Burrows, would be surprised by that. They would argue that the question has already been decided by no less an authority than the International Court of Justice in its advisory opinion on the legality on the threat or use of nuclear weapons. And I don't know whether I have the capacity to share my screen or not, but I wanted to try. I don't know, is my screen up now? Yeah. It looks like it is. You know, in its 1996 opinion, the court first embraced what I would again describe as this coupled view that the legality of threats and the legality of threats and the use of force are linked. So we see the notion of threat, if the threat is unlawful, if the use of force would be unlawful, then the threat would be unlawful. But we see this phrase here, the court added that if the threat would be unlawful, if the use of force would be unlawful for any means, right? For whatever reason. And this seems to encompass the idea that the use of force that was illegal because it violated IHL would be illegal. And later in its opinion, the court, when it was discussing the possible consistency of the use of nuclear weapons with international humanitarian law, the court said if envisaged use of weapons would not meet the requirements of international humanitarian law, a threat to engage such use would be contrary to the law. So again, it seems in some ways like the question is resolved, and in his impressive 1997 monograph analyzing the ICJ's nuclear weapons opinion, my co-panelist John Burrows highlighted what he characterized as the court's important holding that a threat to the use of force would violate international humanitarian law is prohibited. And he discussed, as he did a little bit in his remarks today, the important implications of such a holding or such language for the policy of deterrence. With due respect to the court and to Professor Burrows, however, I don't agree that the ICJ's advisory opinion ends our inquiry into this matter. I believe that the ICJ's comments about threats to use force in a manner that violate international humanitarian law are simply incorrect. Now, I think it's worth, as a preliminary matter, saying something about the legal meaning of an ICJ opinion. Advisory opinions are just that. They're advisory. They're meant to provide guidance on legal questions to the United Nations organ or body that has requested them. And the court itself, if you look at its website, acknowledges that advisory opinions have, quote, no binding force, although it does say that they carry great legal weight and moral authority. In my view, as a US trained lawyer, such opinions have what we might call persuasive authority, right? But the persuasiveness of the advisory opinion depends, or any particular element of it, depends on how well reasoned and how well supported the conclusions are, not merely the fact that the opinion was issued by the court. Now, in assessing how well reasoned the court's statements on this question, whether threats to use force in a manner that would violate IHL are themselves unlawful, I think it's worth noting that really the entirety of the court's analysis is captured in the two sentences that you have now seen in the slides that I just showed you, right? There is, I think, as Dr. Giorgio indicated, no real elaboration in the court's opinion about the reasons for its conclusions. The court also did say that, elsewhere in its opinion that a threat would have to be in conformity with the Charter of the United Nations. Now, to me, that seems to contradict the notion that we have a basis for determining that threats to use force in violation of IHL would themselves be illegal, because, of course, the jus in bello rules do not derive themselves from the UN Charter. They derive from separate sources of law. They derive, of course, from customary international law, from the 1949 Geneva Conventions, the 1977 additional protocols, and other sources of law. So, despite this en passant suggestion in the ICJ's nuclear weapons advisory opinion, I believe the better view is that the prohibition on threats in Article 2.4 of the Charter does not itself make it illegal to threaten to engage in uses of force that would violate IHL. I think the legality of, when we understand what the scope of Article 2.4 of the Charter is, I think that should be assessed in terms of the jus ad bellum. That, to me, is consistent with the language of Article 2.4 itself. right, which prohibits threats or the use of force. The reference to the use of force in my mind here suggests a concern with the initiation of force. Had the charter been focused on whether issues related to the manner in which force is used, I think we would have seen language prohibiting threats related to the use of force rather than of force. And again, as I suggested, the source of law governing the conduct of the means and methods of warfare, international humanitarian law, does not derive itself from the UN Charter. So if the Charter itself, if Article 2.4 of the Charter does not provide a prohibition on making threats to use force in an illegal manner in violation of IHL, one might ask whether international law has other sources that would make it illegal to threaten to violate IHL. I think the answer in general is no. There's no general prohibition in international law on threatening to violate the law. There's no general prohibition on making a threat to do something that is illegal. The International Law Commission addressed the question in one of its reports on whether threats or incitement or attempts to violate international law were per se illegal when it was discussing the law of state responsibility. And we see the court adopted this position, indicating that the legality of threats has to be determined only with respect to the underlying primary rule, which is to say, if the rule itself makes it unlawful to make a threat, then of course the threat is illegal. But merely preparatory conduct by itself is not unlawful if there's no prohibition in the primary rule. The ILC relied on the ICJ's decision in the Gabčíková Najimoro's case for that, which I, in view of constraints of time, won't discuss, but concluded, the International Law Commission did, that preparatory conduct does not itself amount to a breach if it does not predetermine the final decision to be taken. So let's go then to the question of the primary rules. Do the primary rules, that is to say the rules of international humanitarian law themselves, prohibit threats? And I would say that international humanitarian law rules do not, as a categorical matter, prohibit threats in the way that the International Law Commission described. To be sure, as Professor Giorgio described, there are a number of particular international humanitarian law rules that do prohibit threats. The 1949 Geneva Conventions on POWs, for instance, provide that prisoners who refuse to answer questions may not be threatened with unpleasant or disadvantageous treatment of any kind. So clearly there's a prohibition on making threats. Article 51.2 of Protocol 1 makes it clear that acts or threats of violence, the primary purpose of which is to spread terror among the civilian population, are prohibited. Protocol 1 also makes it unlawful to threaten that no quarter shall be given. But these are specific provisions with respect to specific IHL violations. They don't, I think, reflect a general norm that it's unlawful to threaten to engage in any violation of IHL. So I conclude by arguing that the statement by the ICJ in its nuclear weapons advisory opinion that if an envisaged use of weapons would not meet the requirements of humanitarian law, then a threat to engage in such use would also be contrary to the law, is not an accurate statement of international law, except with respect to those international humanitarian law rules that themselves already embody a prohibition on threat. Let me just conclude very briefly. That means to me that threats to use force in manners that would violate international humanitarian law, in my view, are not unlawful. I do believe that there are threats in declared nuclear doctrine, historic US nuclear posture, that have involved such threats to use force in manners that would violate IHL. I think Scott Sagan and I have written that even in the most recent declared nuclear posture review, the United States continues to include statements that we believe are incompatible with IHL, but these themselves are not necessarily illegal under international law. That's not to say that they're a good idea. And the concluding thought I would like to leave you with is that these threats, Sagan and I have argued, represent bad policy and should not be pursued by the states that are making these threats. We believe that they may not be credible for the reasons that we heard by Professor Hathaway and Commander Groves about the institutions that exist within the US government to ensure compliance with international law, that making threats to use force in a way that would violate IHL lack credibility. Alternatively, they may be seen by the adversary as credible and might in fact then create an escalatory threat, might enhance instability by increasing the security dilemma challenges. An adversary might believe it has to act first because of the threat of illegal of a use of force that would violate IHL. And there are also issues associated with the possible commitment trap of inducing a state's own leaders to feel compelled to carry out a threat that has been made by his or her government in order to maintain credibility. So there are very powerful reasons, I would argue, not to make threats to use force in a manner that violates IHL. I simply don't believe that there's a legal prohibition on doing so. Thank you for your attention.
Hey, thank you. It's been a very interesting panel with a lot of different and divergent views expressed. And as I said at the beginning, I was going to invite the panelists to ask questions of each other at the end before we look at the Q&A. And I just wonder, Dr. Burrows, since so much of Professor Weiner's presentation was directed at your work, I wondered if you wanted to respond.
Right. Well, I believe Alan has been investigating this question independently, and I'm very glad that he is, because it is sort of an understudied but really important issue. And I believe that Dr. Georgiou has said that the ICRC is also pursuing further work on the legal status of threat. So it was somewhat accidental, to be honest. I was, a minor organizer of this conference. It's somewhat accidental that we had two people who are working on this question turn out to be the ones who are on the panel, and I'm really happy about that. Well, concerning the ICJ's statement, first of all, the ICJ has to be given some respect, and I'm not saying that Professor Weiner was not giving them respect. They have eminent international lawyers are on the ICJ. Not necessarily all of them, but some of them are really eminent international lawyers. I have made some effort over the years, but not like a comprehensive effort to figure out what the sort of the sources or the background are of that statement made by the ICJ. And I sort of dimly recall, and I don't guarantee this, that there could be some prominent international lawyers who have made such statements, say in treatises, perhaps Ian Brownlee. But I'm also happy to be speaking at this conference where there are lawyers who are among the participants, and I would put the question to lawyers, not only as a matter of international law, but as a matter of law within the United States. Is there a general principle, or is there something approaching a general principle, that it is prohibited to threaten something which is a really bad thing to do, like murder? And, I should have really kept track of it. I just saw a couple months ago, there were recent convictions or charges, at least, regarding threats to commit murder. And there are statutes of legislation of states within the United States that go to this question. For instance, Colorado has a provision prohibiting concerning the crime of menacing. A person commits the crime of menacing if, by any threat or physical action, he or she knowingly places or attempts to place another person in fear of imminent serious bodily injury. I think this whole issue of the legal status of threats that would violate IHL is something that needs further work. And as I say, I'm glad that some of the very participants in this panel are working on it. But I would also note that, I suppose I'm echoing Professor Weiner here in a certain sense. Often, let me just put it this way, often whether something is considered to be a legal violation in the international sphere can almost be the wrong question. It can be a question, first of all, is it a normative violation? Is it a violation of a norm, even if the norm doesn't have the status of law? And secondly, of course, as everybody can understand, is it wise or prudent or rational to issue threats? But I'm saying there can also almost be a norm. And I would cite in support of this, and I'm going to be slightly optimistic here, which I hope is permissible given the nature of the subject matter we're dealing with. If you look over the history of the nuclear age, really overt nuclear threats, and Professor Jonas, in a way, I think was referring to this, really overt nuclear threats are somewhat rare. When the use of nuclear weapons is referred to, it tends to be in a somewhat elliptical or opaque fashion. And in the case when Putin made his threat at the outset of the invasion of Ukraine, he didn't actually say, don't interfere because we will use nuclear weapons. He said, don't interfere because there will be consequences like you have never seen before, something along those lines. So even in that, I think other Russian officials have been quite clear. They're really specific, saying they were talking about nuclear weapons. So this is my slightly optimistic suggestion. If you look at sort of the discourse, I think there's a reluctance to really engage in overt threats. That's all I'll say at the moment.
Okay, thank you. Do any of the panelists have questions for each other? No? Okay. Well, we have something. Yes, go ahead.
I actually have one, and I suppose this would be for Dr. Georgiou. And just with respect to the ICRC's view, a couple of years ago, in 2021, together with Scott Sagan, we published a piece in International Security on targeting of nuclear weapons under international law. And part of what we tried to stress in that piece was that there has been a really substantial evolution in the technology of nuclear weapons, both with respect to the accuracy of at least the United States, our ability to deploy them with precision, and again also the ability to deliver lower yield weapons. And we've seen in the literature, for instance, with respect to the hypothetical of a nuclear attack against a hardened, facility in North Korea where nuclear infrastructure is housed, in remote areas, and when you actually look at the flow in which the flow in which radiation would disseminate after such an attack with a low yield weapon, it's a vision that's quite contrary to what we all have in mind when we think about nuclear weapons, right? Which is the image of the mushroom cloud, dropped on an urban target. And so I'm just wondering, to what extent does the ICRC take those kinds of technological developments into account, when it evaluates and tries to develop its position on nuclear weapons, and how much of the ICRC's work is actually informed by technical expertise around this? And I stress, I'm an international lawyer. I don't have this kind of technical expertise. But I'm just wondering whether that informs the ICRC's thinking.
Yeah, thanks a lot for the question. So I'm not a technical expert either, but we do have scientific advisors in my team as well who have a lot more technical expertise than I do. So the answer is yes, absolutely, but it goes both ways. So yes, technological advances related to targeting and delivery systems do provide a lot more precision and accuracy in targeting, and I would certainly also think that any state possessing nuclear weapons would only use them if they are able to strike the target with precision. Otherwise, it's a huge waste of money and resources. But technological advances also go the other way in terms of complexity of command and control systems, vulnerability of these systems, to cyber attacks, to hacking, to other countermeasures, which increase the risks of inadvertent use. So we do take into account technological developments both ways. Do technological developments that ensure precision and accuracy change our legal assessment about the incompatibility of nuclear weapons with IHL? No. I think our assessment is that, as I said, it's extremely doubtful that any use of nuclear weapons would comply with IHL. There are scenarios where we have concluded nuclear weapons would amount to a clear-cut violation of IHL, not just obviously using them against civilian objects and civilians, but also using them against military objectives in or near populated areas. So there we've concluded that this would violate distinction and proportionality with pretty much certainty. In the other scenarios of use in a remote area against a military target, again, extremely doubtful that it would comply with rules protecting the natural environment, but also prohibiting superfluous injury or unnecessary suffering. And I know that there are diverging interpretations among states on the applicability of these rules to nuclear weapons or on their scope, respectively. So technological advances in this respect don't alter our legal assessment so far, but certainly we do take them into account, but as I said, both ways. Now, since I have the floor, I wanted to make another very quick point on when we talk about threat, and I wanted to say that when we look at what amounts to threat of use of nuclear weapons and the scope of that, it's also important to think that there are other acts that are prohibited under international law, under general international law, and under the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, for example, assistance to an internationally wrongful act. So the scope of what constitutes unlawful threat, whether it's in use ad bellum or use in bello, would also have repercussions on the activities that will be considered unlawful as assistance to such threat. So that's just a bit of a note of caution against broadening the scope of threat too much in both cases. If you look at activities, for instance, for example, providing or putting testing grounds, putting territory at the disposal of a state for testing delivery systems, notably missiles that can carry nuclear warheads. Is this assistance to threat of use, knowing that the improvement of these delivery systems would make use more likely, and then eventually lead to posturing of a state saying, we developed this new hypersonic missile that can carry nuclear warheads. Is this a threat? And the answer to this question will also impact the assessment of, is it lawful or not to provide this testing ground to the disposal of a state testing their delivery systems as an assistance to a lawful or unlawful act. So the scope of threat, of what constitutes threat, is also, whether we're talking general international law or a treaty, in this case, Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, is also, has also implications on other acts. And it can easily become quite broad. So just a note of caution when you think about the scope of threat, and this is more of a brainstorming, because as I said, we are working on our analysis of threat of use of nuclear weapons under IHL and to what extent this is contrary to IHL. So it's more of thinking out loud at this stage and taking the opportunity of this panel to brainstorm with regard to implications for other acts that would be linked to the threat as such.
Since you did mention the one of the prohibitions under the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, another one expressly is threat. And I just wanted to mention that because the International Association of Lawyers Against Nuclear Arms lobbied quite specifically on that point. So it is there. We have a follow-up question in the chat from Jill Zacher. To anybody who wants to answer this, do you think, in line with what Dr. Weiner has said about improvements in nuclear weapons, whether artificial intelligence can make nuclear weapons more in line with the law of armed conflict? That's a creative question. Anybody want to offer an opinion on that?
Well, I would say that I have the opposite concern, that the introduction of artificial intelligence, by taking people out of that equation, I can see how it could go the other way, where, without there being critical thought, without there being kind of a weighing of all these really complicated factors that we've discussed throughout this conference, that I can see that how it would make it less likely to comply with the law of armed conflict. But I recognize there are countervailing views on that.
Okay, thank you for that. John?
Not on AI. So if somebody has something to say about AI, that'd be fine.
People didn't look too anxious to respond to that one.
Yeah, right. So Jackie, if I could raise something that's not directly the subject of this panel, but which is dear to my heart. Professor Jonas said that the disarmament obligation, which exists under the NPT, does not apply to non-NPT nuclear powers. This is something that I have some experience with, and the reason is I was on the legal team for the Marshall Islands and its nuclear disarmament cases in the ICJ. And due to jurisdictional questions, the 3 states that were respondents were the United Kingdom, India, and Pakistan. So in the case of India and Pakistan, we first had to allege that disarmament obligation based on various factors, including unanimous early General Assembly resolutions, the power of the widely subscribed to NPT, applies to states outside the NPT. And the way the case against the UK unfolded, we filed a brief on the merits. And so it is part of that brief, even though UK is bound by NPT, we still made the case about the disarmament obligation being customary and global and applying to India and Pakistan. So for anybody who's interested in this seemingly obscure, but actually important, at least possibly important question, I recommend you look at the Marshall Islands Memorial on the Merits in the UK case on nuclear disarmament before the ICJ.
John, I did look at that, and it's an impressive piece, and I actually agree with a lot of the arguments in there. But again, we get to the problem and the limitations in international law, where we have states like China that ignores the tribunal on the law of the sea and their rulings about, they ignore it. And India and Pakistan will ignore any law that comes out that says they shouldn't have nuclear weapons. So, these limitations of international law are truly something that concern me when, I think as Professor Koplow said in an earlier panel, we as the United States, we observe international humanitarian law, international law. We observe it regardless of whether we're dealing with someone who observes it or not. And so this is one of the very, where the rubber meets the road, that is one of these very troubling issues of what do you do when you're dealing with someone who simply won't observe international law.
One more point, Jackie, if that's okay. This is sort of an occasion where I should raise something that troubles me about the conference so far. There's been a lot of focus on Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Nobody has mentioned that the United States invaded Iraq just 20 years ago. And most people, certainly I, regarded that as just a flat out violation of the UN Charter. So, Russia, and there are other instances, of course, in the post-World War II era where various states have violated international law. So Russia is not alone. And we don't need to discuss this, but I sort of felt an obligation to say it since nobody has said anything like that throughout the conference so far.
Thank you for bringing that up, John, because that's also been bothering me. So I think that's going to be the last word for this panel. We will have a 10-minute break, but I do want to close with one cartoon I want to share with you, a little food for thought to kind of put all of this in perspective. And so I'm going to, there we go. So I'd like everybody to just think about this a little bit as we go on to the next panel. We have a 10-minute break now, so please come back in 10 minutes at 25 minutes till. And thank you all to the panelists. A very stimulating discussion.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Thanks very much. We have the break, and then we'll come back and we will hear Jonathan Granoff, Reflections on Policy and Law at 4:35. We're adjourned until then.
Charlie?
Yes.
Hi. Has anybody, I know we're talking international law, but has anybody talked about the compliance with the War Powers Act and the first use of a nuclear weapon?
We have not done that at all. So if you want to say something
wrong to do that, because it's not an international law issue, but but it is an interesting. I can't imagine a first use of a nuclear weapon being done without it in compliance with the War Powers Act.
Right, but
using a nuclear weapon and saying, well, this is not an act of war is about the most absurd thing I ever heard.
Right. We don't get a lot of war declarations of war, but yes, of course.
Well, but we're talking about, we're not talking, By the way, I did some research on the idea of speeding in an emergency in a car. And technically, it's not an excuse. Technically, you still should be ticketed for speeding, even if somebody's bleeding out in the back seat. Now, that's the technical law. Because I was thinking of, making the exigent extreme circumstance, dropping a nuclear bomb in the high seas, trying to make that normative would be like saying, because you can speed under an emergency, you do away with speed limits.
Right. But I don't even think it, I mean, I think there's even another level to it, because, as the point was made earlier, there's studies out there that even this remote use of a single low yield nuclear weapon in the high seas can cause a lot of damage environmentally. And
I'm in agreement, but that evidence was not presented to the ICJ.
I know.
And that's what they left it open. Somebody could go back and make that argument, but there was no evidence presented, and that's why they said they didn't determine it. They just say we don't have any evidence on it.
I know.
Of course,
I thought Alan Weiner's point. I don't know if Alan, if you're still here, but the hypo that Professor Weiner gave, that okay, if you had, in a use and bellow situation, you had a belligerent say, well, we're going to use a nuclear weapon and we're going to target your civilians unless you do something. We don't have a statute. We don't have a clear law there. And it's hard to, establish a crime by analogy, but it's hard to imagine that can be lawful, notwithstanding that we haven't figured out exactly, other than the ICJ's conclusory without footnote statement.
It's kind of like assault without a battery.
Yes.
Right? There's no international assault law. There's battery law, but no assault law.
And what's the difference in municipal law? Battery are the statements, and the assault is the contact.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
I'm going to punch you in the face unless you tie my shoe.
Right.
That's assault.
Yeah. It's really an area that needs more work on the deterrence, because
what I found so interesting today is that particularly Richards, the lawyers, it's like when you have a business client who comes to you and says, I want to do this. Tell me ways in which I can get away with it. Instead of, how do we strengthen the prohibitions from this despicable conduct? And the barrier that has been consistently, and it's not a frivolous barrier, has been Russians can't be trusted. They don't care about law. Well, if that's the problem, then that's the problem we should be addressing. To wit, how do we make it in the interest of Russia to comply with international law? How do we make it in their interest to engage in recognizing international law, which they often do in the commercial world?
Right. That was a point that Ona Hathaway made, that if you look across the board, the Russians, the Chinese, in many, many areas are compliant.
Yep, they comply very strictly with the UN Convention on Arbitration.
And you have John Burroughs' point, I mean, it's just, there's just a lot that needs, that we need to take to the next level on this. But you have John's point. I mean, you have Iraq. I mean, what are you going to say? At most, you say it was a mistake.
Well,
if you say that.
We were a little bit better than them. We did present a brief. I mean, Nick Rostow wrote a brief that we were fulfilling 687. However, that was setting the precedent that unilaterally one member of the Security Council could interpret a previous resolution and enforce it without the rest of the Security Council. But he didn't get, nobody bothered to even rebut the silly, but he did write, there was a State Department legal brief. It was Walt Rostow's son wrote it.
Yes.
I don't recommend it as a sterling example of legal scholarship.
Right. I think we heard earlier, I mean, there's a huge issue of what is the decision, what are the decision makers supposed to consider? Do they need to have a good faith basis for lawfulness? Or can they say, well, we don't know this and we don't know that, but we don't know it's unlawful, so we can do it? I mean, certainly like in your commercial world that you referenced, if you need something to be established, you have to get an opinion from Skadden Arps that it's lawful to do it and have a good faith basis before you can do it. But, you know, it's that rule was not written down any place in this context in any obvious way.
I think David Koplow was the highest ranking legal person in the Defense Department in our participants.
I thought you were going to say highest ranking and best looking.
No.
Yeah, oh, there he is. Yes. Huh.
David, we need to give support to Bonnie Jenkins. She has too much on her shoulders for one person. She has 3 bureaus reporting to her.
Well, let's start, Charlie, don't you think?
1 minute.
We have so good, wonderful.
Just give people to 4:35 and then Kara will put us on the.
I found a recent joint statement on nuclear weapons and Ukraine by the United States and Russia that no one else has found. And this will be very interesting when I read it.
Okay. Let's go on the record, Kara, and let's resume. Everybody, you've met Jonathan Granoff before. Jonathan.
Thank you. You know, now you got, let me get this off of here so I can read my document. The subject of our day was framed as nuclear weapons and Ukraine. And it's interesting that there's actually a very recent statement formally entered into by the United States and Russia and almost all the states with nuclear weapons. In fact, all the states with nuclear weapons except Pakistan, North Korea, and Israel, because it was done in Delhi when India hosted the G20. And they said in relevant part to this issue, and I quote from it, concerning the war in Ukraine, while recalling the discussion in Bali, where they'd also said something similar, we reiterated our national positions and resolutions adopted at the UN Security Council and the UN General Assembly, and underscored that all states must act in a manner consistent with the purposes and principles of the UN Charter in its entirety. In line with the UN Charter, all states must refrain from the threat or use of force to seek territorial acquisition against the territorial integrity and sovereignty or political independence of any state. The use or threat of use of nuclear weapons is inadmissible. And Russia and the United States both signed that. They went further. We call on all states to uphold the principles of international law, including territorial integrity and sovereignty, international humanitarian law, and the multilateral system that safeguards peace and stability. The peaceful resolution of conflicts and efforts to address crises, as well as diplomacy and dialogue, are critical. We will unite in our endeavor to address the adverse impact of the war on the global economy and welcome all relevant and constructive initiatives that support a comprehensive, just, and durable peace in Ukraine that will uphold all the purposes and principles of the UN Charter for the promotion of peaceful, friendly, and good neighborly relations among nations in the spirit of one earth, one family, one future. Now, my concern is really very deep, because this is, in a sense, making a mockery of language, of pacta sunt servanda, that good faith compliance with statements by nations and their relation to one another. Well, to quote, to go back to Grotius, you go to Grote, the Peace Amongst Nations, that destroying good faith in promises between nations and you destroy the intercourse of mankind. And he quotes Aristotle on that. My concern goes back to the failure of the states parties to the NPT to live up to the very, very relatively modest threat reducing, law enhancing, security enhancing promises that were made in compliance with Article 6. The part of the bargain of the indefinite extension of the treaty in 95 was the review process, and in 2000, 13 practical steps were made, and then several dozen more were made in 2010, and they remain unfulfilled. That degrades the third most important legal instrument of the 20th century, specifically dealing with our subject. Was there good faith compliance with prohibiting testing of nuclear weapons? Okay, our domestic process precluded ratification, but couldn't we have championed a Security Council resolution declaring that any further testing would be a threat to international security pursuant to a fully ratified treaty, the UN Charter? Couldn't we have done that? And what about really taking efforts to push for really negotiating with China and pushing for commencing negotiations on a fissile material cutoff treaty, or lowering the political currency of nuclear weapons? Clearly inconsistent with the arms racing that modernization is stimulating. The ability to persuade the rest of the world that the P5 are living up to their bargain under that treaty is being stretched. And what I've heard today from from our colleagues in the defense establishment is finding ways of rationalizing the policies that we have, instead of trying to use law as a means of constraining and curtailing this very dangerous venture that by accident, design, or madness could lead to the destruction of the world. But remember, these weapons that we're talking about are essentially 1930s physics, 1940s technology. And science has not stood still in these last 70 years. And there will be other forms of means in which fewer people with less resources and less time can do more damage. Nuclear weapons leave a footprint. They're relatively expensive to create. Takes an enterprise to do it at scale. And it's the reason that Einstein and Oppenheimer and Bertrand Russell and Joseph Rotblat and people like that created the World Academy of Art and Science was they realized that science was running faster than the arts of law and morality could constrain it. We hear the rationale for policies based on strategic stability and the rule of law. That's the argument that the P5 give to the rest of the world. And yet, I sort of view that as strategic stability as like a turtle. And then there's a stallion of pursuing military superiority. And military superiority is trumping, no pun intended, in the capitals of the states with nuclear weapons and pursuing military superiority, because the political commitments under the NPT are argued as not being legally binding. The constraints of common sense application to these horrific devices is being legalistically marginalized by looking at the exceptional circumstance and trying to argue that that destroys the norm against their deployment and use. And the rest of the world looks at this and says, well, the United States is, they're stretching it. The United States invaded Iraq. The United States did not constrain the overreach in Libya. It gave up its WMD. The United States did not stand up and protect Ukraine despite the 1994 agreement. The United States pulled out of Open Skies, ABM, INF. And we certainly can't trust Russia, because I mean, they just seem to say anything. They use language, performatively. China, we don't even understand, but we know that they're not out for the common good. But if you're a developing nation and you're in that situation, what is your security establishment going to do? It's going to say, we're on our own, we need more weapons. And thus weapon sales in the world are booming. That is the consequence of violating Pacta Sunt Servanda. There is a distrust in the stability of the international order. And the first thing we as lawyers have to do is point out to the political class and the military that nothing could be worse in the nuclear age than a breakdown of trust and using law and diplomacy to make us safer. We need law only to constrain activity that otherwise would take place. That's the reason we have law. And it must be consistent with the values that we have. And there couldn't be any more basic value than to constrain weaponry, which if used by accident, design, or madness would end civilization. And let me just these are just my thoughts. I had one other thought that I wanted to share, which was, I cannot conceive of any first use of a nuclear weapon by the United States that would not violate the War Powers Act. But our president ran on a sole purpose ticket, and one step that could move us to degrading the status of nuclear weapons and make strengthening international law and prohibitions against their use that would be meaningful would be a no first use policy by the United States, and challenge all other states with the weapons to come to a similar position. De-alerting the weapons as much as possible, and as fast as possible instituting renegotiations, a process of renegotiations and rebuilding trust. It's not insignificant that we have gone down from, over 65,000 weapons to the number we have today. It's an 80% reduction. That's something that in say even when the Cold War was winding down, the magnitude of that accomplishment, it was uncertain, but it is an accomplishment that's been done relatively quickly, not to be treated lightly. But the first thing you have to do if you're in a hole is to stop digging it. And one of the things that is digging the hole is the lauding of the alleged value of nuclear weapons. They simply are more of a problem than any problem they seek to solve, and law should be one of the tools that we need to constrain and eliminate them. And let me just finish by saying, if you're driving 65 miles an hour and all of a sudden you see that the street sign says that you're in a 35-mile-an-hour zone, you don't smash on your brakes, you'll flip the car. You gradually come into compliance, but you know the goal is to get into compliance. And it was those very, very sober promises made in the context of the NPT that could have taken us much, much closer toward a nuclear weapons-free world, and certainly a world in which the risk was dramatically reduced. Since the institution still continues, that's a place that we have to utilize to reinvigorate those promises and fulfill them. Otherwise, as I said earlier, bullets become our only verbs.
Jonathan, thank you so much, and for taking us beyond the law into these broader pictures, and particularly your vision, which certainly many of us share, I think, as to the potential of law to make a difference. So thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. But let me just point out to our colleagues who might be cynical about my pedagogy, I do have law review articles with plenty of footnotes, guys. So don't, but I think that we have to contextualize this civilization transforming device that we've created, and step back and look at the tool, look at what we have and look at the tools that we have. We have no other tool to bring us to a safer world than law. We're not going to become Leviathan and enforce everybody to be, to do what we want. And developing laws involves negotiations, compromises, give and take. And the stakes in this issue demand give and take.
A lot to do. Thank you. And Jonathan's remarks are also intended as an introduction to our strategy session. And in fact, I remember the planning session we had where Jonathan suggested, that we do a strategy session. And so here we are, and this is it. What we have done here is we've collected a number of people across a spectrum of activity, some attorneys, some non-attorneys. And the objective here is to say, for all of us who would like to get involved, but who are not in a position in government or military, don't have authority over these things, but how can we get involved? How can we? And so that's what this panel is. We have a little over an hour, and each person on the panel has maybe, around 8 minutes plus or minus, and then we'll finish just pretty much on time and just have a few closing remarks. So, the idea is here for each of you, for each of this wonderful group of people who have different areas of activity, to invite, to describe what you do and how you got to what you're doing, and invite, in effect, the audience here and the people who read the program when it's published, as to how they can get involved. And then at the end of this, we want to have whoever's with us at this point from the Georgetown Journal come in and talk as well, because they've invited articles and thought pieces and the like. So let's just go down in the order. I guess it's alphabetical order. So I think you're first. Just introduce yourself and talk about what you do and how you do it and how others can get involved.
Thanks, Charlie. I must say my head is spinning from this whole day of questions and debate, but I hope I keep it still together. With regard to the question this panel is posed, I would first like to point out that it's a question that is systemic, because nuclear weapons are systemic. And no matter where you are and which area you want to work in, you can have a positive effect with regard to the non-use and the non-threat of nuclear weapons. For example, when you think with regard to topics like environmental protection, it's not only an essential part and existential part of the debate on nuclear weapons, but we need to make nuclear weapons part also of the debate of on environmental protection. For example, at the high-level political forum on sustainable development, in the Sustainable Development Goals 16 and 17, nuclear weapons should matter. What is the effect of the military on environmental protection, on the production, on the testing of nuclear weapons, and so on? Similarly, with regard to the human rights area, they are obviously an essential topic in addressing nuclear weapons, but nuclear weapons are also an essential topic in the work on behalf of human rights. For example, you can do a lot in the evaluation of state reports under the Human Rights Committee and under other treaty bodies in human rights by pointing out to what the nuclear policies of states are and to help them in their examination if states are violating through these nuclear policies the right to life and the right to health and the right to human dignity. The protection of human dignity and human rights and the pursuit of true peace matters everywhere. And what we do about nuclear weapons matters everywhere. And I wonder, for example, if we say we are fighting on behalf of good values in a war, what values are these when we think they justify slaughter of so many people, the disvalue of others and the ruin of the planet? I think if one fights with disregard of human dignity of others, one disregards human dignity as such itself, including one's own. Now, whatever you do and where you work on this, these are complementary efforts. And I think where you sing your song on common humanity, it will resonate. On the international level, that's where I'm mostly working. I want to pick just two areas to work against the threat or use of nuclear weapons and against the risks tied to nuclear weapons. One area will be nuclear weapons and the war nexus, and the other one will be nuclear weapons and new technology and the outer space nexus. And I hope I can fit this in to my few minutes. War is probably the greatest risk that nuclear weapons might be used. Thus, the most obvious risk reduction is to not go to war. This has been already pointed out in the Russell-Einstein manifesto that was described earlier, which deducted the need to abstain from war from the very knowledge how to build nuclear weapons. In other words, with the elimination of nuclear weapons, you do not lose their deterrence of war. The knowledge how to build them that humankind has remains as the essential deterrent of war. It is the one that should be sufficient as nuclear minimum deterrence to steer states towards peaceful settlements of disputes. That means please work on the peaceful settlement of disputes under Chapter 6 of the UN Charter. You can do this by joining, for example, or supporting a new campaign on legal alternatives to war, which has been sponsored by a number of non-governmental organizations you might join, or with your bar association, you may support this campaign. It is also a campaign that supports another effort by also a group of states to achieve more acceptances of the compulsory jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice, to make more use of advisory opinions of the International Court of Justice, to put the International Court of Justice into more treaties as a dispute settlement method, and so on. There are many other peaceful settlement methods which we can work on, that they should be used before people go to war. Then the other thing you can do, you can help to sharpen accountability for going to war when you have no justifications whatsoever, namely when you commit a crime of aggression, which is essentially that you bring about a state act of aggression. We have the crime of aggression under the Rome Statute. That's maybe often not realized. It's one of the 4 core crimes: genocide, crimes against humanity, war crimes, and the crime of aggression. But the jurisdictional conditions are different. And so here, our effort is to equalize the jurisdictional conditions under the Rome Statute for all 4 core crimes. And if you want to work on this, go, for example, to the Global Institute on the Prevention of Aggression, where we have put up a model, a proposal for the amendments of the jurisdictional conditions. It's quite technically complicated, and there are also other possibilities about it. But the main thing is that we all need to call and implement this accountability for what is a horrible crime, a crime, again, that is one against human dignity, because it turns human beings into collateral damage, into cannon fodder, into killing tools for a use of force that lacks any justification under international law. So I would urge you, if you do not want to go into any of the other areas, here are 2. Now, sorry, this was the first one with regard to the nexus to war of nuclear weapons to prevent war itself. The other one is going into looking into the risks that are added into the nuclear weapon fields with new technologies, with emerging technologies, and with the outer space risks. They are so complicated that, again, I think one could at least give a seminar through a whole year to go through all the interconnections, where these new emerging technologies may have actually some good effects, but in many, many ways, they have absolutely horrendous effects. And I realize I cannot go into all of them. I want to here quickly point out with regard to the capabilities, the negative capabilities of cyber attacks. Cyber attacks may be even made worse by artificial intelligence and by sooner or later by quantum computing when all your encryption doesn't work anymore. When you want to look at this and the efforts that are made, we have right now new draft resolutions in the first committee, which I assume will be adopted by the General Assembly, with regards to 3 open-ended working groups. One is what we call the Cyber Open-Ended Working Group. It has a much longer title, where you can work on these issues and how international law applies, including international humanitarian law in armed conflict, human rights law, and so on. There are very difficult questions with regard to how and when. And a huge debate is, do we need just agreements or consensus on responsible behavior, or do we need new legally binding instruments? In my mind, we need all 3 to, namely, say international law and international human rights law and international humanitarian law apply. And at the same time, we will need new legally binding agreements onto many of the gaps and on many of the questions that are still outstanding, how these legal areas apply. And at the same time, because legal binding instruments to agree on them, to ratify them, and so on, takes a lot of time, it makes also very much sense to look at responsible behavior, even so those who prefer to go straight to legally binding instruments are critiquing the approach that looks more at responsible behaviors, that it's often a very subjective understanding that you may get with regard to them, and they are not legally binding. But in my mind, we need to work on all 3 of them.
Thank you. Thank you so much,
I
Judith.
I need to stop. Oh my goodness, I want to
It's,
just
it's,
say.
it's really the case we need to go even much later than we're going.
Charlie, I just want to say one sentence with regard to
please.
these new and emerging technologies. Nuclear weapons are no longer just a symbol of power. They become more and more a symbol of huge vulnerability for the possessor of the nuclear weapons, including. Thank you. One could talk much longer about this.
Thank you, Jackie. And be sure to talk about your organizations, as well as what they do.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Jackie, you're muted. Oh, you're muted, Jackie.
Okay,
Still.
sorry about that.
There you go. Sorry.
Okay, hi. So I'm Jackie Cabasso. I'm the Executive Director of Western States Legal Foundation based in Oakland, California, which is a member of the International Association of Lawyers Against Nuclear Arms. And I'm also the North American Coordinator of Mayors for Peace, among my other hats. From his earliest writings and speeches, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was passionate about nuclear disarmament and ending war. In 1958, King wrote, "The struggle for peace and the struggle for civil rights are tied together in many, many ways. I feel that the people who are working for civil rights are working for peace. I feel that the people working for peace are working for civil rights and justice." In a 1959 address to the War Resisters League, he said, "No sane person can afford to work for social justice within the nation unless he simultaneously resists war and clearly declares himself for nonviolence in international relations." He also asked, "What will be the ultimate value of having established social justice in a context where all people, Negro and white, are merely free to face destruction by strontium-90 or atomic war? Today, the choice is no longer between violence and nonviolence. It is either nonviolence or non-existence." On June 12, 1982, at the conclusion of the United Nations Second Special Session on Disarmament, 1 million people rallied in New York City's Central Park calling for the elimination of nuclear weapons, and huge solidarity demonstrations took place around the world. On June 21st, I was among over 1,300 people arrested nonviolently blocking the gates to the Livermore Nuclear Weapons Lab, one of 2 U.S. laboratories that have designed and developed all U.S. nuclear weapons and continue to do so. The other is Los Alamos in New Mexico, the site of the original Manhattan Project. A year later, I was among some 1,500 people arrested nonviolently blocking the lab's gates, which led to an unusual group trial. In that trial, 40 years ago, we presented an international law defense contending not only that nuclear weapons were illegal under numerous international treaties banning genocide, mass poisoning, and targeting civilian populations, but that the Nuremberg Charter, ratified by the US, mandates a right of resistance to international law violations. Learning about applicable international law gave me a language to articulate my moral outrage. In the 1980s, fear of a nuclear war between the US and the Soviet Union was palpable, and it was at the top of most people's minds in the US. But coming on the heels of the many civil rights movements, the anti-Vietnam War movement, the women's movement, the gay liberation movement, and the ecology movement, the massive anti-nuclear movement that arose was not single issue. One only need look at the 61-page handbook prepared by the Livermore Action Group for the June 21st, 1982 nonviolent protest at the Livermore Lab. Its statement of purpose begins, "The ultimate goal of the Livermore Action Group is to further the cause of 1, global nuclear disarmament, 2, the demilitarization of American society, and 3, a redirection of economic priorities that provides for a more equitable distribution of wealth and resources at home and abroad." The handbook includes extensive background on the lab, its role in driving the nuclear arms race and nuclear testing in Nevada, the effects of a nuclear weapons use, and radiation, health, and safety. It calls out the role of the lab's manager, the University of California, in lobbying for new nuclear weapons. It stresses the inextricable link between nuclear weapons and nuclear power, and advocates for conversion of the lab to research on safe energy alternatives. The handbook devotes a page to the 1961 UN General Assembly resolution on the prohibition of nuclear warfare, quoting from the resolution that the use of nuclear weaponry, quote, would exceed even the scope of war and cause indiscriminate suffering and destruction to mankind and civilization, and as such is contrary to the rules of international law and to the laws of humanity, end quote. It concludes, the first strike and the first use and first strike nuclear weapons that are being developed at Livermore and Los Alamos are in direct violation of international law. The handbook includes a history of nonviolent direct action, a discussion of the dynamics and politics of nonviolence, and nonviolent direct action guidelines. There's a discussion of feminism and overcoming masculine oppression, and information about forming affinity groups and making decisions by consensus. The 1983 version of the handbook added, racism and homophobia are strongly interconnected with the creation of weapons of destruction. After all, it is the same system that is responsible, a system based on domination, on the belief that some people have more value than others, and therefore have the right to control others. Because we believe it is the system and all of its forms of violence that we are fighting, we must make a commitment to fight the violence that occurs around us and between us. Despite the massive international anti-nuclear movement, following the end of the Cold War, nuclear weapons fell off the public's radar screen. Most people believed that the threat of nuclear war had ended, but it hadn't. In 1961, Dr. King wrote, I am convinced that if our civilization is to survive, we must rise from the narrow horizon of clashing nationalism to the wide horizon of world cooperation. World brotherhood is no longer a beautiful ideal, but an absolute necessity for civilization survival. With Russia's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine, accompanied by its thinly veiled nuclear threats, growing tensions between the US and China, and a new conflagration in the Middle East, public fear of nuclear war is on the rise again. But it is increasingly clear that the multiple national and global crises we are confronting, including nuclear weapons, climate change, systemic racism, a growing wealth gap, and rising national authoritarianisms, arise from the same foundational causes, and that we are unlikely to prevail on any of them as single issues. We need to come together as never before to build political power through durable, diverse, multi-issue coalitions, networks, and networks of networks based on our shared commitments to universal, indivisible human security. I want to cite two examples. 1 year to the day before his tragic assassination in 1968, Dr. King declared, I am convinced that if we are to get on the right side of a world revolution, we as a nation must undergo a radical revolution of values. We must rapidly begin the shift from a thing-oriented society to a person-oriented society, where machines and computers, profit motives, and property rights are considered more important than people. The giant triplets of racism, extreme materialism, and militarism are incapable of being conquered. The Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival, has picked up Dr. King's unfinished work, weaving the interlocking injustices of systemic racism, systemic poverty, environmental devastation, militarism and the war economy, and a distorted moral narrative of religious nationalism that blames poor people for their own poverty into one moral fusion campaign. The Poor People's Campaign moral budget calls for cutting U.S. military spending by half and dismantling and eliminating nuclear weapons. With active state-based organizations in some 40 states, the Poor People's Campaign is being supported by labor unions, faith organizations, racial justice, anti-poverty, environmental, and peace groups, and is building political power from the bottom up for a third reconstruction. I encourage everyone to get involved with your state-based Poor People's Campaign. Mayors for Peace is another kind of moral fusion movement, founded in 1982 during the UN's Second Special on Disarmament by the then mayors of Hiroshima and Nagasaki. Today, Mayors for Peace is working for a world without nuclear weapons, safe and resilient cities, and a culture of peace in which peace is a priority for every individual. These are seen as interlocking pillars, essential to the achievement of lasting world peace. As of November 1st, Mayors for Peace has grown to 8,321 cities in 166 countries and territories with 227 US members. Our next goal is to reach 10,000 member cities. So please join me and help us reach our goal. The U.S. Conference of Mayors, the nonpartisan association of more than 1,400 cities with populations over 30,000, has adopted bold Mayors for Peace resolutions for 18 consecutive years. At its annual meeting this June, the U.S. Conference of Mayors adopted a new Mayors for Peace resolution calling for urgent action to avoid nuclear war, resolve the Ukraine conflict, lower tensions with China, and redirect military spending to meet human needs. I want to return to the 1982 Livermore Action Group Handbook Statement of Purpose. The ultimate goal of the Livermore Action Group is to further the cause of global nuclear disarmament, the demilitarization of American society, and a redirection of economic priorities that provides for a more equitable distribution of wealth and resources at home and abroad. So just maybe we're starting to come full circle. Thank you.
Thank you, Jackie. Thank you so much. Denise?
Yes. Hi, everybody. I'm Denise Duffield. I'm the Associate Director of Physicians for Social Responsibility in Los Angeles, and I also serve on the steering committee of Back from the Brink, bringing communities together to abolish nuclear weapons. At Physicians for Social Responsibility Los Angeles, I also direct our nuclear threats program. And a good chunk of, I'd say most of my time up until 2018, and most of it was spent on the cleanup of a nuclear site near us, the Santa Susana Field Laboratory, which is where I cut my teeth on organizing skills, because at that particular site, we had to organize at the city, county, state, and federal level. And our nuclear abolition work was primarily doing public events, always a Hiroshima and Nagasaki Day commemoration, lectures, film series, and we would talk about, of course, the horror of nuclear war, of weapons, the medical impacts, what would happen to the community, to the global community if there were nuclear war. And then we would ask people to sign a petition or to get on our list. And I didn't, to me, it felt like what we were offering folks to do as a solution to the problem was kind of obviously not going to be the kind of thing and folks knew it, that was going to match the scale of the problem. Then in 2018, I got introduced to the Back from the Brink campaign, and I'd like to, I do have some slides and I'd like to share them, and I've set my timer, so hopefully I won't go over too much. Let me just make sure I do this right. Share screen, share the whole screen, and then let's make this a slideshow. Come on, slideshow. Ooh, is it working? It's loading. All right, here we go. So, Back from the Brink, bringing communities together to abolish nuclear weapons. It was founded in 2017, shortly after the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons was adopted by the UN as a way to really build support for nuclear abolition that could build support for the treaty within the United States. This slide in here, you folks already know about the threat level that we're at today, so I will skip it. I think Back from the Brink also addresses some key challenges, and these are only some challenges, and they're challenges from the point of view of an organizer. For other people working in policy, there may be quite a bit of other challenges, but from an organizer's perspective, some of the challenges are that folks who either aren't aware of the danger or they don't think there's anything that they can do about it, that its abolition is possible. I should have backed up and say, our primary position from Back from the Brink is the abolition of nuclear weapons. Our federal representatives, whose voices and votes do impact the executive branch, really aren't going to act on this issue unless they're hearing from their constituents. Their constituents are demanding it. Most of the advocacy in the United States is led by large beltway groups who don't have really the capacity or the networks to mobilize the public. Jackie talked about the intersectionality and about the Poor People's Campaign that is attempting to sort of address this other challenge, which is that nuclear disarmament still has remained rather siloed from other social change movements. And the folks in the field, the grassroots activists, still are a lot of the same folks that were fighting the fight in the 80s. And God bless them, we need them. But it's still too small of a constituency. And lacks political power. And the other challenge is the funding. We know that $1 million was spent on the Oppenheimer film is 3 times as what was spent on nuclear disarmament, and very little of that went to grassroots organizing. So what is Back from the Brink trying to do? We are trying to build a visible constituency, a visible active constituency in the United States for nuclear abolition. We are a US-based coalition of individuals, organizations, and elected officials that are working together for a world free of nuclear weapons and advocating for a set of common sense nuclear weapons policies to secure a safe and more just future. Those policies are, we're calling on the United States to actively pursue a verifiable agreement among nuclear armed states to eliminate their arsenals, renounce the option of using nuclear weapons first, ending the sole unchecked authority of any US president to launch a nuclear attack, taking US nuclear weapons off of hair trigger alert, and canceling the plan to replace the entire US arsenal with enhanced weapons. We have been endorsed by over 460 organizations from all kinds of sectors. We do have health groups, policy groups, faith groups, environmental groups, peace groups, justice groups. We have, and again, our motto really is that nuclear weapons are a local issue, not just from the impacts that would happen, cities being on the front line should there be a nuclear attack, but also because really and truly representatives need to hear from their community members, real people in real places doing real things. And that's grassroots organizing. So this is just some pictures of some of the folks. One of the strategies that folks use is to get resolutions adopted by their city governments or county or state. And folks have really picked, we've been working on this now for 5 years. And so you can see here just, a smattering of photos from across the country. These resolutions also become organizing tools to help us break out of those silos. It's a lot easier to break out of the silo on a local level. So for example, in Los Angeles, when we passed our resolution, I already knew environmental justice groups. I knew racial justice groups. I knew, people in the faith community. We had students that I could reach out to and sort of use this resolution as an organizing tool to bring these groups together around this issue. We have so far 80 municipalities and state legislative bodies that have adopted resolutions. This is just a smattering of their logos, but they include, major cities such as Baltimore, Los Angeles, Chicago, Boston, Minneapolis, Tucson, Washington, D.C., and small towns. Some states, the state of California adopted such a resolution, as did Oregon, the Maine Senate, the New Jersey Assembly, and the Rhode Island Senate just last year. And what we, again, are doing are building public and political will for nuclear disarmament at the local level that can impact federal policy. All of these resolutions are sent to federal representatives, and they're also used by activists in their communities when they are trying to get our members of Congress on board. All of our resolutions that include support for the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons then become part of ICANN's Cities Appeal. And there are hundreds of cities worldwide that are doing this as well. And we also have the support of some 340 state and county elected officials. That number is growing because of a new initiative we have that I'll talk about shortly. We have done some work to do the next sectional outreach. We partnered with the Poor People's Campaign in 2022 for their Moral March on Washington. We did another webinar connecting the issue of nuclear weapons to democracy. And again, is another way to look at this issue from various angles and to reach out to different groups. We also have a big interfaith component of our work. I'm going quickly now because I want to get to the stuff we're doing now. We organized folks from Oppenheimer, we distributed materials to 23 communities in 16 states. Again, and one of the things that we were really directing people to do was to ask the member of Congress to co-sponsor HRES 77. This is a US House resolution that mirrors all of the Back from the Brink resolutions in terms of the policies that it supports. We now have we had 154 organizations sign a letter to their representatives to co-sponsor. We have a resources page that hopefully will be somewhere in the resources for folks to go to. We have 41 co-sponsors so far, which is more than any other nuclear weapons legislation currently. And so that may not seem like a lot compared to the number of members we have in the House, but is, to me, proof of concept that this local organizing, these resolutions do and can impact our members of Congress. And really what we're trying to do is to have them more than just co-sponsor, but to become champions for this issue, to make it constantly visible and sustain their advocacy. We now have a initiative to get local and state elected officials to sign a letter to President Biden asking him to send an observer to MSP coming up in New York at the end of the month. We have almost 200 signatures now, and we'll be planning some press around that and around the delivery of it. This is, and that both HRS 77 and this sign-on letter are things that anybody can do. Our website is preventnuclearwar.org. And right on the front of the website, you can see the links to be able to ask your Congress member to co-sponsor HRS 77. We have another alert that will let you send a message to your municipal, state, and county representatives asking them to sign on to this letter for Biden, to Biden. And so this, again, on ways to get involved. I'm rushing this because I've got a counter right here, but now I say I've got 1 minute and 50 seconds, so I can slow down a little bit. You can endorse Back from the Brink, your organization, if you have a professional organization, a law organization that you're a part of, you can endorse Back from the Brink. You can join in our efforts to ask your local or state elected to sign this letter to Biden. Same thing with your House representative for HRS 77. Organizing municipal resolutions. There's a lot more cities in the US to go that we want to adopt resolutions. And then sort of the other sort of ongoing things, writing letters to the editor. We have local organizing meetups every third Tuesday. We have, of course, following us on social media to find out what we're up to. And then we have also started this year, 2 years ago, actually, building out hubs, sort of a sustained organizing model where we have 14 hubs now throughout the country who are continuing their work on Back from the Brink, who are beyond the resolutions, continuing to do work in their community. So that work is sustained once the resolution is adopted. And so on our website, there's the endorse and join page. We also have an advocacy tools section that we use, that folks can use to help them organize in their communities. And Nuclear Weapons 101, just give like top line information about nuclear weapons, but also on how the nuclear issue intersects with other issues. And I'll go past that one. But again, all kinds of voices are needed to make this. I work for physicians organization. When physicians speak out, it makes a difference. We work with scientists. When scientists speak out, it makes a difference. And I think when lawyers speak out, it makes a difference too. So I really encourage folks to go to our website, sign up to be on our mailing list. We will reach out to you if there are opportunities in your community. And it would be just fantastic to have more voices coming in from more fields, particularly the legal field, on this issue, joining up with groups from all kinds of other sectors in the country and speaking out on this issue. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. There's a lot of options there for engagement, just really across the country, it sounds like. So wonderful. David Gibson, Fordham University. We've been talking about
Charlie.
Fordham all day here.
I know it's it's good to be here. It's an honor to be here. I'm David Gibson. I'm director of the Center on Religion and Culture at Fordham University, the Jesuit University of New York, as we like to say. And I came to Fordham in 2017. I actually come from a journalism background, so I'm very much the outlier here. My knowledge base is from the inch deep, mile wide variety. But that journalism is kind of where my instincts and my training obviously are oriented. And in a sense, it's why I was hired by Fordham, because our mission really is as an outward facing unit of the university. We put on events to engage the wider public. And really, that's the perspective I just want to briefly stress here in this larger perspective. because I think that's it's also critically important to engage and educate the wider public, and by extension, then mobilize people to get them activated into so many of the initiatives and organizations that you all have been talking about. Communicating all this work, that you're doing, that you've been doing today, is what I want to do, and I think that is, again, part of the next steps of conferences like this. Now, we're the Center on Religion and Culture, and as the title indicates, there are two things taking off on those that title that I'd like to contribute. One is the importance of religious voices in the nuclear weapons debate. I think we need to take heed of that and also use that moral voice to advance this cause. Yes, we're Catholic and Jesuit university. Someone questioned whether you can be both, and we have a Jesuit Pope for the first time in history. I just came back from a trip to the Vatican. I started my career covering the Vatican, and for a lot of people, he could be the last Jesuit Pope in history, given some of the opposition he arouses. But Pope Francis has been very outspoken about the need not just to reduce, but to eliminate the nuclear threat to our world. He's very much known, I think, for speaking out on climate change. He just released a follow-up encyclical to his Laudato Si, and the Pope is going next month to Dubai to the UN climate change conference, because he sees that as such a powerful issue, not unrelated to the nuclear weapons issue, but that shouldn't get lost what he has said about nuclear weapons. And he visited Hiroshima and Nagasaki, called possession of nuclear weapons immoral. Again, my colleague at Notre Dame, Jerry Powers, can elaborate on that, but he follows on a line of popes who pushed that message very much. In fact, as I was thinking about this, it just came back to me that I started in journalism and covering the Vatican in the mid-1980s when John Paul II was Pope. And of course, we were in the midst of, I'm 64, I grew up in the 60s, 70s with, nuclear raid drills and things like that. So that was embedded in my psyche, but also, being in Italy, John Paul II, the Cold War, Reagan, Gorbachev, all those things were happening, but also Chernobyl happened when I was there. And I was just remembering how, for weeks we couldn't eat green vegetables because of the radioactive cloud that was spreading all over Europe. Those things, really leave a mark on one's psyche if one's been part of it. But this younger generation has very little of that embedded. It's more climate change. But again, while Pope Francis is a salient voice on all of this, other religious leaders and believers are also significant players on the nuclear non-proliferation movement. We shouldn't ignore this factor. The other thing I'd like to just stress briefly is culture. I want to highlight culture because this, and I've increasingly felt this in my years at this center, is how you engage younger people in particular, especially post-pandemic. The pandemic really changed everything in terms of people coming out, people getting engaged in person. Zoom events like this are terrific, but there is nothing like having an in-person engagement to activate people, to transform people. Again, I just helped lead a cohort, a class of Fordham students over to Rome as we studied firsthand the synod that was taking place last month. It was remarkable to see the transformations there because it was in person. In any case, we found that this to be true in all manner of events, the primacy of culture. One just recent example I would highlight is the Metropolitan Opera next door to us. I'm at the Lincoln Center campus in Manhattan, premiered the opera Dead Man Walking just this past month in September. And we had an event. We got Sister Helen Prejean, who at 85 is an amazing dynamo. I hope I get to 85. She's incredible. We had Sister Helen Prejean. We had Joyce DiDonato, the mezzo-soprano who plays her in the opera. And we had Jake Heggie, who's the composer of the opera. And we had 450 people come out to an event, to an hour-long conversation about faith, about activism, and the death penalty. It was wonderful. It was gratifying. But look, if we had done that in the traditional way, say a panel of 3 or 4 experts, Catholics in the death penalty or whatever, we might have gotten 25 people coming out. That's the reality. So I would just say approaching these issues from the aspect of the arts and culture, is it approaching the issue from the perspective of where people live and act today, to be honest. It's where their wider fears play out. I mean, you look at the success again, someone mentioned Christopher Nolan's Oppenheimer film, the 2021 movie Don't Look Up, the Apple TV series Extrapolations, or all manner of sci-fi alien invasion shows or fantasies about possible futures on other worlds. These themes of aliens or climate change or deadly asteroids can all be very diverse, but the central anxieties are all traced to a similar root for young people. And nuclear annihilation is increasingly part of that source of concern, thanks in large part because of the events of the last couple of years in Ukraine. Hence the prevalence of phenomenon with names like apocalyptic despair or climate grief. Now, we can despair at these phenomenon, but I think we can also address this anxiety. And I think that faith and spirituality, philosophy and psychology, and the catharsis of shared cultural experiences can provide tools to move beyond fear and paralysis, which are the real dangers here. We have to provide messages and avenues to hope, because with some hope, you can start to move people to action and even to activism. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, David. Ed Lindsay, welcome back. Thank you.
Thank you, Charlie. Well, I'm as Charlie mentioned, I'm Ed Lindsay. I'm a attorney in New York City, a practicing lawyer. I am also the former chair of the New York State Bar Association International Section, and I also founded and for 6 months led the New York State Bar Association's Ukraine Task Force. And that was, I say, the New York State Bar Association, we were the umbrella. We actually brought together representatives of the ABA, the IBA, the City Bar, the DC Bar, some foreign bar associations, human rights organizations in the US and abroad. And our immigration team actually blossomed into an independent entity called the Ukraine Immigration Task Force. We're very proud of that. And I have to say that the Ukraine Task Force is the best thing I've done in my life by far. I'm very satisfied to have done that. So what I'm here to talk about really is how that bar associations and lawyers need to get involved, and lawyers need to get involved in bar associations. And I'm not here to pitch NISBA, but I'm here to pitch involvement in a bar association, whether you're in a local bar association, a state bar association, or a national bar association. And I use the Ukraine Task Force as an example of what a bar association can do when it really puts its mind to it. Because we really, I think, people have commented that the Ukraine Task Force, we saved lives through our immigration initiatives and such. And we were involved in the investigation of war crimes. So it wasn't a debating society, as I think a lot of people think of bar associations. We really got involved and did tangible things. And I want to use that, as I said, as an example of what could be done in the arena of nuclear weapons control. So when the Association of Lawyers of Russia, a Russian bar association, in about 3 weeks after the invasion, issued a document justifying the invasion on the grounds of international law. We read it, it was preposterous. And so what we did was we drafted a statement and we took a position, a very firm position. And the Ukraine Bar Association in Ukraine co-signed it with us, and we issued a joint statement refuting the ridiculous position that the Association of Lawyers of Russia was taking, justifying that invasion under international law. And that's what bar associations need to be doing, and they can do it in the area, any area, and that includes nuclear weapons. They need, bar associations and their leaders need to take positions. They need to stand for something. They debating it or taking a neutral position because, hey, we're lawyers and we should look at all sides. That's especially now with the threats of, we're on the brink again of nuclear war with what Russia's threatening, and the events in the Middle East could trigger something. We have climate change and other initiatives, and bar associations could be a very powerful voice in dealing with these. And I think what needs to be done, and again, the task force is an example of that, is to step outside one's own bar association, as I said, and if you're going to have an activity, get others involved. We did that here with this event. The New York State Bar Association International Section is the sponsor, but we have a bunch of co-sponsors, and folks need to encourage that. And leaders of bar associations need to encourage that, to get other bar associations involved, and not to be siloed and your own talking chamber, your own just echo chamber of what you think can and should be done. And that includes getting with foreign bar associations. I'm proud to say the New York State Bar Association, we've entered into about, well over 8, Kara can give you the exact number probably, but we've entered over the years into well over 30 memoranda of understanding with bar associations all around the world. And those are bridges. Those memoranda of understanding are bridges that allow the bars associations to work together to get involved in joint projects. And we also have a network of chapters. We have more than 80 chapters around the world, and they're all very active chapters. And those chapters liaise with the local bar associations in their respective nations. And again, these are ways that lawyers can get out there and do something about this, not just talk about it. We're a wordy profession. We tend to talk issues to death. And that's, especially in these times, we need bar associations to get out there and advocate and take positions on things like nuclear weapons, and take firm positions on what Russia is doing, and do it constantly, because it's one of these things where, as Winston Churchill said, say what you're going to say it, and then say what you said. And bar associations need to do that. And so I encourage everyone out there, get involved in a bar association, to get active in the bar association. And if you really believe in nuclear arms control, do something with the bar association. And if the leaders haven't addressed it yet, volunteer. Say, hey, I'll do a committee, I'll do a webinar on nuclear weapons control. And if the bar association leaders are looking broadly at their duties, they will agree to that. And that's what you got to do. Too many lawyers just sit back and, we all have to practice, I practice law. I know the time constraints I have, but these are things that have to be done. It's a moral imperative to do them. And so that's what I have to say. I do want to add, though, I do continue the Fordham tradition here. I went to Fordham Preparatory School and then Fordham University on its Rose Hill campus in the Bronx. I did not go to Fordham Law School, but I have 2 out of 3.
Thanks so much, Ed. Gerald Powers, welcome.
Thank you, Charlie. I was asked to comment on how religion and morality complement law and policy. I'll speak from a Catholic perspective, which is what I've specialized in since I first began working on nuclear weapons in 1980. After law school and 17 years working on nuclear policy for the U.S. Conference of Catholic Bishops, this is my 20th year at Notre Dame's Kroc Institute for Peace Studies. I coordinate the Catholic Peace Building Network, which includes 24 bishops' conferences, university entities like Fordham Center on Religion and Culture, development agencies like Catholic Relief Services, and independent peace organizations like Pax Christi International and the San Egidio community. And for the past 10 years, the network has had a project on revitalizing Catholic engagement on nuclear disarmament, because a lot of our affiliated institutions have long worked on this question. I'm also an advisor on nuclear issues for the Holy See mission to the UN. My work, first point, is my work on nuclear weapons has been based on the very premise of this conference, that the nuclear debate must not be a norm-free zone. And to second what David Gibson said, it must not be a religion-free zone. Norms and religion must not be uninvited guests at an exclusive party dominated by realists. On nuclear weapons, morality and law rhyme. Moral and legal criteria for judging nuclear weapons are similar: discrimination, proportionality, etc. Catholic social teaching has long insisted on the need to strengthen international law, international institutions, in order to make it possible to move toward a world free of nuclear weapons. More specifically, like other religious groups, the Catholic Church has been a strong supporter of arms control and disarmament measures, most recently the TPNW. In November 2017, the Catholic Peace Building Network collaborated with the Vatican in a major way in organizing a major Vatican conference that included, among others, 11 Nobel laureates, the key architects of the TPNW, senior NATO representatives, and others. And as David mentioned, Pope Francis made a prudential moral judgment in his statement at that conference that not only the use, but even the possession of nuclear weapons was morally problematic. That conference was one of many ways that the Holy See has tried to contribute to the momentum of the TPNW and the Holy See's longstanding strategy to stigmatize and delegitimize nuclear weapons, and thereby encourage progress on nuclear disarmament. Law and morality can also complement each other in providing a vision of an international order that makes nuclear disarmament possible. Instead of the narrow national security or collective security doctrines that overemphasize military security and deterrence, the Catholic Church calls for a global ethic of solidarity to buttress the efforts of international lawyers and others to institutionalize concepts such as cooperative and human security. Nuclear weapons are an impediment to achieving that ethic of cooperative security. In short, international law and Catholic moral approach and other ethical approaches to addressing the nuclear predicament complement each other. But just because law and morality rhyme does not mean both are equally salient to all populations and audiences. Many Catholics, for example, might not consider international law to be real law, while they might feel compelled to engage in the moral debate, even if they disagree with their church's official positions on deterrence and disarmament. My second point is religious entities can help democratize this otherwise elite debate. The genius of the nuclear freeze campaign of the 1980s was that it got nuclear policy out of Washington, London, and Paris boardrooms and into town halls, church basements, and the streets. Unfortunately, since the end of the Cold War, as others have mentioned, nuclear weapons have mostly returned to being an elite issue, despite some notable efforts such as ICANN, Global Zero, Back from the Brink, and others. Religious entities did not lead the freeze campaign, and they do not lead today's civil society nuclear disarmament campaigns. But religious actors can help, and institutions can help broaden and mainstream these campaigns by giving them added moral credibility and institutional reach through the churches, synagogues, mosques, educational institutions, social action offices at all levels and and the transnational networks that these religious entities are part of. Just one minor example of the transnational networks is I just returned from a series of meetings in Korea and Hiroshima on nuclear issues involving representatives of the Korean, Japanese, and US Catholic bishops' conferences. It was the first meeting by those three entities that we're aware of. And it also included not only bishops, but also scholars and young professionals. That's one example, just one minor example of how the Transnational Catholic Network is working on this issue. As I mentioned, I coordinate the Catholic Peacebuilding Network's project on revitalizing Catholic engagement on nuclear disarmament. That project is contributing to bringing religion and morality into the public debate and democratizing that debate. It's coordinated by Notre Dame's Kroc Institute. It involves Georgetown's Berkeley Center, Fordham Center on Religion and Culture, the U.S. Catholic Bishops International Office, which I used to lead, the Catholic University of America's Policy Institute, and the International Federation of Catholic Universities, which is based in France. The Nuclear Threat Initiative, which is one of the nations in the world's most important think tank and on nuclear weapons, has provided us generous support because I think the NTI saw that religious and moral perspectives could add to the kind of policy work that they do and could reach a wider community than they can reach. So this initiative has published the proceedings of the 2017 Vatican Conference on Nuclear Disarmament, a new book edited by the late Drew Christensen and Carol Sargent called Forbidden. I didn't pick the name, they did, on the ethical, policy, and pastoral dimensions of nuclear disarmament. And beginning with a major colloquium hosted by Secretary Schultz and Perry at Stanford in 2014, we have also hosted numerous high-level off-the-record colloquia, as well as public events with Catholic leaders, scholars, and policymakers from the United States and Europe. And we've also sponsored a variety of programs for students and young professionals. In all this work, we hope to help develop the next generation of Catholic leaders, bringing morality into the policy debate in an effort to contribute in our small way to nuclear disarmament. Much more to be said, but I'll stop there.
Thank you so much, Gerald. Sounds like an awful lot is going on. Seth Sheldon.
Thanks, Charlie. Thanks for having me. And congratulations to particularly you, Charlie, on this extensive program that you've had today. My name is Seth Sheldon. I'm a staff member for the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, or ICAN, which I represent at the United Nations. By way of telling you what we do, and also, I guess, what this panel is about, to tell those listening what you could do if you're inclined to support what we do. I thought I was thinking about framing it in terms of two aspects based on trying to having listened to the panels throughout the day, and thinking about it in terms of law and facts, what we're here to discuss, that I didn't think I heard enough in those categories on a legal aspect and a factual aspect, that I think should be highlighted a bit more. First, on the law, I just want to talk a bit more about the TPNW. Thankfully, we did just hear a bit about it in this panel from you, Gerard, and you, Denise. But I think much more could be said. There was also some discussion, especially from a bit from Jackie and the panel on threats and risks, and from Irini as well. But also to say a bit more about consequences as I speak, because I think I heard, apart from the beginning panel I saw with Dr. Robach's very compelling presentation on nuclear winter, we didn't hear enough, I think, about what nuclear weapons really do, which I think is key to informing the legal analysis, what they really do to human bodies, to human populations, to the environment. So I think we could say a bit more about that. But just by way of first saying who we are, I work for ICANN. We are the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons. We, in 2017, won the Nobel Peace Prize for our work to draw attention to the catastrophic humanitarian consequences of any use of nuclear weapons, and also for our efforts to achieve the TPNW. We're a broad coalition of NGOs. We have right now over 650 partner organizations in 111 countries. In the US, there are around 60 to 70 partner organizations. You can join one. We have some on this panel too. LCMP is one, the Lawyers Committee on Nuclear Policy, which is one of the co-sponsors of this conference, and I'm a board member. I also know I have a background in law. I spent 7 years at Skadden Arps. Now I'm a partner at a small firm, and I've also done a lot of work on the academic space as a visiting professor at Cardozo Law School, and then a Fulbright scholar in Latvia and in Japan, most recently teaching at CUNY Law. So I think that it's, especially for those who are listening, that this may be the first time they're hearing about the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons, which if you live in the United States, that would not be surprising, because I don't think that our media thinks to highlight it in all of the breathless discussions around nuclear war and nuclear weapons. But the TPNW is the first ever comprehensive global treaty-based ban on nuclear weapons. It includes a legal framework for eliminating nuclear weapon programs, and it's also the first ever legal framework that aims to assist victims of and remediate environments affected by the use and testing of nuclear weapons. And it was created to fill a legal gap, a gap in international law, which we could discuss in several ways, the gap that has existed before the treaty was adopted, to address humanitarian concerns. It was adopted to build pressure for disarmament. It's in its nascent stages, but today 69 states have fully joined it. A further 28 have already signed it. And then there's a further 40 or so that are supporters. So we see that at least 2/3 of the world states support this treaty, although not the United States or any nuclear armed state. But more on that in a bit. Where the treaty is right now, last June, we saw the first meeting of states parties to the TPNW in Vienna, where the parties adopted a powerful declaration, which, among other things, and to bring us to the subject of the conference, Russia and Ukraine, in that declaration, the states parties condemned any and all threats to use nuclear weapons, which had an impact on the way that other G20 states approached Russia and engaged with Russia on nuclear threats. It also adopted a powerful, ambitious 50-point action plan, which set in motion an intercessional process, which is where we are right now with the treaty, with working groups co-chaired by certain states parties and a coordinating committee with those co-chairs, plus us, plus ICANN. So there's different groups basically taking forward different thematic elements of the work. ICANN's an observer to the treaty under its rules of procedure, and we're also the civil society coordinator for meetings of states parties. So in just 3 weeks from now, we will see the second meeting of states parties, which will be at UN headquarters in New York with Mexico as chair. And what you can do, first of all, in the US, there's a panoply of all these partners taking forward initiatives at the federal level, the state level, local level. And Denise in her presentation spoke about some of what's being done that you can engage with as well at the local level, especially at the municipal level through the Back from the Brink campaign. You can advocate for your city or municipality to join the ICANN Cities Appeal, which hundreds of cities around the world have done, including capital cities and nuclear armed states that call on their country to sign and ratify the treaty. We have federal legislation. Denise spoke about this as well. This is HR 77, which embracing the goals and provisions of the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons. This is HR 2775, another proposed piece of legislation calling for the US to sign and ratify the TPNW. there's more. There's divestment initiatives too. I think that, this is an interesting intersection of where law can shape policy through initiatives around divestments. With other treaties, we have seen this, that even before a treaty has been widely adopted, there have been initiatives that have been taken forth to make this subject weapons less profitable. And in this way, it's a treaty not only about making nuclear weapons illegal, but about making them irrelevant. The cluster munitions treaty is one that's often cited as, that's a treaty that the U.S. also did not want to join, and we were able nevertheless to basically stigmatize through divestment initiatives in particular, and through a treaty that, even though possessor states were not keen on, was able to bring about the end of the market for these weapons. Nuclear weapons are different in many ways, but it's certainly a way that we can see similarly in how it's structured. The TPNW under its Article 1E prohibits its states parties from assisting or encouraging others to engage in the prohibited activities. And so this is a way that states parties, but also citizens and even in other non-state parties can affect the actual impact and the actual investment structures of these weapons. I'm probably out of time, but there's so many more things that we can say. I know there's lots of academics on the call. Perhaps I'll just highlight the universities related activism. We have a report called Schools of Mass Destruction that highlights what universities are involved in the nuclear weapons industry and what you could do to take them out of it. But there's one last thing you can do, even if you don't engage in any of the formal work that's being done, is that, because I think, especially as I think about what we've heard through these panels today, that I didn't hear enough about the consequences of use, and all the conversations you have about nuclear weapons, you can ensure that consequences and to humans are discussed, humans and the environments. Nuclear weapons were not just used twice, by the way, when the US detonated bombs over Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you take into account the decades of so-called testing of nuclear weapons, we've seen them used over 2,000 times. And any use of nuclear weapons has devastating intergenerational impacts that disproportionately affect women and girls, disproportionately affect indigenous communities, and that there's no adequate response from the medical community, from or from anywhere in your government that can respond to these uses. And as we learned from Alan Robach's presentation, the transboundary effects of nuclear weapons is increasingly understood to mean that even in regions far away from the conflict, so even in the context of, let's say, Ukraine, let's say nuclear weapons were used there, people in far-flung parts of the world would be impacted by the climate change, the food shortage, refugee crises that would result. And risk is only growing. So the only way to mitigate against use is not deterrence, or as I call it, luck-based security. Deterrence is not going to stop weapons from being used perpetually. And the only solution is to prohibit and eliminate them. So if you're keen to get involved, the timing is good. As I mentioned, join us for this second meeting of states parties. If you go to ICANN's website, icanw.org, you can learn a bit more about how you can participate. If there's both the events that are happening inside the meeting rooms itself with the states parties, but ICANN is also coordinating a wide range of activities outside of the UN, panel discussions, concerts, movies, art exhibits. So, please get involved, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Seth. An awful lot of potential there for things to do. We come to the letter Z, last in the alphabet, but a leader in this field and an organizer of this and the predecessor event. Jules Zacher, tell us who you are and your engagement.
Thank you, Charlie, for that introduction. The letter Z has stood me in good stead because luckily I was always in the back of the homeroom, right? Because the letter Z are always in the back. So I was out of the line of fire of the teacher. So it worked out well for me over the years. But to answer your question, I was thinking about what I would say, and very quickly, recently I had dinner and there was a young lawyer sitting next to me. and he asked me, he was just starting out with a firm. He said, what should I do to really advance my career? And I said, well, what you should do is do what you think that you have a passion for. And then I thought to myself, okay, now how does that reflect on what I do? And I said to myself, I have a passion to get rid of these nuclear weapons. Now, how do I do that? So I figured what I'll do is the little bit of experience that I've had over the years, I'll use that to accomplish that goal. So I'm reaching out to people who have not yet joined an organization, who might be young, may not be so young, but want to figure out what they should do. Two things. One is do what you're passionate about and use your experience. So my experience as a litigator, I've litigated cases throughout my career. And what I decided to do was basically to use Freedom of Information, FOIA, to get information from the government that might help get rid of these weapons. So recently I filed a FOIA request for the behavior of the weapons lab at Los Alamos, particularly in the area of pit production. And we got some really fascinating documents to show how they've kind of like really have not performed very well at all. So that was one thing I thought that was very, very helpful to use my background. The second thing that I'm very interested in is in politics. So I'm working with an organization in Washington called the Council for a Livable World. Quite frankly, what we do is we go up on the Hill, we talk to senators, we talk to congressmen about nuclear weapons and how to get rid of them. So those are the two things that I do. And again, just to summarize, I do what I like because of the passion that I have, and I've tried to use my experience in furthering those goals. Thanks, Charlie.
Okay, thank you so much, Jules. Do we have the folks from Georgetown Journal of International Law here?
Yeah, hi.
Well, hi,
I'm
Natasha. Okay, welcome. Tell us what you're doing in terms of publishing these proceedings, and I understand you're inviting submissions.
Yeah. So hi, first of all, thank you guys so much for having me. I'm so excited to be here. The journal's so excited to be involved in this. My name is Natasha, as Charlie said. I'm the senior articles editor at the Georgetown Journal of International Law. And we are, as mentioned, publishing some of the stuff that's happening at the conference today. We're publishing, a much wider range online. We have a dedicated page, and I have a sort of like blank form list for submissions that I'm going to pop in the chat now. So hopefully everybody can see this. But just to sort of like high level summarize, as I know we're also short on time. The last time this conference took place, there was a special edition online with a Fordham Journal where the proceedings of the conference are published. The link is actually on this page as well, but I can pop it in the chat too. And as you'll see, it's a sort of mix of remarks that panelists made and the actual events of the conference. And so we're looking to do something similar, but just because we have the platform anyway, we're really open and we're soliciting, and the email for the solicitations editor is there as well. We're open and we're soliciting any writing related to the conference. So I heard so much amazing stuff over the course of today. I hear a lot of you already have your remarks written up. So if you'd like to submit that to post online, that's a great idea. Any, obviously law review articles are welcome. Any shorter form articles, really whatever you have. This is a one-stop shop form, so we'd be really excited about it. And any articles on the topic as well will go in for consideration for press publication as well. But all the information is in this form. Hopefully it's workable. And as you can see, we already have sort of the pre-site up. So we're really excited to publish the proceedings as quickly as possible. And again, thank you so much for having me. I've learned so much, and this was huge. This was really important. So thank you.
Oh, thank you. And we're so grateful to the Georgetown Journal, and we thank you and your colleagues and Professor David Koplow for helping getting this launched. We are winding down now, and those of us who were the organizers are going to make very brief closing comments because we stand between everyone and the virtual cocktail party, BYO, but very much a reception. So we're going to do this. And we're also going to, well, let me say a couple things, and then we'll go from here. And I think Jeff may want to say something, and John and Jonathan. I know Jonathan and I have been chatting back and forth about a number of ideas that which also Jeff and I have been talking about. So I think it's all going to come together very nice. Okay. As kind of a final reflection from my perspective, I mean, we heard Alan Robach, we heard about 5 billion deaths that could come from an all-out war between the U.S. and Russia. We've heard and we've seen it. The U.S. has not emphasized low yield. We've gone all in effect on deterrence, which are the high yield weapons. And we've heard a view that deterrence has worked and kept us from a big bad war, during the nuclear era. But we heard a rebuttal on that, and each of us has to make a judgment and look at it further, I take it. But James Skorez on the first panel showed that, well, we've had a lot of conflict even during the nuclear era, although it's been to some extent proxy and it hasn't been so direct. But the risks are with us. But we heard that, well, Russia and China, they're not good players in terms of respecting international law. But John Burroughs raised the issue, and I think Jonathan mentioned it in his remarks. We have Iraq, we have the U.S. Compliance has its issues too, and so there's a question. I don't think anyone is saying that we should give up on the legal regime, and I think there are many of us who believe that the U.S. is a very strong potential influencer of international affairs. We can advance the rule of law. We can advance the approach towards law. It's not clear that we've done that in a full-throated way, and we're spending more on military than the next, 8 countries each year combined. And we seem to, we've kind of thrown up our hands in some respects that we can't deal with Russia and China. But, we heard from Professor Hathaway, that there are areas of compliance and there is potential to work with Russia and China. And there are those of us who were active with other organizations towards the end of the Cold War and had some involvement in it. So there's a potential there, but there's also a potential for rationality because, Alan Robach's numbers and James Soros's point about, these risks are all there. And even if we can't quantify them, they're huge. This is known to other countries. I mean, we've talked about Russia and China. It's known to them. And so at some point, some sense of self-interest in terms of survival, there's a strong hope that can become a catalyst. And I think some of us, those of us who live in New York, we deal with everybody every day. We get in a cab, we go to our offices, and there's people from every place in the world that we come in contact with every day or every week. And I think a lot of us have a fundamental sense, that there's a basic inherent rationality and reasonableness in people, that if we can foster a different kind of regime, and Jackie talked about this, a whole different, and this is something Jonathan has talked about so many times, sort of a human security and safety. So I think there's great potential to pick John Burroughs's comment that he was optimistic. I love to hear that in some respects. But, we've heard all this positive commentary on the deterrence regime, although we heard from James Skorez, maybe it's not as positive as it seems. But we heard from Jonathan, there's so many near misses, so many times when it went out of whack, when it almost went out of whack, so many accidents. And then Seth made the point, it's kind of defense by luck, right? So it's a problem with the inherent deterrence regime because we have this hair trigger reserve. We had with China, it was separating out its warheads from its delivery systems. There's some indications they're moving away from that to some extent, but there's so many things we could do. And the deterrence regime, this goes to the point that I think Jeff Biller opened up with and has said in our organizational meetings, that we need to go further. And that's the wonderful thing. And we have to go further in terms of, developing these issues further and taking them to the next level. And it's the wonderful thing. I mean, look at the staff we had, the level of people we had participating today. I mean, and largely through Jeff's help and others, we had Colonel Ted Richard, who's a major thought leader here. We had Navy Commander Leah Groves. We had Major Kenneth Danny Jones, and the last time I looked, he's still with us, and and has stayed the day, and others. So it's absolutely, we have something to build on, and I think there is a basis, and this is something John Feerick talks about so much. The role of law as transformative, and that can law be a way. And I'm just going to end, I guess I'm going to end with Jonathan's idea that instead of, being lawyers and litigators, as so many of us are, arguing a legal point from a perspective of where we want to end up, we should look at law as a way to get towards transformation, and with the hope that the U.S. can be a leader in, moving towards compliance with Article 6 and moving towards disarmament and moving towards abolition. And I've already gone on longer than I should have, but so I'm going to stop. Let me. I see Jonathan is coming in next, and then I certainly would hope to hear from Jeff on any comments he has on where we are and where we ought to go next, which is obviously the big question. Jonathan.
Oh, thank you. Strategy. Let's talk about two successful strategies. The most successful movement we've ever had was called Women's Strike for Peace. The reason it was successful is that it was based on the strategy that the brilliant lawyer Bella Abzug came up with, which was to build a coalition of interests and then invite anyone who loved their mother to join. It was founded on the fact that strontium-90 was showing up in mother's breast milk. It was measurable in the teeth of infants. Those mothers, whether they were Republican, Democrat, no matter what political persuasion, adopted pure milk, not poison. Environmentalists, particularly out west where cattle was getting sick from the radioactive fallout of testing in the atmosphere, joined in, as did all the major environmental groups. And of course, SANE and the other disarmament groups pushed. Kennedy said that in addition to being alerted at the horrific dangers of nuclear weapons by the Cuban Missile Crisis, explicitly said that that movement gave him political support to get us the limited test ban treaty. Well, once the weapons were put underground, the strontium-90 stopped showing up in mother's milk, except near some of the facilities, but for the most part. And the women went home, the mothers went home, and the environmentalists went home. And we've been divided ever since. The movement that Martin Luther King strategy he did was a strategy of building the biggest tent he possibly could, starting at a very particular instance of lunch counters, then buses and transportation, then labor justice, then social equity, then anti-war, then anti-militarism, and then pro-love. And he basically invited anybody who cared about values to join his big tent. That was a very effective movement. That movement in that time was assailed by COINTELPRO, a counter strategy to push identity politics and split all the coalitions that were building on the new left at that time. Another successful movement was the Freeze movement. Freeze was a very low-hanging fruit, but we all of us who were very involved in it, I was involved in it, we all knew that we were pushing for abolition. But this was a doorway. This was an entry point. And anybody, any reasonable person could say, let's stop the arms race, freeze it. So it was a great slogan. Again, a big tent coalition building approach. One of the reasons the first one succeeded because it was a brilliant strategy to ground it in mother's milk. That strategy, the Freeze movement, again, had a woman, brilliant strategist, with Randall Forsberg. But she created meetings of different coalitions and different groups that weren't all, it didn't all start on the same page, but everybody could agree on freeze. That was so reasonable that the Carnegie Foundation's head, David Hamburg, picked up on it and went out to other foundations and raised substantial money. There was substantial money behind the freeze movement. That was another strategy, which was to get as mainstream as possible. So I think that it would be really valuable if we were to, from this conference, reach out to the different groups, the leading groups in human rights. Now that there's been the Human Rights Commission of the UN has declared the threat or use of nuclear weapons as a violation of human rights. The different environmental groups, because there's no greater threat to the environment than a nuclear war, and any other groups that we think, or certainly there are numerous groups within our own community, and maybe convene a series of strategy sessions, because the fact is we are not putting pressure on the governments in the United States or the rest of the world sufficient to win. Certainly the Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons is a major player, but I think the environmental issue requires cooperation. I think that dealing with pandemics requires cooperation, and the most powerful statement that was made to help end the Cold War and address this issue was in paragraph 2 of the Geneva Summit, in which the United States and the Soviet Union said a nuclear war can never be won and must never be fought. But the last sentence in that paragraph was, neither party shall seek military advantage over the other. No more arms racing. Let's look for common security in saving the planet. That's the kind of approach, and that's the kind of thing I'm hoping that we could maybe stimulate strategy discussions amongst the various groups.
Terrific. Thank you, Jonathan. And there's an action plan there. Jeff?
Yeah, I just again thank Charlie for putting this on and for inviting myself to participate and some of the folks that I was able to strong arm into joining in. I mentioned this before, but when we first started working together on this, he mentioned to me several times that he wanted to include many different voices, that he didn't just want people who all agreed with each other and who could just nod at each other and agree how smart all of us were. And I think to make real movement in anything, I think that's absolutely necessary. You have to invite people from all different disciplines, from different perspectives, to participate in the conversation. And, from the legal side, I've always believed that starts with recognizing and being honest about where the law is currently at. We talk a lot about lex lata and lex ferenda, where the law is now and where we think the law ought to be, right? And there's room and scholarship for all perspectives, right? We need to better understand what it is that really states make law, right? Law professors don't make law. Not even international judges make law. States do it. And we have to recognize what the reality is in those positions. And once we've recognized that and established the baseline, and that's a difficult thing to do in many cases, then we can be realistic about how to move forward towards that lex ferenda, where we want the law to be. But we can't skip the step, I don't think, just me personally. I think that's a required step. And I think the best way to do that is to get voices from across the spectrum together. And I think that's what Charlie tried to do here. And hopefully I was able to help a little bit in that. And as such, I hope that we can continue to do this moving forward. So Charlie and I talked about perhaps extending this through a series of webinars beyond just this conference. As much as we love panels, sometimes having so many voices prevents going into depth on specific particular perspectives, views, or subjects. And so perhaps we can set up something moving forward where we can do that. But what he's done here, I think, is a I'm not going to say it's a first step because obviously he's been doing that for a long time, and all of you have been participating in that for a long time. So I think it's a good continuation, and I hope that we can continue to do it going forward.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you so much, John.
Yeah, thank you. So an initial question, Charlie, a contact point for this follow-up to this conference. Do you have an email address for that, or should we use an lcnp.org email address?
I'm not sure I understand. I mean, we've all been emailing one another, and so we all have.
Let's say that there's a participant who has listened to the conference. And they're a lawyer. They want to get further involved. Who should they contact?
What should happen is everybody here who wants a message to the people who signed up for the conference, send an email to Kara and perhaps copy me, and we can ask Kara to put it all together and put something out. So each organization is welcome. I mean, I'm just making this up as I go along, but it seems to make sense for each organization that wants to be contacted, to give an email address and a contact. And I see no reason we can't put that in an email to the participants. Does that make sense, Kara, to you?
Yes, that's fine with me.
John, does that make sense? Am I being responsive?
Well, that's not really what I had in mind. What I had in mind is that this is I don't oppose that, but this has been a conference about law, and presumably there are lawyers who are among the participants who are hearing this in some fashion or another. And so if you are a lawyer or a law student and you want to be further involved in sort of the legal aspects of this work, just send an email to contact@lcnp.org. That's, Lawyers Committee Nuclear Policy, lcnp.org. And we will take it from there. And one of the things that we would like to do is to make it possible for there to be further meaningful lawyer engagement in these issues. And I was glad that Ed Lynchy said, one way you can do that is through your bar associations. I was glad too to hear Jules saying, yes, in fact, there is litigation that.
That's what we're doing today, right? I mean, this is our bar association, and we went to them and said, let's do it.
Yes, and there are a lot of people, beginning with Charlie, to be thanked for this conference, but I want to thank particularly the New York State Bar Association and Ed Lynchy for being the primary sponsor and providing the sort of logistical infrastructure for this conference, and particularly to thank Kara Forghia for her work on this. And Kara, I hope that unlike 3 years ago, you weren't staying up overnight to accomplish all the things involved here. So thank you.
Yes, we all enjoy that, and I repeat it again. One other thought, and I don't want to put anybody on the spot, but I see that Major Danny Jones is still here. Major Jones, would you like to just make any comments or just say, just come, because I'm so happy that you've stuck with us. It got my attention, so I'm just calling it out, but I'm not putting you on the spot.
Well, so, yes, you are.
Well, thanks, Charlie. I just want to say thank you to all the individuals who put this on. I know, as you know, today was a great opportunity. I was certainly lifted by Professor Hathaway's comments at lunch. Sometimes it's easy to get down as you face the news of a dangerous world and seeing what's going on, and certainly hear her talk about the consequences Russia has faced was certainly good for my spirit. So thank you for that, and thanks, for this opportunity.
Well, thank you, and I think we can regard ourselves as in the virtual reception now. If that makes sense to everybody or anybody. You know, we do need to thank again, as
The
John
reception.
said, Kara and the State Bar and the other sponsors and Ed Lindsay and the ABA and everybody. So thank you. But Kara, can we put whoever is here and wants to be on camera on camera? Can we do that, including the participants who want to come on?
Sure. Although we did send a separate link for the reception.
Oh, okay. All right. I mean, you just tell people what you want them to do. I mean,
All
those
right.
of us who are here, we can just stay here, right?
Yep, that's true. Yes, you can.
Right.
So I put in the chat the link to the reception if people want to join. But yeah, you're more than welcome to stay here as well.
Yeah, I mean, we certainly welcome people to come in. David Koplow, if I hadn't seen you, I see you in person. Would you like to make any follow-up?
You're gonna get out there.
My only follow-up is applause.